The Dark Demon King. Volume 2 by Hishi Kagedairy, translated by Shikaku, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 35, The Prologue of the Seventh. Welcome to the White Sacrament First Laboratory, Priest Head Ars. No, you are now Senior Priest if I am correct. Congratulations on your promotion. And no need for sarcasm, Bishop Judas. Why am I here? It's true that you have become a Senior Priest, but then again, I guess that was only due to the death of the previous superior. You should understand. It is a very cruel condition, where someone so young like myself had no choice but to become a Senior Priest. The two men are talking about something. I know one of them. He is Bishop Judas-sama, a very influential and big person. I don't know about the other, but probably he is also the same. This parish does not have the military force to stop another invasion anymore. We need to urgently call reinforcements from the church. Enough, don't say any more. You are not stupid enough to not understand that the parish governed by you has been already abandoned by the church, right? I wonder what they are talking about. I cannot understand what they are saying. Are they telling us to die? To be ravaged and killed by that heretic army, is that what they mean? So you do understand. Well then, let me ask, why did you come to meet me now? It's somewhat scary. To die, to kill, I don't really understand, but I think it is very scary. Bishop Judas, you have stayed here even when all the other priests have run away. You are not going to tell me that you are staying in this dangerous place which could be overrun at any time, just for you research, right? I see, and heretics, those who don't believe in God. I have never seen them. Just what kind fearsome creatures are they? You are a bishop, a rank higher than my own, and on top of it, even the Pope himself has visited this facility. You have many connections in Elysian. No, if I have to say it frankly, you should have the means to maintain the peace of this land, don't you? It was the first time I heard that the Pope has visited here. It's amazing, but what is it that's amazing? I don't really understand. I see. If you use me, you could call for enforcements from the church. Is that what you're expecting? I understand how unreasonable it is, but please. If I am able to drive those heretics away, and a day where this parish once again regains its peace and blessing of God, I will pay you back with no matter what you ask for. I swear in the name of God. The man bowed his head. He had a big body, but somehow he looked pitiable. Sumu, all right. Oh, really? The man thanked a lot of times. He looks happy. No, this is different. This is probably being saved. Sariel. Yes. I was surprised to be suddenly called by Bishop Judas-sama. But nobody probably realized that I was surprised. After all, everyone says that my face is like that of a doll puppet. Rather than laughing or crying, I have been good at just being silent, yes, from a long time. Bishop Judas, that girl is the reinforcement you wished for. Now take her with you. The man looked at me with a surprise. I stared back into his blue eyes. This is not a funny joke, Bishop Judas. Sariel, he is Senior Priest Ars. How about you introduce yourself? Yes, I am. I thought for a bit. My name is not anymore, it's Sariel now. One who has received the divine protection of God, one of the special 12. 7th Apostle Sariel. I introduced myself with this name for the first time. Impossible. The 7th Apostle is Lord Ariel of the Silver Judgment. It is unforgivable to use that name. That is already dead. From now on, this Sariel is the new 7th Apostle. She has not yet been appointed officially, so she has yet to be awarded a court rank. So no need to put Lord in front of her name when calling her. An apostle died, and on top of it, such a young child received the divine protection. Now then, your task is finished, right? I still have a lot of research to do. As Bishop Judas-sama stood up, he faced me and said, Sariel, what is your duty? Yes, it is to kill the enemies of God. Yes, that is all you need to understand. For everything else, obey Senior Priest Ars' commands. Understood, Bishop Judas-sama. Fu, I guess this would be the last time to be called with a sama by you. It seems when I'll become the 7th Apostle, I'll be even above Bishop Judas-sama. Although I don't understand what will happen then. Then, I shall take my leave now. Senior Priest Ars, may you have the protection of God. And thus my first duty began. Will I be able to do it? Who are the enemies of God? Why am I here, and why am I the only one alive? I don't know anything anymore, but I know just this. God will not save me. Chapter 36, Formation of the Crusaders. The west half of the Ark continent was controlled by the Syncria Republic. In the port town that was the fifth biggest even among the various huge dominions under the Republic, the new magic battleship Gargantia was anchored. Built through combining the latest magic techniques, this battleship had scared the spectators, which had come to look at it during its unveiling, through the sheer size of the ship. Size was always linked with strength. Especially in this different world where ferocious monsters lived, hugeness was the easiest proof of strength. But not a single emotion could be seen in the eyes of Sariel, who was looking at Gargantia through the window of a certain room. For someone who held the strength of an apostle, it was not impossible to sink such a state-of-the-art giant battleship by herself. No, those shining ruby eyes would not waver no matter what she faced. That was what the archbishop known as Leochrome thought silently in his heart. Lord Sariel, how is it? The pride of the navy magic battleship Gargantia. Sariel moved her sight away from the window and looked towards Leochrome. A tall, slender figure of a handsome young man reflected in her red eyes. White skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, he possessed the typical features of a resident of the Republic, but every part of his body that made him seemed more perfect than others. Loose, wavy blonde hair, along with the marine blue eyes, and a sharp nose made him look so beautiful that he might be mistaken for a woman. And when he wore the gorgeously decorated white clothes befitting of an archbishop, anyone who believed in the church would not doubt that he was divine being of God. That beauty truly held an unparalleled charm. It was on a level where any woman who saw him on the street would instantly become a prisoner of his beauty. But very big. What came out of Sariel's mouth was a very simple thought, as he himself thought that, as expected, even when Sariel was faced with a beauty of his level, there was not even a single trace of emotions in those eyes. In the first place, for Sariel, outer appearance of a person was nothing more than a means to differentiate between people. She had no feelings that could make her judge a person's beauty or ugliness. Leochrome didn't know whether this was the equality that was preached by the church or that she simply didn't possess any emotions at all. Is that so? I shall convey it to the officers that Lord Sariel had complimented it. Sariel once again returned her gaze outside the window. Whether those eyes were looking at the battleship, or the port, or maybe the sea, no, it could be that she was looking even beyond the horizon. This lady really never changes. It's as if the time in her body is not moving. But due to the restraint tool ring removed, I can feel an even immense divinity from her. It seems I'll end up being charmed by her instead. Although have been acquainted in the past, the reason they were both here together was because a new title was added to their existing seventh apostle and archbishop. They were Crusaders' Supreme Commander and Crusaders' Vice Commander. The Crusaders were an army organized to deal with threats and to realize the will of their god. They were different from the army stationed inside the country. 200 years ago, the Crusaders were set after a large army of heretics had invaded the holy city Elysian. Anyone would think that they were stuck with an unpleasant duty. The objective this time, to conquer the Pandora continent, is being currently dissented inside the Republic. The reason is definitely something not humane as opposition against plundering of other people's land, but very simple economic reasons. To make the Pandora continent a land for humans, they first had to exterminate the demons living there. Just how much money and lives would be required to fulfill that task? At the very least, even commoners were aware of the cost that would be incurred just in crossing the sea for a large expedition. But His Highness Cardinal Ers saw this formation of the Crusaders as a chance. Even I think that it's a disadvantageous gamble, but what came into Leochrome's minds were the words spoken by the most trusted man, that is, Cardinal Ers. He nominated the seventh apostle Sariel as the supreme commander of the Crusaders. If acknowledged, the conquest of the Pandora continent is almost certain. And the Pope approved of it, and also acknowledged by the Republic's parliament, Lord Sariel was officially appointed as the supreme commander. Being told that much, I had no objections anymore. Accepting Ers' idea, Leochrome announced candidacy for the post of vice commander. There would be no rival candidates that way. The final total count of the Crusaders stood at 15,000. Historically speaking, it was probably the smallest amount of Crusaders ever. What that fact meant, Leochrome didn't even have to think about it as he spoke to Sariel. It will take about 1 week from here to get to Virginia, it seems. As Sariel looked back, she followed Leochrome line of sight towards the map spread upon the table. Thanks to the help of magic, it was possible to make a map as accurate as the ones in present times, but the one in front of them was a simple one made with drawn lines. That implied that accurate distance and details were not available. That was none other than a map of the yet unexplored Pandora continent. On that Pandora continent, the only place occupied by the Republic was the port town of Virginia. The Ria's coastline that had developed on the east side of the continent made for a natural good harbor, and was thus ideal terrain to be used as a base for traveling between the two continents. It will take about 1 month to complete the preparations for transporting the 15,000-man army and all other goods. During the time when the settlement and establishment of Virginia was started, the invasion of the Pandora continent had already started, and the catchphrase, "Pandora is a paradise filled with riches," made a lot of dreamers cross the sea to settle there. Also receiving funds from the country and the church, the establishment of Virginia was proceeding smoothly. With the development of the port and residential area, in just a half-year Virginia developed from just a fishing village to a proper port town. And thus, after creating a proper base, they finally began the invasion with military strength. As per the information, the army that departed from Virginia at that time had about 2,000 soldiers, and their aim was a fortress city called Detilus. As to why they attacked Detilus, which boasted strong defense with just 2,000 men, it cannot be known anymore. Because the commander of that army, who was also a high-ranking knight with a court rank, acted as a part of the vanguard and was tragically annihilated along with his whole unit. It'll be good if Virginia is not destroyed by Detilus until the preparations here are completed. No, at least till I and Lord Sariel arrive there in 1 week by the Gargantia. And the war made by those 2,000 men on Detilus was the reason the Republic was in the state of war at present. Basically, due to underestimating the army of demons of Detilus, the army took over 1,200 casualties, which was a crushing defeat in the history of the Republic. According to the report of the survivors, the Detilus army had the king, a black dragon, at its head, and included races like orcs, werewolves, golems, cyclops, and others that held much more power than humans. Furthermore, their army was more than 10 times in number. In front of overwhelming strength and numbers, there was nothing that could be done. After that, Detilus had put Virginia under a siege, but they did not break into the city itself, and in few weeks returned back. Virginia was built as a strong fort thanks to the supply of funds that was still continuing, so the Detilus army must have found it dangerous to uselessly come close to it. From then up till now, Detilus has sent various messengers to Virginia asking to leave their country, and have deployed scouts to observe the situation. Virginia has given no response for the past half-year. It's only a matter of time before Detilus resorts to use of strength. That is why Detilus could march into Virginia before Sariel and Leochrome reach 5 there in 1 week. Virginia will not fall. Sariel said that in a small voice as if she was speaking to herself, but it held clear confidence. The conquest of Pandora continent is wished by the White God. It shall be accomplished without fail. Yes, it is as you say, Lord Sariel. That was neither a joke nor facade. As she had said, the conquest of the Pandora continent was wished by God. Was the reason why she could say that with such confidence was because she was an apostle? Or maybe do you reach such a state of mind when you sacrifice yourself to piety? It was not a problem of faith. It was much simpler. Anyone of the church could understand Sariel's words. After all, it was literally told by the god himself, and it was called an oracle. The oracle that came to the church 1 year ago was, "Conquer Pandora continent as a sacrifice." And thus the Republic crossed the sea, landed on the Pandora continent, and built Virginia. The Syncrea Republic, who has taken the church as the state religion, the oracle is not something they can ignore. No matter how disadvantageous it may be, they have to fulfill it with the best of their efforts. The church has been following the oracles no matter how much difficulty it may bring, without even considering whether it was right or wrong from the very start. And now, they had become a faith large enough to possess the whole west half of the Arc continent. This time, due to the giant army of Detilus, the conquest of Pandora continent was interrupted, and when it seemed that it might stay like that indefinitely, they received the oracle again. Conquer Pandora continent as a sacrifice. Exactly the same as before, no change in even the words. Having received the same oracle twice, they could not give up like this anymore. They needed to put in even greater efforts. If they were to use the whole nation's power, they would be able to conquer the Pandora continent. But, to the Syncria Republic and the Church, rather than a savage backwards land, the Ark continent where they have been living was more important. They could not just leave the Republic which held half the continent, just like that, for that would result the decline of the country, and fall in the power of their god. Due to this thought process, the conquering of the Pandora continent was to be done with force without losing the authority in the Ark continent, was what the Church decided as the official opinion towards the oracle. Will we become the sacrifice for gods, or will we get a miraculous victory and become heroes? No one could predict the result of this oracle. These 15,000 crusaders were nothing but proof that the will of the god has been followed. That is, they were simply sacrifices, the maximum amount of soldiers the Republic could afford to lose. But still, if the Crusaders led by Sariel break through the Detilus army, the whole situation would be reversed. The whole 15,000-man army, including Leochrome himself, were relying on the words of Ers. If they were able to conquer Detilus and take the one big step on the Pandora continent, the profits and advantages that will be earned by the top of the Crusaders, aka Ers, are incomparable. The Crusaders have almost no chance of winning, but in exchange, if they won, the returns are amazing. For Ers, it is a big gamble with his life on the line, but only Leochrome and the people around him realize this. Ers himself was already assured of victory the moment he put Sariel on the seat of the commander. The die has been cast already. All I have to do is just give my all to lead the Crusaders to victory. Leochrome did not have any regrets. No matter how difficult the situation was, under Ers, he was protected and served him, and as a result he became an archbishop today. It's the same even now. All I have to do is execute Ers' commands and, Lord Sariel, for the Cardinal Ers that has faith in you, I shall put my faith in you as well. Leochrome swore to dedicate all his faith towards Sariel. And thus, leading the 15,000 Crusaders, 7th Apostle Sariel crossed the seas towards the Pandora continent. This day, the 4th day of the month of Ryokyu summer breeze, was also the fateful day when Kirono met Lily for the first time. Chapter 37, The Charisma of an Apostle. In front of the state-of-the-art magic battleship Gargantia that arrived at the Virginia port, priest head Maxwell breathed a sigh. An apostle. 1 year ago, he was one of the first members to have landed on the Pandora continent. Being a devout believer of the Church, even though he was a priest head, he still chose to realize God's will by participating in the conquest of Pandora continent. Reaching an unknown continent, he was even attacked by wild monsters, after many hardships established this Virginia, and half-year ago even took part in the invasion of Detilus. He was presently the person who had contributed the most in the establishment of Virginia. After the death of the Knight Commander, all other high-ranking members ran back to the Republic, and Maxwell ended up becoming the highest-ranked church official here. And being a representative of church meant that he stood at the top of all the people here who were believers of the church as they were the people of the Republic. And thus, as the representative of Virginia, he was waiting to greet the apostle commander of the Crusaders. On both of his sides stood his young priest disciples, and behind them, along with other members of the church, were the numerous citizens who were here to catch a glimpse of the Messiah-like apostle. They were still cheering with joy and were waving their hands towards the giant battleship. It was not that Maxwell did not understand their feelings. In front of the fearsome army of demons, where they could be attacked any time, a reinforcement of a 15,000-man army had arrived. The commander of that army was nothing less than a messiah for them. But Maxwell was holding a doubt in his mind. Just what kind of person was the apostle? The apostle coming here known as Sariel was the 7th apostle and a young girl. But that was all he knew. No matter how young, an apostle was loved by the god, there was no doubt that they held incredible strength. But that did not imply that they directly control men. What they possessed was simply combat and fighting strength. Probably the young apostle was just an emblem, and the true command will be taken by the second in command, who would be a high-ranking official. And Maxwell did not believe in high-ranking priests and officials. In the first place, the ones who abandoned Virginia and ran away were these people. Just that was enough to garner distrust in the higher-ups of the church, but Maxwell did not believe in them even before that. He was also someone who had become a priest head. Senior priests or bishops who worked in Elysian were what kind of people he had known from the time he was a child. In his words, the church's organization was corrupt. Each and every one of them were fools blinded by promotions and success, and could only think about using and kicking others down. Bribes were prevalent, and what could be attained only by priest through devotion, faith and practice was now bought with money. In such a world, Maxwell had already become unable to bear it by the time he earned the title of priest head. He closed his paths to success by himself and threw himself in countless battlefields for the sake of serving God. And, accepting the precise oracle that was received, he unhesitatingly decided to take part in the operations to conquer Pandora continent. There was no way he would ever regret that decision. The experiences here were painful, similar to all other battlefields, but that is the trial set by God. To work towards the will of God as a proper believer was the only job worth doing, or so Maxwell truly believed in his heart. That is why he held unpleasant feelings, thinking that priests drowned in greed had once again arrived in this Virginia, a place for true believers. He did not know what the people who had come were like, but he seriously thought that if they were to use this God's land for their own selfish desires, then he would erase them. There is no surveillance in this far-away land, either, so you could kill as many by calling it an accident. Having resolved that much, Maxwell was standing here to greet the commander. "I shall make sure whether you are suitable enough for this land." The wrinkled face that had gone beyond the middle age, grimly warped. But in that trained body, there were no signs of wearing down due to age. Due to the strong keenness of Maxwell, the two disciples also shivered with nervousness. At that moment, at last, the doors of the battleship opened. What appeared was a tall and slender youth. Wavy blonde hair and beauty like that of a woman, he could be mistaken for a delicate man, but the white robe on his body stole away all attention. An archbishop, at such a young age. Maxwell could understand that in a single glance. An archbishop was a rank high enough to be a candidate to become the next cardinal. It was in a level completely different from a priest head. Then that means he is the commander. No, wait, the commander was supposed to be an apostle. The strongest of the church were the apostles, and an archbishop was the third highest position if you exclude the apostles. He could understand one of them, but for both to have appeared, Maxwell could not hide his surprise. His assumption that the aide would be a senior priest or a bishop at max was completely overturned. With the appearance of someone who looked he was so close to heaven, a bead of sweat flowed down Maxwell's forehead. He was envious of his disciples, who had yet not realized that the other man was an archbishop. With elegant actions, the youth who was an archbishop took the hand of someone behind him and started to come down the ramp. The one who was led by him was, yes, none other than the seventh apostle Sariel. The pure white majestic appearance was finally exposed in the light. Ah! At that moment, the port that was filled with cheers and shouts suddenly became completely silent. White clothes, white skin, white hair, and radiant ruby eyes. That appearance was something which could not be painted by any artist, could not be sculpted by any sculptor. It was something truly only a god could create, that shining white beauty. So beautiful. Tears appeared unknowingly in the eyes, just by being captivated by this divine beauty. Led by the archbishop, slowly, she came closer. A feeling that was not attained even when meeting the Pope himself was suddenly born inside, as if he was blessed by the real God himself. A sense of peace and sufficiency came inside his heart. Maxwell kneeled down naturally, put both his hands in front of his chest, and took the stance of praying. Priest head Maxwell, right. Sariel, who had come directly in front of him, called out. Even though he had never experienced it, he felt as if he just heard the words of God. Yes, you did well protecting Virginia till now. From here onwards, together with the Crusaders, let us fulfill the divine will of God. Sariel's small white hand gently caressed Maxwell's bowing face. Yes, this Maxwell will dedicate his everything in assisting seventh apostle Lord Sariel. Unable to hold back his tears, still Maxwell strongly replied. As he had said, he swore in his heart to devote everything for Sariel. Sariel was expressionless, still silent, and then slowly gave a small wave towards the still silent crowd. At that moment, cheers and cries of joy broke out, and enthusiasm at a fanatical level wrapped the whole of Virginia. Seeing such a situation, Sariel's eyes still showed no emotion. After the ring of restraint had been removed and released from the limiting of powers, similar to other apostles, divine protection filled her body and she held true divinity. Similar to how objects made after God held power, the beauty of the girl who was loved by God held the power to completely charm any who was a believer of the church. The stronger the faith, then even more so. At this moment, Maxwell had been touched by the power of a real God. Episode 38 story about a certain witch. At the main gate of the fortified city Virginia, there was a figure of a girl. With faint light blue short hair that resembles flowing spring water and glittering golden eyes, her appearance is very adorable and bewitching, although her face was a very sleepy one. Such absent-mindedly looking girl was wearing a big triangular black hat, a black robe decorated with feathers, and a staff that is about the same height as herself in her hand. Be they people of the Ark continent or people of the Pandora continent, anyone that saw her appearance would definitely call her a witch. While there is no significant difference between a witch and a magician as a job class, a girl with the set of these 3 points, a black triangular pointed hat, black robe, and a staff is commonly called as a witch. Stories related to a witch are very famous that anyone could recall at least one childhood story appearing a witch. And the witch girl right now did not seem to have any more business at the fortress city and trying to leave the city instead. As she was leaving, the gatekeeper reached out to her. "Miss, even though the Crusaders will be here soon, are you really gonna walk away now?" The girl stopped and turned to the gatekeeper, answered him with a small nod. "There will be an apostle, the church's strongest knight, with 15,000 elite soldiers. They also said that an archbishop is leading the army. This time, we can win for sure. Don't you mercenaries always choose the side with the most chances to win?" The gatekeeper did not participate in the last Daedaros invasion, thus does not know about the truly terrifying devil army. However, the girl did not have any attention to point that out to him. If one was to ask her why, it was because what the gatekeeper said was right and perfectly understandable. In the previous invasion, it was clearly that their underestimating of the enemy had resulted in their loss. It was an utter defeat when she recalled about it, although she did not suffer any single scratch from it. But this time, like what the gatekeeper said, they are preparing enough war potential for this counterattack. It took about a month to prepare for it, and finally now, reinforcement, equipment, food supplies, and other various things will be here in Virginia. The girl could not say for sure which side would win this time, but she agreed that the war power that is brought this time is incomparable with the last invasion. And for mercenaries like her that crossed the sea to come to Pandora continent, this is the best awaited chance for them to show their strength and earn lots of rewards eagerly. It would be a different story if she ran right after they lost the first war. But looking at the situation right now, this is the time to make money, thus running away right now is something that a mercenary would hardly do. At the very least, the gatekeeper did not think that this girl is trying to run from the battlefield out of fear. Because if she was, she would have done so half-year ago along with the priests, boarded the ships at the port, and went back to Ark. And she did not look like she was thinking about to run away from Virginia towards the unexplored and dangerous Pandora continent. "So you're really going?" The girl nodded once again. Although she looked absent-minded and sleepy, the gatekeeper thought she looked very determined. "All right, when are you going then? Got somewhere in your mind?" The girl replied without a change in her face. "Place where I can eat more tasty food." Witch's way of thinking is really different from normal human, the gatekeeper thought as he watched the girl walked out from the city. The very next day, Crusaders led by Sariel set sail for departure with the aim of conquering Daedaros. Chapter 39, The Dragon King. The king stood up from the throne. Upon hearing the report of 15,000 mercenaries departing from Virginia, the name of the king is Givenal. At a glance, he looks like a strong-built human in his prime, having 2 meters of body height. But in truth, he is a genuine dragon. The dragon are a race having large amount of physical strength magical energy, and are completely different from other races. Among them, the dragons with strongest strength, called as black dragons, is the tribe of Givenal. Even among the dragons who are fundamentally individualists, Givenal had the ambition to rule over everything, just like the ancient emperor, who had once made the great empire that had governed Pandora continent in his generation. In the midst of implementing his ambition, the thing concerning him the most is the city-state, Sparta, that extends after crossing the Galahad mountain range, which is governed by the sword King Leonhart, who has the equal strength as him. He had not even thought of the human army coming to invade by crossing all the way over the seas. However, despite of giving them the warnings to that extent, they still send out the soldiers. They are more foolish than what I had thought. It is too much of a hassle. Let's send them out of Pandora continent, but not to their hometown. But to hell. Now that they have once again risen against Detilus, Givenal was not going to just be happy with making them leave the country anymore. He decided to completely annihilate Virginia. But soon things would turn out like this, was even predicted by the top brass of Detilus along with Givenal. That is because of the report of large ships coming in and out, consisting of large amounts of humans and goods. It was obvious that in near future, humans would not accept the demand for evacuation and come with counter-offensive tactics. The reason why they didn't obstruct the arrival of ships to Virginia was because Detilus doesn't have a navy force. Even without it, if the humans gather many number of people and start attacking first, it will be easy to kick them around, or so Givenal was thinking. Starting from Dragon, the Detilus army was being organized with the beast men who were similar to monsters as the main force. The assault by the means of strong offensive ability and mobility were the strong forte of the Detilus army. The humans cannot defeat it even with tens of thousands of soldiers on plain fields. Therefore, no matter how much military force Virginia has, as long as they strike first, Detilus can intercept it as many times. Normally, their base point Virginia would also be destroyed, but as it is a stronghold which boasts a solid defense, they need to have determination to suffer some losses. The Detilus army was unparalleled on the field, but if they are unable to show their mobility to full extent, it would be difficult to end a castle siege war in short time and would become a weakness. As a result, Virginia's base has great defensive ability, but no offensive ability. In the current situation, to reduce the loss, the most good idea would be to intercept them through a blockade and stop their advance. To Givenal, the enemies were not the humans from Virginia, but the city-state army of Sparta. Considering the invasion by Sparta in near future, Givenal wanted to avoid dissipation of war potential. Givenal thought that the defense corps of Detilus are more than enough for intercepting the humans, though it will leave the anxiety about future. But in the end, before I went ahead leading the army to Sparta, the humans had started to invade. If I was not here, the humans might have fought a bit better, but for them to strike at such a timing, the bad luck of humans is hilarious. Either way, it is impossible for the likes of human to defeat Detilus. So shall we go. Givenal headed towards the main gate of Imperial Palace. Below him, 20,000 soldiers in black armor and helmet had already been gathered and were waiting to get the order for departure. From now, we will head to defeat the foolish humans. Don't let a single one return back alive. Givenal transformed from the temporary human form to his original dragon form. Advance forward. Along with the roar, the advance order is given. The 20,000 Detilus soldiers start marching like an avalanche. Givenal, who has transformed into a giant dragon with jet black scales, flaps both his wings, while creating a sudden gust of winds soars up in the sky. The subordinate flying dragons that were already in the air started following Givenal and flew away with him. The place they were heading for is the halfway point between Detilus and Virginia, the Goldren Hilly area. The dragons swore for a certain victory and roared which echoed in the whole Detilus and headed towards the territory of the decisive battle. Chapter 40, The Decisive Battle. The Crusaders, finally completing the invasion strategy, departed on the 7th day of the month Distant Thunder. The elite corps of 15,000 men selected by Cardinal Ars, being led by Sariel. The Crusaders camped in Goldren Hills near Guard Point with good visibility. During the previous invasion, they suffered defeat by the hands of Detilus here, and the place has some shady history in itself. But there is no better place than this to march forward in full power, along with 15,000 strong corps. The Detilus will also decide this place for the decisive battle like the previous time. As in this hilly region, they can display their maximum mobility war potential. Thus, both the Crusaders and Detilus' army would meet each other at Goldren Hills. Both parties arrange their battle formation, and it becomes a competition of glaring at each other. I'm entrusting command authority to you, Archbishop Leochrome. Sariel gives a command while sitting on top of pure white Pegasus. Yes, acknowledged. Leochrome bows down his head. On his beautiful face, there is no tension from commanding an army of 15,000 men or the fear of the upcoming battle. A kind expression floats on his face. I will the rest to you. Yes, please leave it to me. With just that much of conversation, Sariel moves her Pegasus with an aim towards the front lines. The Pegasus stands up like a long spear lining up and calmly takes off. The soldiers look at the lovely girl, not fit to be on battlefield, while catching their breaths. Soon after, the soldiers start moving towards the front lines. Some steps behind was Maxwell armed with a large mace following them. On his back is a large white coffin larger than his back itself. But as if not caring about its weight, Maxwell starts walking after Sariel in an intimidating manner. Several steps in front of the front line, Sariel and Maxwell see the Black Demon Race army standing in a line seeming like castle walls. Looking at that scene, Sariel speaks in her normal manner without any hesitation. An army of demons. The voice of the slender Sariel is heard by both parties consisting of more than 35,000 men, clearly word by word. Our white god is generous. However, the evil demon dragon king must be condemned with death. We will take the head of evil dragon. If you all swear to obey God, he will forgive you even if you're the demon races. As soon as she stopped speaking, a sudden of wind blew through the Goldren Hills. I am the Detilus dragon king, Giovanil. A jet-black dragon leading a swarm of flying dragons flies down from midair. From between the dragons, a dragon extending to 40 meters in stature flies down on his 2 legs in an intimidating manner. Behind him spreads 2 dark wings seeming like a night sky with crescent moon, and his fat tail, which looks like a large serpent, strikes the ground. Upon looking at his majestic appearance, the soldiers of the Crusaders gasped. The people who participated in the previous invasion are reminded of their unpleasant defeat and start to tremble. For the pitiful humans who worship the white god to taunt us, it really is unforgivable. The atmosphere begins trembling, and inside Giovanil's mouth, a large amount of magical power starts concentrating. Perish humans! The inherent magic, dragon breath, that the dragons are so proud of and hides great destructive power. An ominous dark red torrent of light is directed straight at Sariel. Light wing gods shield Aroxaegis. The moment when they're engulfed by the atrocious light, Maxwell sees the figure of Sariel being wrapped up in wings of an angel. Zuzan! Along with a thundering roar, a dense black smoke rises and covers the surrounding area. Immediately, a gust of wind blows away the smoke. Beyond that stood Sariel in the same position from before with shining white body. I'll go. She speaks in small voice as always, Maxwell standing beside Sariel after seeing her defense magic block the attack. He replies in a strong voice while putting down the large coffin from his back. Your Excellency, may the fortune of war favor you. Sariel nods and holds the coffin. Armed scriptures release. At that moment, the coffin is wrapped in a white light and scatters. From within, a long white spear in the imitation of the cross, which is the symbol of God, appears. Holy Cross Spear, Grand Cross. The one of the 2 magical weapons only apostles can use are called armed scriptures. The fact that the armed scripture is a spear proves that rather than a magician, Sariel's true class is a holy knight paladin. The 7th apostle Sariel takes the long pure white spear, the Holy Cross spear, in her hands and storms towards Giovanil on her Pegasus. Ew! The roar of Giovanil, which trembles heaven and earth, signals the start of war. Sariel cuts through the vanguard and storms. The 15,000 Crusaders also march forward. In contrast, the Detilus army hailing Giovanil's roar also starts the assault. Here, the head-on collision between the Detilus army and the Crusaders opens its curtains. Chapter 40, One Human and Demon. In the Pandora continent, other than elf or dwarf, goblins, orcs, golems, and other races similar to monsters also coexisted with the humans. But with the same appearance, those that lived according to their instincts, like the stray goblins, were categorized as monsters. For the residents of Pandora, rather than appearance, the ability to understand others, intelligence, and reasoning was more important. But in the Ark continent ruled by humans, especially the region ruled by the Church, whether you are human or not was more important. In the first place, even if it was the same human race, but their god was different, they would call each other heretics and start killing each other. If they didn't allow a different faith, permitting a totally different race was completely impossible for the current Church at least. And thus the word demons was born, a word that put monsters and different races together without any distinction. For those who believed in the Church, demons were the same as monsters and had no problems in killing them. In fact, they were happy to have killed the enemies of God. So, with this over-discriminatory ideology, the Detilus invasion was done half a year ago. Officially, that was the first time the humans of Synchrea Republic fought with the demons of Detilus. But the battle between the 2,000 knights and Detilus' defensive forces was not something that could be called a battle. They were knights in name only. All they could think of was to cross the walls of Detilus and take their gold for themselves. Truly a bandit-like thinking. Thus they underestimated the demons, and therefore their attacking style was also similar to bandits. But it was different this time. With the apostle and the archbishop at the head, there was a proper chain of command, and the soldiers under them were not people who had crossed the seas to earn riches, but they were devout believers who were here to offer this land to their God as their duty. Here onwards, the true strength of the army of the Synchrea Republic that controlled half of the Ark continent was shown while fighting the demons. In the sky, the 7th Apostle Sariel and the dragon King Givenal faced each other, and on the ground, the 15,000 Crusaders clashed with the 20,000-man army of Detilus. Hold your formations. Hold them until Her Excellency kills the evil dragon no matter what. Handing over the armament scripture and seeing off Sariel, Maxwell was fighting in the front row of the army. The formation that he spoke of was the tactics humans came up with to surpass the demons. Humans and demons both used the same language and fought wearing armor and swords in their hands. But there was a clear distinction in the fighting style of the two. The most striking distinction was seen during massive group battles like this time. Demons, who were fundamentally stronger in terms of physical ability as well as magical energy, put emphasis on individual strengths. During team battles that involved few number of people, some level of coordination was possible, but in a group that had more than 100 people, they had no way to lead and command such a big army easily. No, in the first place, fighting in such big groups was already beyond their way of thinking. That is why, even Givenal, who had built up a country, without trying to command his 20,000 subordinates, challenged Sariel to a one-on-one battle. Givenal, who did not know humans other than those already living in the Pandora continent, thought that even humans would not find it abnormal. That is because it was normal for the strongest to become king, and during wars it was also normal for the commanders to face off each other in a one-on-one battle. That is why he did not doubt the fact that Sariel was facing him alone. But, in the world of humans where it was not necessary for the strongest to become the king, one-on-one battles were nothing more than a source of entertainment. After all, for the commander who is meant to control the army to go and face the enemy commander alone was in no way logical. Because in human wars, the one who becomes the commander of the army is not the strongest, but the one with the highest commanding abilities. Of course, there are many generals who themselves are also strong, but then they also have brilliant commanding capabilities as well. Thus, though Sariel was the supreme commander of the Crusaders, for her to fight with the enemy commander after giving all commanding authority to the vice commander Leochrome was simply a clever strategy. Whereas the only directions the 20,000-man army had were attack, defend, and retreat, just those three. Similar to this time, as long as the king gave the order to attack, all they had to do was just assault with full strength, and even though it's called assault, all they did was that every individual just charged towards the enemy. The only time they will withdraw would be when either their king dies or they clearly become disadvantageous. Basically, the The battles done by demons depended on the individual strength of each soldier, and that's it. But humans were not the same. In this different world, magic existed, and beings like Sariel with overwhelming strength also existed. But the rest was fundamentally similar to how things were in Kurono's original world. Alone, humans had lesser strength than wild animals, but with wisdom and working in groups, they reached the top of the food chain. Here, the culture may be at the level of Middle Ages, but the humans were similar to Kurono's original world. Strategy and tactics were used always. So, the best one to battle huge numbers was to use formations. In the current battle, the reason why the Crusaders were able to deal with the attack of the Dem-9 who were stronger as well as had 5,000 more soldiers, was due to the use and deployment of formations developed through heavy training and accurate commands. Thulathanar muticadet Isa alshulet esbiras burs. Chanting complete, firing. Now do it, flame spear ignis chrysagita. Standing in a single straight line, the troop of magicians wields their staffs and fire magic. To buy time for them to complete the chants, they were protected by the soldiers wielding long spears. The army of Detilus was burnt with the simultaneous firing of the fire magic flame spear, ignis chrysagita. On top of it, a rain of arrows was launched as a finishing blow. Shit, they are still alive, those damned monsters. Burnt with fire, stabbed with arrows, yet they swung their swords, but they were finally killed after being pierced by the long spear-wielding soldiers. Their incredible life force was clearly made visible, but still, that was not enough to break through the solid defense of the United Crusaders. In these front lines of the war, the Detilus army was being suppressed by the square formation. No matter which direction they are attacked from, they would be able to deal with it. Although it lacked mobility, it made up with the overwhelming defensive ability. This square formation was made of spear troops, bow troops, and the magic troops, these three. The spears used were pikes that were 6M long pole-type weapons, which were used in the Ark continent as the anti-cavalry weapon. It was currently playing a major role in intercepting the Detilus army infantry that showed assault strength similar to an actual heavy cavalry. These spear troops were densely packed in the square along with long bow and crossbow users, as well as long-range magic users. If Kirono had seen this deployed square, he would have thought that it was similar to the Spain square. If these magic warriors were replaced with musketeers, it will be exactly same as the Spain square. Of course, in a world where magic existed, magicians did not just replace musketeers with same strength, but also possessed ability-enhancing boost magic and restorative heal magic, truly an all-purpose support unit. But still, even though the soldiers and magicians of the Crusaders were able to draw out their maximum strength and were fighting hard, they were still one-sidedly defending against the extremely powerful Detilus army. Even if demons were unaware of formations, against their individual strength and their larger numbers, even with the defensive strength of the square formation, holding them back temporarily was the most they could do. Lord Sariel, please grant upon us a miracle. The Archbishop and the Vice-Commander of the Crusaders, Leochrome looked towards the sky where Sariel was in fight to the death with the Dragon King and quietly whispered. Both Ers and Leochrome had liberated an area at the border of the Syncria Republic where heretics had run rampant once. That achievement was recognized, and Ers became cardinal, and he became an archbishop at a very young age. The experience of attaining victory against heretics of Leochrome was clearly seen in this battle against these demons as well. But even with experience and brilliant commanding skills, along with the elite 15,000 Crusaders, Leochrome still did not have the strength to win against the immense strength of the Detilus army. To lead the Crusaders to victory, it was necessary to slay the commander of Detilus, the Dragon King Givenal. The Crusaders were currently struggling. No, they were inferior. The one able to overturn this condition was only Sariel, and again the only one who could face the Dragon King alone was only the 7th Apostle Sariel. Will the Crusaders achieve glorious victory, or will they face a tragic loss? What will be their fate? All had been entrusted to the small white girl called Sariel. Chapter 42, Apostle vs. Dragon. At the Hill of Goldran currently, the Crusaders were barely holding against the Detilus army by deploying square formations at the ground. And in the air, the Pegasus Knights were holding down the flying dragon troops. And even above the sky where the Pegasus Knights were fighting dragons, far above the clouds, the seventh apostle and the Dragon King were facing off against each other. Under the sunlight existed the clear blue sky, but only above Goldren Hill, the sky was burning in black and white. Yellow. Dark red, sinister light of destruction, Givenel's dragon breath burnt the air. Light-wing god's shield, Alaruk's aegis. The wings of angel-holding white shine covered Sariel and stopped the nth breath once again. The heaven-class secret skill that surpassed the highest advanced magic rank. God's shield, Aegis was able to take on almost any magic used by humans without getting damaged at all. But taking the breath of the giant black dragon head-on countless times, it was finally destroyed. Sonic Walker. Before the breath could reach her, Sariel jumped above from the Pegasus she was riding. Even though she should have started free-falling, she clearly stepped on the air. Sariel ran in the sky. Closing on to the Dragon King while releasing the silver aura at full strength, she looked like a meteor. This speed that could not be even seen by normal eyes and advancing threateningly in mid-air was the effect of sage-class martial arts Sonic Walker. But Givenel's burning red eyes could clearly catch her figure that was closing in. He swung his giant tail towards her. Although it was a simple movement, but that tail was similar to a moving castle wall. The tail that was covered with scales that were considered the hardest among all living things was harder than an actual rampart. If that tail was swung like a whip at the speed of sound, how many magicians would it take to cast enough defensive magic to stop something like that? Moving at high speed in midair, Sariel focused all her magical energy and concentration on the coming attack. Using the god's shield Aegis again was not possible, so she decided to make use of her speed to evade it. The incoming hard attack was seen through with the help of over-enhanced dynamic vision and sixth sense that had become closer to foresight. The storm-like destructive tail passed through the place where Sariel's lower body was before she moved. As her silver hair fluttered, she evaded the attack and then shortened the distance between them. In response, Givenel had already moved to his next attack. Large claws that were bigger than any sword attacked Sariel. Holding unbelievable sharpness that could rip apart the body with the touch of his fingertips, those claws were not only hard and sharp, but were clearly also infused with an extra magic that increased the attack range. But Sariel dodged it with a paper-thin difference. Givenel had clearly ended up allowing her to come close to his bosom. At last, he had come in range of Sariel's Holy Cross Spear, Grand Cross. Moonlight Lunalux. Physical strength, magical energy, concentration power, enhancing every ability to the highest with Faust Berserk, and then enhancing them even further with Lunalux. Invocation time is a mere 1 second, but it uses up energy even more than 10 normal magicians combined instantly. And, in the instant the magical energy is used, Sariel released her attack that could be literally said to be her sure-kill move, a move only those who could use a part of God can utilize, the ultimate martial art. God's Spear Brionek. From the point of the Grand Cross, dazzling white light overflowed. That light was divine and beautiful, yet it had the same level of destruction quality as the dragon breath. The Brionek released by Sariel with her full strength, its edge that was shining with white light aim was the heart of the dragon. Up till now, no matter which shield or wall it was faced with, the god's spear had pierced through, but at this moment, it lost the title of sure-kill move. Hard can't pierce through any further. The scales that were called the hardest, the steel like flesh, and the carious divine protections as the Dragon King. The Brionek pierced through it all, yet at the end it could not reach the heart. Pulling out the spear, before blood could burst through that wound. Guah! NN! Due to Givenel's giant roar, Sariel's small body was blown away like a leaf. Thrown away in midair, Sariel quickly corrected her stance, and as if she was already waiting for it, she landed on the Pegasus. Sariel rode on her Pegasus, and Givenel had blood flowing from his chest. Both took distance from each other again. To have been able to inflict an injury upon me, human girl, name yourself. With just Givenel's words, the air trembled. Any feeble person would have instantly fainted with just that. Sariel, even under that pressure, remained expressionless and answered, "Seventh Apostle Sariel," similar to how she had once named herself in front of Kirono, who, the same name as the ancient angel of God. You have a strong light, as your name suggests as well. taking a deep breath, and at the same time, the bleeding from the chest stopped, and the wound quickly closed up. Sariel, you are someone worthy of being my opponent in a long time. From here onwards, I shall also use my full strength. Acknowledging Sariel as someone worthy of fighting against with all his strength, Givenel released a tremendous roar. And then, on the scales as black as the night itself, red lines started to appear. His dark body was colored with sinister red lines, and Givenel released magical energy, vitality, fighting spirit, and thirst for blood powers that could be felt directly with the body. Everything had been doubled and become thicker. Even Sariel, faced with that enormous presence, her beautiful thin eyebrows turned into a scowl. I might die. How many years has it been? Sariel thought to herself. From the moment she started taking experiments to become an apostle, she had lost the feeling of death. But numerous modifications, enhancements at the end of experiments, she had finally become an apostle worthy of having the divine protection of the White God. And from that moment onwards, she had become an existence like a dragon, far away from death. As the seventh apostle, Sariel had participated in numerous wars, disputes, rebellions in the Ark continent. But as the strongest existence of the church, an apostle, Sariel faced no opponent that could actually threaten her life. When she was ambushed, made to retreat, betrayed by allies, surrounded by enemies on all sides, in every setting where the army would resolve for death, Sariel never thought that she would die. An apostle was such a transcendental existence. But right now, at this moment, Sariel felt death. The black-red dragon king in front of her was stronger than any enemy she had ever faced. Even if she won, how many wounds would she take? Maybe she might become unable to fight ever again. But still, without any fear, she set up her spear. For her, death was not the absolute fear. After all, she had abandoned something like survival instincts a long time ago. She had no attachments to this world. All she had was the duty to complete as an apostle. That was her race and dared her. Thus, even if she was slaughtered by the Dragon King here, even if she didn't have enough strength, she did not care about anything else. As long as she was alive, she would fulfill her duty as an apostle. En garde. Hardening her resolve, Sariel faced Givenel in his true form. Come, human with the name of an angel. And thus the battle between the two strongest existences had begun. Chapter 43, The Dragon-Slaying Angel. This is it. Liachrome, who was commanding the battle, instinctually realized. Although the front line had yet to collapse, Liachrome had already received reports that many square formations had been destroyed. Up till now, before a square formation got destroyed, Liachrome would send reserve soldiers that were waiting in the rear to prevent it from happening. But now even that reserve had become empty. Only the heavy cavalry unit required in the final push was left to him. Liachrome was not stupid enough to haphazardly send the cavalry. If it was for assault, he would have considered, but it was defense. Using cavalry for retreating was basically using the troops in exactly opposite of their actual forte. Heavy cavalry who are clad in full plate armor are an extremely powerful troop. On top of it, they were the elites of the Temple Knights. Their ability was not to be doubted. But cavalry's biggest strong point is mobility and offensive ability. For example, when the opponent is at a disadvantageous position, if they have to intercept a charge from the flank by the cavalry as well, the enemy would be definitely slaughtered. Basically, if you use cavalry with accurate timing, you could achieve victory instantly. But if the timing is messed up instead, the losses will not be laughable. And if they were destroyed once, they didn't have any reserves for them either. The horses they use along with their armor, compared to a soldier, the cost and time incurred to raise one cannot be even compared with each other. Neither are they useful only in certain situations, but they are also too valuable to use recklessly. Thus, every famous commander in the history of the Ark continent read the flow of the battlefield first, and then used these troops to display their maximum strength. Liachrome was not as talented as those famous commanders, but he knew the usability of each troop and did not lose calm when faced with a disadvantageous situation. His outer appearance was certainly unique, but inside he was rational and someone who could take calm and reliable decisions. That is why Ars chose him from among all his subordinates, because he believed that Liachrome could deliver the desired result. And now, Liachrome had realized faster than anyone else that if the current flow continued, the Crusaders would be definitely annihilated. Therefore, before he has to face the worst situation, he decided it would be better to retreat for now. To order the Crusaders, who are here to fulfill the will of God, was not an easy task for a mediocre commander at all. They cannot step back, neither they had any plans, thus there was no choice but sacrifice the Crusaders while wishing the god for a miracle. A mediocre commander could only take the above action. And then God will grant a miracle to such a fool with a heart full of compassion. Liachrome understood that such a thing would never happen. A miracle is called a miracle because it is not meant to happen. Depending on such things was the same as accepting defeat from the start. Liachrome thought so from the very bottom of his heart. That is why the ones who lead an army to victory were none other than the humans themselves that were fighting there. And in such a position where they were about to lose, it was his duty to save as many soldiers as possible. Liachrome was about to order the retreat at that very moment. Guo! With a roar able to shake the heavens, a giant black object fell from the skies. It was crashing directly near the front lines where both the armies were clashing. At this moment, both armies stopped their hands and quickly ran in all directions in order to save themselves. The thing that was falling finally crashed on the Goldren Hill that was already painted with blood. Its identity was known by everyone here, but they did not realize it until it had actually fallen to the ground. It was a giant black dragon. The wings that could create a storm with just flapping were torn to pieces, the feet that made the earth tremble and the hands which had claws that could cut through anything had been completely severed from the body and incredible wounds could be seen. The tail that was like the wall of a castle had also been severed and was nowhere to be found. The fortress-like body itself was filled with places where the scales had been destroyed or torn off, and the whole body was stained with blood. And the burning fire-like eyes had less shine than a worn-out ruby. Everyone there understood that the life of this giant body was running out. The thing that had fallen from the skies was none other than the corpse of Dragon King Givenal. Nobody noticed that on the forehead of this giant Dragon King's body, a single shadow was there. A cross spear that had penetrated deeply into the forehead, and the one who held it was a girl wearing a blood-stained robe. It had become so dark red in color that it was unknown whether it was due to blood spurts or was it her own blood. Her beautiful silver hair was also covered in red and had lost its original splendor. She was missing her right arm and maybe, because her right eye had been crushed, it was closed as tears of blood flowed down. But she was clearly standing while sticking the spear in the corpse of the Dragon King. The open left eye held a brilliant red shine and showed that she was still alive. The girl was Sariel. Everyone that fought here witnessed the legend of a single human defeating a dragon born in front of them. It's an angel. Someone muttered, the angel defeated the dragon. Angel, there were various explanations about their identity, but the words that had been raised here was the common belief of everyone standing here. Ah, how beautiful. Wet with blood and entrails, having lost the right arm and right eye, even then, the figure of the girl firmly holding the spear in her hands was to each and every soldier of the Crusaders the most beautiful thing that they had ever seen. A scene so vivid that they would never ever forget it in their whole lives. But for the Detilus army, what did the girl look like? At least, it was not the same as the Crusaders. Sariel defeated Givenal. That incredibly unbelievable fact was understood by each and every one on the Goldren Hill. But the feeling they held in their hearts was not excitement of being able to see a legend. It was the shock of the death of the unparalleled dragon. In either case, it was big enough to make all of them forget to even move. And the one who recovered the fastest among them was Liachrome. Facing the dazed subordinate standing there, he raised his voice and proclaimed thus, "Behold, the great seventh apostle, Her Excellency Sariel, has slain the evil Dragon King. Now is the time when we shall annihilate the evil army of demons. All troops attack." The order of attack made by Liachrome clearly resounded. Confident of their victory, the Crusaders picked up their weapons, shouted, and charged. They faced the Detilus army that had completely lost their fighting spirit in front of the fact that the undefeatable Dragon King had been killed. Hurry, rescue Her Excellency Sariel. Also, give the first heavy cavalry unit to attack. At last the moment of reversal had come. This was the only time when their less numbered army could annihilate the strong Detilus army. With this in his mind, Leochrome quickly gave out orders one after another. Currently, the difference between the numbers of soldiers between the two armies on the Goldren Hill, compared to the start, was in the same ratio. In fact, due to maintaining the formations, the Crusaders were at a disadvantage. Although the enemy had lost their commander, if they instantly counterattacked, it will turn into a battle of attrition, and in the end, the Crusaders would lose. But at this moment, it was a situation where the difference in morale would decide the outcome. The Crusaders, who were about to lose their front line, regained their spirit and confidence in victory with Sariel's accomplishment and launched a counterattack. And what Leochrome was aiming for was the realization of the tactic, known in the Warring States period as Norakiri. Norakiri is a tactic where units of 5 to 10 horsemen rode into the enemy to stir confusion. Launching the cavalry against the restless enemy, it was a tactic meant to quickly destroy them, the easiest to use as well as the most reliable tactic. And this was the only time where the much-awaited Norakiri could be used. Against this, the Detilus army, who had been unable to regain their fighting spirit, had fallen into confusion. Losing their king, whether to fight, to run, or to retreat, they were unable to take any of those decisions, were faced with the Crusaders that were in the best form now. And finally, the silver heavy cavalry troop that had received enhancement support from the magicians began their lance charge to decide the outcome of this battle. In front of the White Army, unable to do nothing more than individually try and defend themselves, the fate of the Detilus army had been decided. This battle, that would be later known as the Battle of Goldren, ended with the magnificent victory of the Crusaders. 3 days later, on the 10th day of the month of Enrai Distant Thunder, the Crusaders completely captured the capital Detilus. Chapter 44, Meeting of Apostles. The church headquarters, Holy Elysian Cathedral, was located in the Holy City Elysian. In its deepest part, where a conference room exclusively for high-ranking clergymen was made, out of 12, 6 apostles had gathered. There were apostles that stayed and served in Elysian, as well as those that were deployed to faraway fronts like Sariel. Thus it was rare for all 12 to assemble at the same time. At the same time, that also implied that war never ended on this arc continent. The apostles that had gathered today were the 2nd and 5th that resided in Elysian, as well as the 3rd, 4th, 11th, and 12th who had just returned. The conquest of Pandora continent will be continued to be entrusted to the 7th apostle Sariel. The one who was acting as the speaker of this meeting, the 2nd apostle Abel, declared this. With the magnificent victory of the Crusaders at Goldren, every noble and church had started sending reinforcements there. Still, Abel declared that they will not be sending another apostle there. You seem displeased, 11th apostle Lord Massey. Sensing everyone's reactions, Abel spoke to Massey, who clearly seemed dissatisfied. Sariel was seriously injured while fighting that dragon called Givenal Right, and it will take time to restore the destroyed parts, not to mention that it'll take at least 1 month if she sleeps in the coffin. Out of all the apostles gathered here, Abel and 3 others were dressed in clothes that hid their faces and barely showed any skin. But Massey's attire, let alone the face, even the shoulders and legs were clearly exposed from the modified robe that she wore. Massey had a cute face which still retained its youthfulness, a face that would suit a 17-year-old Bishaujo. From the point of view of the strict clergy, the high exposure level of her body would have been rage-inducing, and the modified robe further highlighted her beautiful feminine body line to top it off. From the tiara worn on her light pink hair, her whole body was decorated with shining ornaments. But rather than making her look overly dressed up, they only supported her sublime beauty. In fact, the shine of the numerous jewels seemed to be overshadowed in front her. I agree. Being unable to move for 1 month would be dangerous for both Lord Sariel and the Crusaders as well. After Massey's words, 12th Apostle Mariabel also spoke. She was also not wearing dresses that hid the face like Massey. With blonde hair and blue eyes similar to his older brother Archbishop Leochrome, he possessed beauty that could make someone mistake him for a young girl. However, his long, straight hair, different from his brother's natural wavy hair, was worth mentioning as well. Certainly, if another army possessing strength equal to that of Givenal's were to attack, the Crusaders would definitely be annihilated. But such level of opposition has not yet been confirmed. Also, we are talking about the cautious Archbishop Leochrome here. He won't try something stupid as launching another attack without proper plans from Detilus. And above all, currently reinforcements are being sent one after the other to Pandora. The military would soon be restored to its full strength. Reinforcements, is it? Are you not perhaps mistaking thirsty hyenas for reinforcements? You are taking your words too far. 11th Apostle Lord Misset. Abel warned her a little, but Misset didn't show any signs of remorse. You should also know that they are nothing more than a group of thieves who are blinded by greed. They are simply scum who take pleasure in looting and massacring. They won't make up for a good fighting force. Although Misset scorned the reinforcements from the church and the nobles that had been given the name of Crusaders as well, Abel also understood her opinion, so decided not to object it anymore. Lord Misset, although I can't fully accept your opinion, even I don't think that these reinforcements would obediently listen to our orders. My brother is a brilliant commander on top of being a clergyman, but to keep such a large number of people in control, the power of an apostle is necessary. Even though these two had been clearly against the decision, Abel showed no signs of changing his decision. Both of your opinions have truth in them, but I still cannot authorize the deployment of an apostle. Currently, the power required to conquer the whole Pandora continent has been secured. Certainly, the ones going to Pandora are the private armies of nobles and the church, and looting will also occur obviously. There would be even many fights among themselves over fortunes as well. But still, the numbers accumulated are more than enough to conquer Pandora. The only problem left is how to divide the cake. Such pointless battles are not something us apostles need to take part in. An apostle is given power to destroy the enemies of God. Thus, there was no meaning in obtaining fame and wealth. Simply destroying the enemy was their race and dare. If there is no enemy to defeat, then there is no meaning for an apostle to be there. The Pandora continent did not have any more areas with strength that might require the intervention of more apostles. Even if they were like robbers, both the parliament and the church believed that they should just conquer it with overwhelming numbers. In fact, the number of applicants was big enough to make the strength in Arc continent to become insufficient. If there is going to be a shortage in the Republic due to the army driven by greed, then the apostles will have to protect the peace here. The wounded Lord Sariel will certainly take about 1 month to recuperate, but since there are no threats, there is no need for her to take any hardships either. All she has to do is just stay there as the supreme commander of the Crusaders. There would be no problem even if she doesn't move. But before Misset could raise her voice in objection again, the sound of hands striking with a pan sound interrupted her. Yufufu, if you are that worried about Sariel-chan, then how about we go and meet her? As if suggesting visiting a friend, the one who spoke in this gentle voice was the third apostle Mikkel. With wavy platinum blonde super long hair, just looking at her gentle gaze with amethyst-like eyes gave a sense of relief and calmness. She had an overwhelmingly huge chest, slender neck, round hips, and long plump legs. A voluptuous body line, which could be clearly seen even from above the pure white habit that she wore. Her figure overflowed with loveliness, and everyone who saw her felt that she gave off the divine, feeling similar to the goddess of harvest of ancient times or the Mother Earth herself. Mikkel, thinking that she just gave a great idea, with a smiling face, looked beautiful and neat, worthy of being called the Holy Woman. Wait, I wasn't particularly worried about Sariel, but I approve. If you are not worried, then Lord Misset can stay here. It will be less noisy, so I'm actually happy about it. WH, who said I was not going. I was just worried as her eternal rival whether her skills had fallen or not. That's it. Battles and fights between apostles were forbidden, but looking at Misset, it only felt like a children's fight, so Abel decided not to say anything. In the first place, Mariabelle doesn't have any significant relationship with Sariel, right? Don't say my name so familiarly. And what do you mean by I don't have any relationship, huh? I am her rival. You're just a fellow apostle. Are you kidding me? That's not true, was something he couldn't say in the end. He held abnormal feelings for Sariel, but that doesn't mean he had any special relationship with her. Once he had entered a battle led by Ers, who had yet to become a cardinal, along with his brother Leochrome to fight against heretics. In that battle, the apostle dispatched by the church was Sariel. No matter how you looked at it, she was just a comrade in arms. In the first place, if you can call her a comrade just by fighting together once, then all 15,000 Crusaders were also her comrades. No way, I am. Phew fun. Mariabelle was worried about his one-sided feelings, and for some reason, Missy looked as if she had won something. This is the first time I'm going to the Pandora continent. I wonder what kind of place it is. Mikkel was in her own pace, already in a traveling mood. Looking at these three, Abel made tired face, although his face couldn't really be seen since he was wearing the hood. Anyway, I won't forbid personally going to meet Lord Sariel. All of you act as per your own judgment. With this, the discussion is over. Disperse. After giving the dispersal order, Abel stood up from his seat. Since he had said what he wanted to say, he had no reason to stay here anymore. Mikkel, Missy, and Mariabelle can do whatever they want. The fourth and the fifth apostle, who had been quiet from the start till end, also stood up. The silver knight, dressed in armor from head to toe, was the fifth apostle Johann. He was the commander of the Temple Knights, to which the 1st Cavalry Unit, that dealt the finishing blow to the Detilus army during the skirmish at Goldran, were affiliated to. The 2M tall body covered in full body armor sitting on the chair looked like a piece of art. The other, wearing a robe similar to Abel and a hood that was even thicker through which no expression could be seen, was 4th Apostle Judah. Nobody knew what his work was, and apostles below the number 5, let alone his powers, did not even know how he actually looked like. He was an extremely mysterious person. The 2nd, 4th, and 5th apostle, whose faces could not be seen, soon left, and the 3 who wanted to meet Sariel were left. The scene of Mikkel looking at Missy and Mariabelle, who were quarreling, with saint-like smile, was like a teacher looking at her troublesome pupils. The Detilus royal castle, that was even enormous than the Virginia fort, in one section of this castle was a special room. Originally, it was a giant basement warehouse, but currently a large magic circle was drawn on the cold stone ground, and priest in white robes stood at the 4 corners. And in the center was pure white coffin. 1 month after this room was created, after the occupation of Detilus, the light of the light illuminating the inside of the room slowly flickered. Other than the occasional tired sighs of the priests that were using magic continuously in rotation, there was no other sound inside the room. But at this moment, the change they were waiting for finally occurred. Bashari. The sound of water came from inside the coffin. Basha basha, the sound of water striking and moving, came twice, thrice. The 4 priests made sure then they were not hallucinating due to overworking themselves. Quickly, as the priests left the room, 2 sisters entered the room to replace them. One of them held a towel, and the other held a robe. Both things were pure white without a single stain. As the 2 of them came closer, the door of the coffin was opened. 2 white arms came out. The hands gripped the coffin and slowly raised the body. The naked body of the girl, wet with the holy water kept in the coffin, appeared. Drops of water fell from the long silver hair. The 2 red eyes opened and looked at the 2 sisters in front of her. The 2 sisters were supposed to call out to the girl who came out of the coffin first, but this was the first time the 2 of them had ever seen the girl directly and forgot their own duty due to the beauty that was loved by God and had their breath taken away. What they saw was the unwounded naked body of the white girl. After the fight with Givenel, the 7th apostle Sariel had supposedly lost an arm and had sustained major wounds, but there was not even a single scar on her body right now. In this 1 month, inside the coffin filled with holy water, Sariel's wounds had been completely healed. How long was I passed out? Sariel asked. It was her usual small voice, but that was enough for the 2 sisters to regain their composure. Today is the 12th day of the month of Nisan, Shinyu. It has been 36 days since you slept. I see. She listened to the current state of affairs from the sister, with the robe, as her body was dried by the sister with the towel. It seems a bit troublesome situation. Yes, not long ago, the Prime Minister of Detilus committed suicide in the throne room. Listening to the sister, she wore the robe and became the usual pure white figure. Now then, Archbishop Leochrome is waiting for you. Please come this way. The sister starts leading her there. And Sariel's footsteps, which were following the sister, were steady enough that no one would think that she was asleep for a month. My body is stiff. Right arm cannot be used for at least 1 week in battle. As she felt the inconsistencies in her body, she decided to go outside the castle for rehabilitation and inspection. Chapter 45, Prologue of the Moonlit Night. 15th of the month of spring, water, Shimizu. Once again, I gaze at the full moon in the sky all alone. I had been alone till now, and I will stay alone forever. That's fine. If I can stay as a child, I won't feel pain, I won't feel bitter, I won't feel lonely, nobody would resent me, I'll forget everything and live on. But that was the last time I saw the full moon alone. I will never forget, on the 4th of the month of early summer breeze, Ryokufu, I had a fateful encounter. My name is Kurono Maou, you are. I won't be alone ever again. If I stayed like a child, it won't be painful. It won't hurt, it won't be lonely, it won't be sad. It was all a lie. It was simply just a deception, fooling myself, deceiving myself, acting like I didn't notice. But all that doesn't matter anymore. The past doesn't matter anymore. Everything doesn't matter anymore. Because, as long as I have Lily, I can keep living in this world. I won't be lonely. The same feelings as myself. You, as long as you are by my side, I can keep on living. I won't be lonely. I won't return to the past again. I won't return to being lonely again, because you are with me. Yes, that's why all the world needs is just you and me. Everything else is, now, not needed. Chapter 46, The Secret of the Apple Box. I always had a doubt from the time I started living in Ers Village as an adventurer. That doubt goes back to the day I met Lily for the first time. Thanks to Lily throwing water on my face, I woke up and found myself in the middle of the forest. After that is all as we know it, but what's important is the part before this. Just how did I end up in Fairy Garden? I had smuggled myself inside a box filled with apples, actually a similar fruit at the port town of the Ark continent. The box that I had sneaked in was, along with the other goods, crammed into the ship's hatch and left on a 1-week-long voyage. Inside the cramped box, all I could do was sleep, eat the fruits, and develop my black magic. During this development time, I came up with load and shadow space like convenient magics. But inside the swaying ship, closed inside a small box, unable to move even a bit, was not going to be a comfortable trip. The only reason I was fine was, of course, thanks to the super body gained with the modifications that allowed me to easily live for 1 month without eating or drinking. I wasn't hungry much and had too much free time, and the just fact that I was not in that facility anymore made it feel like a much better environment. And the last thing I remember inside the apple box was about 7 days after departure. Becoming sleepy, I immersed my own body inside the already perfected shadow space, except the face. The shadow space contains magic, but no air, so I had to keep at least my face outside to avoid suffocating. If someone looked from the side, they'll see only the eerie sight of a single face floating. But to sleep while spreading my legs inside that small box, it was the easiest method. In fact, it felt neither cold nor hot, and did not even feel the swaying of the ship either, so it was really comfortable. Moreover, if I submerged my ears as well, then it also became soundproof, since sound did not pass through it. Thinking back now, disconnecting almost my whole body from the outside through the use of shadow space might be the biggest reason I had no idea what ever happened to me after that. And before I realized it, I was inside the forest. Yes, the doubt I had was to know just what happened that led to me ending up there. At first I thought that it went something like this: the ship reached the port normally, goods unloaded, transport by land route, and in the middle, fallen from a cliff and inside the forest. But that ship belonged to Ark continent. No, to be precise, it belonged to the Syncria Republic, a country of humans. The destination of the ship should have been the base built for invasion of the Pandora continent, i.e. Virginia. But Virginia was being pushed back by the Detilus army. So just how did a human bring the box this inland? That box should have been a part of the resupply goods meant for Virginia. It should have been consumed in Virginia and should have no reason to go any further. In the first place, even if someone could carry it till here, humans were not even allowed to get of Virginia currently. A contradiction originated here. A box meant to be in Virginia was currently in Fairy Garden, far east of Virginia. The owner of the box, i.e. humans, cannot have carried it till here. Then who was the one that carried it till here? It might seem like a question that could make someone lose his sleep from anxiety, but the answer, the identity of the being that carried it, cleared it easily. A Garuda, was it the one behind it? On one of the hills making up the Galahad mountain range, at its summit existed a Garuda nest. I am currently, to complete a special quest, in the middle of infiltrating this nest along with Lily. If at the topmost point, a suspiciously big cave exists, then it would be a Garuda's nest. Was that cave naturally made, or was it dug by the Garuda? I didn't know. But it was definitely an amazing cave with a height of around 10 m inside that giant cave. Within the stash of shining items and prey collected by the Garuda like a crow, I had found a thing similar to the apple box I had snuck in. Within my range, I can see 2 apple boxes. In the surroundings, there are also broken similar boxes as well. Looking at all these things, I thought and inferred. A Garuda that can fly long distances with ease discovered a ship of the Republic on the sea. Whether it was simply on a whim or it had planned all along, Garuda attacked the transport ship and took large amounts of apple boxes with it. And among those boxes was the one I was in. To think that I didn't realize anything even when this monster bird attacked the whole ship. The isolation abilities of shadow space are really fearsome. I flew along with the Garuda in skies of Pandora while in deep sleep. And by chance, the box I was in fell and landed in Fairy Garden, the place I met Lily. Ah, I feel a bit refreshed now. Oops, now's not the time to be relieved by solving my doubts. We came here for a specific reason. Work, I need to work. Lily, go search there, I'll search that way. Yes. I and Lily were adventurers as a pair. At first, we did only the quest of collecting medicinal herbs together, and actually Lily thought that we could make do with just the money received from the sales. But now she accompanied me in every quest, and we were now making a living out of adventurer work. Although I didn't want to make Lily take part in the dangerous adventurer lifestyle, that full moon night, the girl form Lily wanted to become an adventurer along with me and didn't listen to me at all. So now we worked as a pair. Talking with her all night, that was not the only thing we decided upon. The other important decision was, Kirono found it. Ooh, nice Lily. Decorated with various shining jewels, Lily held up one shining sword. But that treasured sword was also overshadowed in front of the fully dressed-up fairy Lily. Yes, the other important decision was to make Lily wear clothes. It was not because of me that she stayed always naked. It was normal for a fairy after all, but the girl Lily needed them, so it became like this. The black one piece that covered her body was a great match with her radiant white skin. No, well, I think Lily would look cute in t-shirt and jeans as well though. By the way, for adventurers, clothes were meant as an important type protection for the body. But Lily's current clothes were simply meant to be cute. In the first place, Lily, whose default appearance was being fully nude, possessed an extremely strong defensive shield type extra magic called Fairy Barrier Oracle Shield. So unless it was something truly amazing, armor would become a hindrance to her instead. By the way, the sphere of light that covered the original fairies during the time I met Lily was Oracle Shield. But even for a beginner adventurer, armor or protective armaments were something they needed to be particular about. So, I searched for a suitable item for Lily to wear. And the thing that caught my eye was a fabric called Ancient Velvet being sold by a certain merchant. The touch and polish, both were splendid, and on top of it, it was infused with a strong defensive magic as well. It was really a high-class magic item. Speaking of its cost, it was much higher than all my savings I had diligently accumulated till now. Well, it's obvious that it was out of reach for a newbie adventurer like me. Normally, it was enough to make me give up, but this merchant had some certain circumstances. The treasured sword passed down from generation to generation in our family was stolen away by a Garuda. That's what it was. The request for recovery was filed in the guild, but nobody seemed to accept it. Even private contractors would not go face a monster that had been classed at rank 4. He wanted to recover it as fast as possible, but there was nothing he could do. Although I felt bad for the misfortunate merchant, this was a chance for me. If I could complete the request, I could receive the high-class good ancient velvet as reward. As a result, I accepted the request on the condition that there will be no advance payment, no payment for losses, and the reward will be given only when the request is completed. Although he didn't really believe a rank 1 adventurer like me, but from his point of view, he was at 0 disadvantage since there was no advance nor need to cover for losses. so he had no reason to refuse me either. Thus, I took my very first private request not affiliated with the guild. Anyway, with this, the request is complete. Well, we were attacked along the way here by monsters, but thanks to Lily finding it quickly, we were able to finish it without having to face the Garuda. Up till now, with the exception of Sariel, the strongest opponent I had faced during the experiments was a fire drake salamander. I got my whole body burned as well as had my left arm and stomach torn and eaten, but I was somehow able to defeat it in the end. It was a rank 4 monster as well. Compared to then, my control over black magic has gotten much better, and now I also have good equipment, so if I faced it now, although I might take serious injuries, I should be able to defeat it without dying. Therefore, a Garuda of the same rank 4, even if I ended up fighting it, even in the worst case, I should be able to defeat it by relying on Lily's support. But that's only something I could do. Since the request does not require me to kill the Garuda, I'll avoid confrontation no matter what. Above all else, I don't want Lily to get injured. Now then, before the master of this place returns. We should return. The moment I was about to say that, a shrill cry resounded. Outside the cave, in the sky spreading beyond it, a small black spot appeared. As that black spot came closer this way, it clearly became a bird-like silhouette. The whole body was black, with ornamental feathers sticking on its head and tail. It had a figure that reminded of an eagle, but it was too big for a normal eagle. Oh shit. Of course, that giant shadow was the monster bird Garuda. And this was the Garuda's nest. It even had eggs bigger than Lily here. From the Garuda's point of view, we were nothing more than egg stealers. Kai-oi. While releasing terrific anger, the Garuda approached us at ultra-high speed. Shit. Even though I thought we finished it without any problems. Run. And I threw the objective treasured sword inside the shadow space. At least I won't lose it or drop it now. Before the Garuda can reach here, I grabbed Lily and threw myself directly in the air from the cave. I'm counting on you, Lily. I joined hands with Lily, and I dangled in midair. Eh. Lily released her usual cute shout, and at the same time my body felt like it was floating a bit. NN. Lily's shining wings spread out even more than usual. She is able to fly even while holding me. Lily's wings aren't just for show after all. I can experience flying like this at least once. But Lily, who was not a full fairy, doesn't have the ability to fly all day long, neither can she fly at high speeds. Lily, hang on for just a little bit more. And it was an incomplete flying ability, yet Lily persistently kept flying while holding me. No, rather flying, it should be called gently falling, but still I can understand her brave efforts. The lush green forest below, little by little came closer. The cave where the Garuda's nest was had now become far above us, as we had fallen quite a lot of distance. At this height, I should be fine probably. Thanks Lily, it's fine now. Kirono. I released Lily's hands and started to free fall. Lily looked at the falling me with a worried face, but I was instead worried about her. In the worst case, even if both my arms broke from the fall, if it's this body, it'll fix up somehow. But maybe it was a bit too high. In the middle of the few seconds, I felt a bit of regret, and I crashed into the green trees. Ouch! While breaking branches one after the other, I fell towards the ground. I thought that the fall would be broken a bit by the trees, but is there even any effect? In a matter of seconds, a lot useless thoughts go through my head, and I finally crashed to the ground. Gah! Somehow fixing my posture, I land with my feet. The shock ran through my body to my head. Ma made it somehow. My feet sank into the ground a bit though, but that's it. I can't feel any abnormality in my feet. I once again thanked my oversturdy body and sprawled down on the ground. Kirono. From the skies an angel no, Lily's voice came to me. With her wings shining, she leaped onto my chest. Are you okay? I'm fine, no problem. Is the Garuda coming after us? No, it isn't. Thank God, since we didn't lay our hands on the eggs, I figured it won't chase us if ran away quickly. As expected, it let us go. All right, since the request has been completed, let's return quickly. Yes. While holding Lily in my arms, I quickly got up and left the foot of Galahad mountain range. The sky resounded with the Garuda's cry, a howl of a windwolf could be heard far away, and maybe a Dortoth is rampaging again somewhere, since the ground is shaking a bit. Having become used to such an environment, the 5th month quickly passed away as I settled in my life as an adventurer. The 6th month started and summer had come. Today, on the 4th day of the month of new sun, Shinyu, exactly 2 months after I had met Lily. Chapter 47, Start of Summer. In the eastern region of the Pandora continent, including Ers Village, a festival known as the Festival of Natsugoshi, lit. Beyond summer, keeping summer on the 30th of the month of new sun, Shinyu. The word Natsugoshi might seem like an unfamiliar word, but every Japanese should have heard of end of the year, New Year's Eve. End of the year is a time for doing major cleanups, meant to wash away the impurities and welcome the new year. This Natsugoshi was also similar to that. In the same meaning, the villagers start doing major cleanups and then welcome the summer. Originally, it was meant to maintain hygienic conditions and surroundings by doing major cleanups during the start of summer and end of year. Although medicines and pharmaceutics had also developed in this world, along with restoration and healing magic, but they are still not on the same level as modern Japan in terms of medical facilities. So it was extremely necessary to improve the hygienic conditions through events and also prevent any outbreak of diseases or epidemics. Though it possessed such an important and serious objective, in the end, a festival was a festival. Whether it was this world or my original world, it was normal for people to get excited during festivals. Finishing the cleanup by the 30th, on that day a festival is held with all the effort of the villagers. This was what I heard from Nyarko inside the guild's lobby as I ate my lunch. I can't stay silent if we're talking about festivals. I have also enjoyed them every year. My first festival event in the different world. I am of course excited, but it seems Nyarko is excited as well. In this different world where there are few sources of enjoyment and pleasure, a festival would definitely be one important and large event. Lily-san also comes every year. She treats people who get injured. Is that so? That's unexpectedly mature of her. Just like her age, no weight, just like her outer appearance suggests, I thought she would go around frolicking in high spirits, but to think she would be a part of the management staff. That mature Lily was currently in a corner of the lobby playing around with a round fat cat. If you play around too much then, your valuable ancient velvet one-piece dress would get covered with fur, you know. This year Kirono-san is also there. So this year Lily-san can also be carefree and go around enjoying the stalls. Yeah, the two of us can. Oh, are you saying that there will be stalls too? What are you saying, Kirono-san? If you talk about a festival, then the first thing you think about is the numerous food stalls, isn't it? Ah, could it be that it wasn't like that in Kirono-san's hometown? No, we had them in my hometown as well. Guess they would be selling eatables that can be easily consumed while walking right. Yes, there are a lot of shops selling skewered grilled meat and steak. During festivals, people loosen their strings on their purses, it seems, so it's easier to make more money. Even though I know this, I still end up buying lots of things after all, especially on that mysterious lottery done near the item shop. Ah, old man Kish seems like he would do a lot of things. But it really is fun to walk around the various stalls, even if the feet get sore. This year, I am lifting my ban on high spending. It really was fun too, but as much as you could from the little pocket money I was given as a kid. Well, in my original world, I would have still been officially a child though. I went to the literature club and didn't have any part-time jobs either. But to think that my first ever manual labor would be as an adventurer in a different world, really, no one can tell what life has in store for you. When I was a child, I dreamt of conquering over all the types of sweets being sold in the stalls. But this year, I'll make sure to actually realize that dream, fufu. It might not feel that amazing when you actually do it, you know. Oh, come on, don't say such realistic things now. Today also, I kept on chatting idly with Nyarko. This will probably continue until Pine-san comes, I guess. Although Nyarko doesn't stop no matter what, but I guess I'm also the same since I never stop her either. Maybe what Nino said about me interfering in her job might be actually true. But still, doesn't it feel like summer has already started before the festival? It's become much hotter in the past few days. Probably, Ers Village is on a lower latitude than Japan. I can already expect that the days would be extremely hot for a long time later on. Will I be fine wearing my favorite demon's embrace under that scorching sun? Yes, that is so. Makes you want to drink something cold, right? In this world ruled by magic, Ice isn't something high-priced. Even a rank 1 magician can create a lot of ice. If I used Autumn's ice armor shield, just how much shaved ice could be made out of that? Yeah, I really want to eat shaved ice, also ice creams. As I remembered about such captivating ice items. What's shaved ice or ice cream? You don't know. Never heard of it. Is it a food from Kirono-san's hometown? The Ers Village had all sorts of eatables except junk food, so I thought they would have had ice cream. But I see, in this world, at least near this village, ice cream hasn't been created yet. Yeah, it's a pretty much staple item to be eaten during summers. But all right, if you don't have ice cream, then no choice but to create some. Ooh, a local dish from Kirono-san's hometown. This should be exciting. Well, I wonder if it's fine to call shaved ice or ice cream a local dish. All right, tomorrow also looks like it'll be hot as well, so I won't take any quests today and try making some. Chapter 48 Popsicle. I, who was thinking of making ice cream, in particular popsicles, began collecting materials at once. Welcome, did you finally run out of potions, Kirono? Regrettably, I've only used one so far. I've come to the Adventurer's Purveyor, the Ers Village item shop. Now that I have become a regular customer over here, we don't talk to each other using honorifics. I'm looking for wooden sticks. The thing I'm searching here is definitely not the raw materials for ice cream, but the flat stick, which will become the handle of the popsicle. A wooden stick, then how about this white wooden stake? When stabbed into their heart, the vampire race who takes pride in their immortality will be killed with a single blow. I'm sorry I didn't make my request clear. I'm not here to buy a weapon today. Putting aside the foolish imaginations of a delicious frozen treat that can also be used to murder vampires, I explain the circumstances and what I'm looking for. Well, the most suitable thing I have is grilled chicken skewers, yakitori. That will do. In addition, I purchase a container to act as a mold when I solidify the ice. After promising to give him the popsicle if it turns out good, I leave the item shop. After purchasing the ingredients which will become the raw materials for popsicle, I leave the Ers Village and return back home. After returning home, I start making popsicles with Lily, or rather, without Lily making popsicles would not be possible. Now that it has come to this, let's make popsicles. Popsicle. Lily Blanky tilts her heads in confusion. It's a normal reaction, as she doesn't know the existence of ice cream. It is a dessert from my hometown which is cold, sweet, and delicious, at least when it is made successfully. I haven't made popsicles since childhood, but this time, the materials and ingredients I have are different from modern Japan. If I fail, then in the worst case, I'll end up with juice. I'm a little anxious while I start making it, but there is not a lot of work. I smash an orange and grapes, which are genuinely like those on Earth, unlike the false apple, which I bought to remove the juice. To each, I add sugar and water to make an undiluted solution. It can almost be said to be juice. I'm lucky that white sugar is circulating in this another world due to luck. Looking from the history, the making of sweets started when modern era started. After all, the sweet items are luxury items. However, here spices and salt are also available, so getting sugar was relatively easy. It seems like there will be no problems in making other sweets too. In any case, I pour the undiluted solutions into the metal molds and add the skewer sticks to let it cool down. As for the most important task, I ask Lily. Okay, Lily, please freeze this with a little bit of ice magic. Yes. Without knowing how it will help, Lily uses her freezing magic. For this thing, my black magic is totally useless. My black color magic consists of materialization of substances, adding enchantments, and making dimensional spaces for now. I cannot use the common color magic elements like ice or fire, or rather, there is no color magic inside my body, so it is impossible for me to learn it. Therefore, I asked Lily who can use color magic to some extent other than her inherent magic extra. Similar to when Lily boils tea, a chill gushes out in the same way she breathes fire. Foo! Foo! The effect of the magic is powerful. In an instant, the juice solution is frozen solid from Lily's hard work. To eat the ice candies right from the shell, just freezing it slowly won't work. The freezing ingredient, a 3-to-1 ratio by weight of ice to salt, is used to freeze it in a few minutes. But I can instantly freeze things without such a thing if I use magic. That's enough now, Lily. I stop Lily's ice magic and reach out a hand to one of the containers. While taking into consideration, if pulling it forcibly, it would uproot the skewer, I form a blade near the sides of the container using the black magic. In front of the blade, sticking out of the wall of rock of the container, the hardness of Popsicle is as same as non-existent. I lightly open up the lid of the container. And then, I smoothly pull the Popsicle out of it. How is it? While receiving the gaze of curious Lily, I face the Popsicle with seriousness that I've never shown. As expected, there are no flavoring or coloring agents in it like the goods in the market. There is not much color in the Popsicle, and of course there is no scent. But the taste should not be bad. While believing in that, I put the Popsicle inside my mouth. The taste of the orange's sourness and the sugar's sweetness spreads inside the mouth, along with the feeling of ice cubes crunching. Yeah, this is without a doubt an orange-flavored Popsicle. Yay, I made it just fine. Here, Lily, you also eat it. I take out the Popsicle using the same trick as before, and hand it to Lily. She takes the Popsicle while full of anticipation, and without hesitation bites into it. Chomp chomp. How is it? Is it tasty? Tasty. Seeing Lily eating it like crazy, I can get the idea of how tasty it is. Even in another world, the kids love Popsicles as expected. Well, will you also eat the grape-flavored one? Yeah. In this way, I remember about the nostalgic feeling of Japan. Lily also ate the frozen dessert while being happy, and so I completed the making of Popsicles. The next day, I came to Guild for a midday meal today like yesterday. Oh, Nyarko-san, I made the ice cream I mentioned yesterday. Will you taste it? I hand over my best-made Popsicle to Nyarko, who came to me as always. Besides me is Lily, who has become a prisoner of the Popsicle and is eating a grape-flavored one with relish. You really made it. Is it the one that Lily-san is eating? Seeing Lily, who is eating it with relish, Nyarko's eyes shine with anticipation. Yeah, it's a Popsicle made by freezing fruit juice. Let's skip over the tedious talks. Try eating it. Ah, orange or grape, which one would you like? Then with orange, Nyarko answers. I take out the container stored inside the shadow space and hand over the Popsicle to her. With the same movements as Lily from yesterday, Nyarko bites into the Popsicle. Chomp. Chomp. How is it? Thigh this is. Nyarko eyes open wide in surprise. It seems like an lighting effect could appear behind her. What is this? Licking. Nyarko licks it wholeheartedly, as if licking a soft cream, and it is finished off very fast in front of my eyes. Now that I think about it, the cat's tongue is rough as it is made for ripping off the meat, sticking to bones, and Nyarko, who is a cat beastman, might also have it. But still, will the Popsicle be shaved off just by licking it? While thinking about these trivial thoughts, the Popsicle disappears. So was it good? Can I get the grape-flavored one too? I hand over the grape-flavored Popsicle, without speaking a word to Nyarko, who has the eyes of a predator looking at its prey. Thank you very much, licking. But well, from the looks of it, it looks I don't even need to ask about its taste. This Popsicle thing is really great. It's my first time eating such a tasty thing. That's right, it tastes even better when eaten on hot days. That might be right. This is a great invention, Kirono-san. Though it's not me who created it. No. This is an item which can bring a revolution in the food industry of Ers Village. If put for sale, this will be really popular, no objections asked. Oh, is that so? It will be a hot summer after all. Somehow, it feels like it'll be more peaceful if I sell Popsicle with Lily, rather than doing dangerous adventurer work. No, I must at all costs find a device, altar, or magic circle inside a dungeon to go back to my own world. It's not the time to think about selling ice cream all the time. It is easy to make it. If I told it someone, they might start selling it. Naturally, I'm not so good of a person to tell it for free. Though it is not a franchise, but let's try selling it out to Merchant Guild at price equivalent to it. Ah, Kirono-san, you have a bad face right now. Ha 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 ha, if I make a profit, I will let you eat as many Popsicles as you want. Really, it is a promise then. Yeah, but if you eat too much it'll ruin your stomach, so keep it in control. For proving that Popsicle is an innovative sweet, I thought to let other people try it as samples. At the right moment, the members of Erzblader came inside the guild. First of all, let's make you guys the prisoners of Popsicle. Oi Kirono, you gave something to Nyarko just now, right? Trying to win her through presents, huh, you bastard. Before I can call out to them, as usual the personal knight of Nyarko, Nino comes rushing forward. Calm down, I will also give it to you. That's not the problem here. In the first place, you after all are eating midday meals here with Nyarko every day. What do you want? Even if you ask me what I want, anyways, how about you invite her for midday meals and dinner if you don't like it? Do, dumbass, I can't do something so darin. I don't understand whether Nino is just pure or just incompetent. If you like her that much, keep on approaching her. Well, I can't say something so grand, as I have no experience in approaching any girl I like. And if I get refused, I might never be able to cope up with it. This guy's lost it, incompetent alert. So what is it you will give us, Kirono? Ignoring the already dead leader, Aten steps forward to me. I made a sweet from my hometown called a popsicle, so I thought of letting everybody eat it. Popsicle? Never heard of it, but making sweets. Kirono, you surprisingly have a girly hobby. When it's hot, everyone yearns for it. Well, you'll understand it once you eat it. Ho, pretty confident, aren't you? Lily, village head Nyarko, all three praised it, saying it's tasty. I presented it to village head before coming to the guild, when I went for my daily routine of reading there. For the time being, try to eat it, the flavors are. I distributed the popsicles of the flavor the guys wanted. Everyone eats it together. The impressions are, well, the same as till now. Tasty. And then, Aten also asks for the other popsicle flavor like Nyarko. Even in the real world, it is this time of day one yearns for eating an ice cream. Chapter 49, The Hungry Witch. That day, after distributing popsicles to many villagers, I made my way back to home. Of course, I didn't take any quests like yesterday. Well, it's not like I have to do quests every day for my livelihood. One way or another it will be okay. I give Lily a piggyback. While thinking how to sell the popsicle recipe to the merchant guild, I advance on the highway. I've also gotten way more familiar with this highway having a dark background during the time the sun sets. Normally, peddlers pass by this highway sometimes, but today I discovered a person that I have never seen. That person was lying on her back without moving a twitch. It was a witch. No matter how I look at her, she's a witch, right? She has a three-cornered hat covering her face, which I've only seen in picture books. She is wearing a similar jet black robe like me, but near the bottom of her neck, it is decorated with feathers. I can tell that it is in superior class quality item. Her weapon, the long cane staff, is leaning on her. The more I look at her, the more of a perfect witch vibe she gives. It feels like I've just slipped into a fairy tale world. Well, this is a different world, so it might not be a peculiar thing here, but more importantly, what should I do in this situation? I don't know how to deal with such a delicate situation. Lily also looks puzzled. It seems like she's asleep, but this is not the place to take an afternoon nap. It's already evening though. However, if it's in sudden illness, only I can save her right now. There is almost never a person crossing the bridge at night. Even so, she doesn't look like a person sick from illness. Let's assess the situation. Maybe a witch sleeping at evening on the highway might be natural in this other world, right? It's just that I don't know about it, right? No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't think of a single reason why this witch is sleeping on the highway. Should I call out to her, or shall I ignore her? After various simulations, the moment I thought of calling out to the witch. That person over there, you're carrying something tasty, aren't you? The witch suddenly speaks out. And what's more, very rude words for someone she's meeting for first time. So, you were awake after all. At the witch's abrupt statement, the beaten down me reflexively forget my polite speech and speak in the normal tone. Right now I'm very hungry, I want to eat something tasty. The witch takes off the three-cornered hat that was her on her face and sluggishly puts in on her head. And her hidden face is revealed. Her expression is terribly sleepy with eyes half opened, but still, it's so cute that one could take her for a noble person just by judging her face. Her skin is white, has bluish short hair, and golden eyes. Though the coloring pattern is different, she is definitely human. The magical power sometimes affects the appearance of the user. The colors that are impossible to be found in my previous world are not particularly unusual in this world. Now that I think about it, she said, I want to eat something tasty, in a clear tone, so she's not sleepy, contradictory to her appearance. I want to eat delicious things. I want to eat. I got it, I will give you something to eat, so listen to me. Really, thank you. There is not much change in her expression, but I did notice a slight happy expression swelling up from her. My sister was a thoroughly expressionless person. Thus, I have developed a skill to read through an expressionless person, and I'm quite confident about it. There are those expressionless types which have a wealth of hidden feelings, and there are those like my sister, who is the type whose feelings are all neutral. Looks like she is the former type, I instinctively thought. Ah, sweet things if possible, please. Got it. In addition, looks like she a person who goes at her own pace. I got stuck with a pain in the ass type of person. While thinking that, I take out Popsicle from the shadow. Andy, you've already ate 3 of them, now wait till tomorrow. It's not good to pamper Lily too much. Thus I forged my heart into stone and decided to give her just 3 Popsicles per day at most. That's why I will not give it to you even if you make a face like you're dying for it. What is this? It called a Popsicle. It's made from freezing fruit juice. It's my first time seeing it. Thanks for the unusual thing. The witch's eyesight is already pinned on the Popsicle. Though her face is expressionless, her eyes are like of a predator looking at its prey. I shake my hand right and left, and the witch's face chases after it while swinging her head. Meanie. Sorry, unintentionally. She was looking at Popsicle so seriously that I unintentionally played with her. While trying really hard not to laugh, I hand over the Popsicle to the witch. Chomp chomp. Is it tasty? It's ridiculously tasty. The Popsicle vanishes almost instantly in her mouth. Even among the villagers who ate it today, she the fastest of them all. You had a sweet and delicious thing after all, just like I thought. What is that, witch's intuition? From the Popsicle container that is inside the shadow space, no smell should leak out, and of course no one should be able to see it. I can somehow know that you're hiding tasty, something even if it's in the shadow space. Really? I just know, but it's only that much. Do witches just somehow know that sort of thing? I always thought the concealment nature of the shadow was perfect, or is there a skill present in this world to see through such things? By chance, is she a great witch? Or is she just a roadside glutton with tremendous talent? I have many things to ask about, but first of all, why are you sleeping in this place? Unless I ask this, the talk won't go anywhere. Because I was hungry. Did you collapse? Something like that. Despite in the situation where her life is in danger slightly, she still nonchalantly answers. Then you should eat something that fills up your stomach, not just a Popsicle. I don't like anything other than sweet things. This is not the time to be picky. Walk a little and buy something in the Ers Village up front. Do you even have money? I have gold, see here. Saying that, she puts her hand inside the hat and takes out a large-sized golden coin. On one side is a portrait on a woman, and on the other side is a never-before-seen magic circle drawn near the border of coin. It might have been used for a long time as currency. The sides are chipped off a little. But even those places which are chipped off are showing the luster of gold. Looks like it's not plated with gold, but rather made from gold itself. I can't tell its exact value without weighing it, but it easily surpasses the value of a normal 1 gold coin. Ah, wait, it's already surprising about the big gold coin, but she took it out of her hat. Most likely she's using a similar sort of magic as my shadow magic. If she learnt it through the proper way, unlike me, then among adventurers her rank even in the lowest would be 3. She doesn't seem like the person she appears to be. If you have such a good gold coin, you can buy anything. Is that so? With this gold coin, let me buy those Popsicles from just now. Too bad, the previous one was the last. And hey, didn't I say to go and buy something that will fill your stomach? I only like sweet things. I heard it before. Hey, is this last normally this unenergetic? Can you walk to Ers Village? It will take 1 hour at most to reach there from here. If it's that much, then it's okay. I see. Well, it looks like you're a traveler witch too. There are many travelers in this world, like adventurers, merchants, and troubadours. It's okay now that you have given me something delicious. Are you also a traveler? No, I am. I have not yet told you my name. I am Kirono, and this is... I'm Lily. Are you both adventurers? In order to easily tell her, I show her my guild card. What is this? It is a guild card, do you not know? I saw the guild card from here for the first time. From here, you say, is she from a different country? No, wait, if I remember correctly, this guild card is common through the whole Pandora continent. In that case, she might have come from the western Great Desert or maybe from a very remote region. Isn't it better to register as an adventurer if you're confident in your magic? When your traveling funds run out, you can earn them soon enough through it. However, if she has a lot of those big gold coins, it's a story of years from now for them to be exhausted. I am also thinking of becoming an adventurer soon. I thought to register when I reach the city of Spada. Spada is, from what I know, the city-state in the middle of continent adjacent to Detilus' territory. I've never been there, but it is pretty famous even among the numerous city-states in the Pandora continent. Even a countryside adventurer like me knows about it after all. That's why I don't have that guild card, so let me show you mine. Saying so, she once again rummages in her hat and takes out the card. That was completely different from my metal plate guild card, seeming like a dog tag. It was a real card, seeming like a trading card made of cardboard. The characters written on it are this world's peculiar alphabet. Fiona Solil. Looks like this is her name. The fact that she has a surname means that she is a noble having special circumstances to have come here. Well, it's the courtesy of an adventurer to not pry in that area, I should ignore it. Her class is also magician, the rank is also written, but it's different from this guild's splitting method, so I don't know her rank exactly. If you're an adventurer, you can live anywhere, but try to refrain from falling on the street to sleep. Yes, I also think if I have my stomach full all the time I will be happy. No, that's not the damn problem here, well whatever. Well then, we are going out of here. Fiona-san, you should also go to village before it gets dark. Yes, let's meet again. Yeah, if an opportunity arises. And then, I bid farewell to Fiona-san, and once again start my way back. But why do the villagers and Fiona-san also pronounce the popsicle as ice candy? Popsicle is said as ice candy in Japanese, so they are saying it as ice candy. Chapter 50 Media Ruins. Currently I'm sitting in the guild lobby, staring at a certain request. As I was pondering, once again today, Lily was playing with that fat cat in the corner of the room happily. You seem to be in deep thought, Kirono-san. As I turned to look back, the brains of the Ers Blader, Harry was standing there. Since he didn't have his bow with him, he probably came to either see some quests or to have lunch. The other members might have gone to the item shop or blacksmith for other preparations probably. Yeah, this quest caught my eye, so I'm thinking whether to take it or not. Investigation of the new area in Media Ruins, is it? Sitting opposite of me, Harry read through the document. I did hear about a new area that had been discovered around last month. There's barely anything left of the Media Ruins above the earth except a cliff, but its true worth lies underneath it, in the underground center. The underground center was not made by using a cave or cavity, but a geofront made through the soul work people. In this different world, an ancient civilization that possessed super technology once existed. The current Pandora continent does not have the capabilities to create such a geofront, but it did exist in the ancient times. By the way, this ancient civilization wasn't an advanced one in the science field like making flying cars, etc., but was advanced in the field of magic. And thus, only in the ruins of such a magically advanced civilization will I find a magic big enough to send me back to my home. Come to think of it, Kirono-san was searching for ancient transfer and summoning magics, right? Yeah, I was thinking maybe I could find my objective there. Such items haven't been discovered in the Media Ruins yet, but nobody knows what's there in the unexplored new area, so the probability isn't zero. Then, isn't it fine to accept this? That may be so, but the fact that even rank 1 adventurers are allowed is kind of bugging me. The danger rank of Media Ruins is rank 4. The highest dungeon I have ever entered is at rank 4. Although, if I am together with Lily, then we could even defeat a salamander, so danger level is not really a problem. But, well, it certainly is suspicious. Right. It's a rank 4 dungeon, and an unexplored area to top it off, though it has been 1 month since it was discovered, so I'm not going to be the first one. So the danger would be even higher. Normally speaking, even a luggage carrier would have to be at least rank 2. But instead, they are basically saying anyone is fine, so it feels a bit unnatural. I don't want to get involved in troublesome things after all. Ahaha, Kirono-san is unexpectedly a cautious person. What do you mean by unexpected? Do you really see me as an idiot? I'm still a magician, you know. Shouldn't that give me a naturally intelligent image? At the very least, you don't seem like an actual magician. After all, Kirono-san, you have a pretty big and sturdy body. People with body like yours would usually be a swordsman or warrior. As I looked around, I see lots of well-built warriors drinking tea with other adventurers wildly. Even though I'm not really training my body specially either. In fact, I'm working hard in studying magic. But looks really do matter, yeah. No need to lament so much about it. Hey, at least you won't be made fun of with that aggressive face of yours. Nah, I would have preferred to be slender like Harry. I'm a harpy, so this the standard type of body though. Maybe because they are meant to fly, harpies usually have slender bodies. Compared to humans, they certainly have less muscle and fat. Differences in races can be seen in other things other than outer appearance as well, it seems. Incidentally, Harry's magic speciality is wind magic. With the assist of wind magic, Harry's bow can rapid fire and strengthen arrows. Returning back to the topic, what do you think about this quest? I think it would be fine if it's Kurono-san. And if Lily-san is also together, then there's no fear of getting tricked either. Apparently fairies don't associate with a bad person. That's not just a legend, but actually somewhat true. They are able to read the opponent's heart and feelings and can also use telepathy, so they can see through a person by meeting just once. I guess. In the worst case, if the client runs away, the guild will deal with it, so I'll get the reward at least. Even if a dangerous monster appeared, I'll be able to run away at least. Although I'll be helpless if something like a cave-in occurred. But overthinking is not a trait of an adventurer. Holding a little hope, I decided to accept the quest. Ah, but Kirono-san, you have to worry not just about the quest. Do you know about the location of Media Ruins? Although it's my first time actually going there, but according to the map, it's quite near the capital Detilus. About that, it seems, coming and going out of Detilus is being restricted now. What do you mean? I don't know the details, but the human army from the Ark continent is currently fighting with them. What? Weren't they blockaded inside Virginia? That was how it was supposed to be, but I wonder what happened. Could it be that the situation has changed? Yes, apparently. The elites of the army have been practicing, and the Dragon King is also there. To fight against a dragon, they must have brought something of equal strength to a dragon. A dragon? My strength is a bit more than a rank 4 salamander. If it is a dragon that could become a king, it would be at least rank 5, that too among the strongest even in that rank. Although I don't know exactly how strong that is, but maybe at least 100 of me would be needed to face something like that. Probably, they are undergoing some negotiations, is the general rumor. Negotiations can be done only among those of equal stature. If the rumor is correct, then does that mean that the human army possesses the same level of strength as Detilus' army? Did they put the military strength in their own nation at lower priority? No, if that was the case, then it would have ended when they attacked half-year ago. That means, in that half-year, there was a change in the situation of Virginia or of Detilus. What kind of change was it? I won't be able to understand considering it hasn't been long since I myself came here. Anyway, the atmosphere around Detilus isn't very good right now. Although I don't know what exactly is happening, but you should be cautious of this more than the quest. I see, thanks for the warning. If I learn something on the way, I'll tell you. Having decided to accept the quest, I made my preparations during rest of the day and left the Ers Village the next day. Yes, well then, please work hard, Kirono-san. Having accepted the quest officially, Nyarko, who was standing behind the counter, accepted the certificate. When you accept a quest of a faraway land, such a certificate is issued. Something like this is a first time for me, but since I'll put the certificate in the shadow space anyway, it doesn't really matter much. But Media Ruins are pretty far away. You won't be returning to the village for quite a while, right? Yeah, if I'm unlucky, I might not return until next month. That's not good. Please be back by the festival. And yeah, I want to take part in the festival as well. That's right. We are aiming to finish the complete menu of all the stalls after all. Are you trying to sponge off me? How rude. I'm a woman that can totally pay half the bill. But if you treat me a few times, you will raise your favorable impression. Don't forget that. What will I do after raising something like that? Will she become able to play hand with me? If this quest goes well, I'll treat you to drink one time. As expected of Kirono-san, it's a promise, all right. Only if it goes well, all right. It's fine. Kirono-san can do investigations quests easily. I hope so. Now then, I'll go now since Lily is waiting for me as well. Yes, take care, Kurono-san. Once again, with Nyarko's energetic voice behind me, I leave the guild. As I opened the door, the members of Ers Blader were coming here. Leaving for the quest, Kirono. Yeah, to Media Ruins. This time it's to an unusually faraway place. Did something happen? If it's a good quest, then tell me, implied Nino with his eyes. It's a personal search. On top of it, the quest itself seems suspicious. If I didn't have my own reasons, I would have ignored it. Is that so? Then be careful. Will you be able to come back by the festival? That's the plan. I ended up promising Nyarko to treat her once as well after all. I see. Wait a second, that means you'll be together with Nyarko during the festival. Ah, sorry. I realized it now. Crap, it's as if I stole a march on Nino and invited her. You idiot. Nino, who had started crying, threw his cat punch, which I decided to take head on. Sorry about Nyarko. Well, try to invite her yourself with all you have got. You just made it even more difficult. If she refuses, then I'll help you on that day somehow. Really? Leave it to me. We shake hands. I'm still rooting for your love, you know. Ha, as usual he becomes pathetic when it comes to Nyarko. Well, leaving that incompetent aside, Kirono treat me to something too. Don't call me an incompetent Otz. Kirono, please. Don't ignore me. Auten pushes Nino away with her staff and looks at me with upturned eyes. Those eyes seem quite serious. Just once, all right. Yay, it's a promise, all right. She gives a wide smile. But I can't get fooled. Auten is definitely looking for the costliest sake in the village in her mind right now. Maybe I was rash. Kirono-san, you're going on that quest, right? Yeah. Different from the incompetent leader and the money-minded woman, Harry asks with a serious face. Media ruins are filled with high-ranked monsters not found near here. Be careful. Clador advised with a serious face. Probably because these two are both serious type, Nino and Auten are usually like this other than during battles. Maybe this is also a kind of balance. Probably. Right, let's leave it at that. Well then, see ya. Oh, work hard. Kirono, don't forget the promise. Yes, yes. Waving my hand without looking back, I walked towards the village gate where Lily was waiting for me. Chapter 51, Dead End. The territory of Detilus begins from the eastern coastline of the continent and extends westwards till the Galahad mountain range. On the map of the Pandora continent, the Galahad mountain range is placed slightly east of the center of the continent. It extends towards the north and south in the form of an arc. A little further east from the center of the mountains is our Ers Village. Ers Village is located on the western region inside the territory, and Detilus is on the extreme eastern side. To go there, it will take about 1 week even with my legs. And the destination this time, the Media Ruins, are located near that Detilus. Traveling long distances is certainly difficult, but this is also something an adventurer cannot avoid. It's a good thing I have body that won't get tired even after walking continuously for 3 days and nights. Adventurers that explore in the Media Ruins use a village known as Rial as the base camp, so I'm also aiming to go there. Rial is also one of the villages located west of Detilus. Detilus is the starting point of the 5 major highways. Among them, the biggest is the one leading to the port town in the southeast, Virginia, is located northeast, and the northwest one that goes through the Galahad mountain range and leads to the city-state of Spada. The former is to connect Detilus to the port town, flourishing with maritime trade and commerce, and the latter is made wide for the army to march through easily. It was made wider to act as a route for the army when they eventually start a campaign in the center of the continent. But the campaign hasn't started yet, so it is currently being used by big carriages to travel between villages. But the route I'm currently taking is the much smaller Southwest Highway. The neighboring village of QR acts as key point of transport, as both the Northwest and Southwest Highways connect there. The road between Ers QR is a part of the Northwest Highway, but it's the Southwest Highway that is directly connected to Rial Village. To enter the Southwest Highway from Ers, it was necessary to go to the adjoining QR village. It was a bit of a detour, but comparing the two highways, the Southwest Highway was a shorter route to Rial. If I had a big carriage then, I might have taken the northwest path, but all my items were inside my shadow space, and the only thing in my hands was the sleeping Lily, so it was obvious that I would choose the shortest one. And so, without facing any problems, as I continued down the highway, I reached the last village before Rial. The name of the village was Enkul. It was a small, peaceful village similar to Ers. Here I face an unexpected problem. Dead end, what do you mean by that? There was no problem in entering the Enkul village itself, but the other gate leading to Rial was sealed shut. I had heard from Harry that entry and exit had been restricted, but to think it had been completely stopped. There had been an order to seal all pathways leading to Detilus. Even we don't know when the release order will come. The gatekeeper told me. He was an orc dressed in black full armor. He had a face that would scare the shit out of anyone if someone sees him walking at night, but he told me the situation quite politely, surprisingly. By the way, I am not talking politely because I'm scared or anything. I made it a rule to talk like this with anyone when meeting them for the first time. Currently, Detilus is in negotiations with the humans of Ark Continent, but its details are completely unknown. Then, it's true that Detilus is currently negotiating with humans. Yeah, no doubt about it. Before the blockading order came, both armies battled it out on the Goldrin Hill. They are currently talking about post-war treatments probably. Was it such a large-scale battle? I don't know what those humans were like, but the Detilus army had the Dragon King leading 20,000 men after all. That and the outcome of the battle, who won or lost, is still unclear means that the humans must have at least a large army of 100,000. The outcome is unclear. Detilus army didn't win. Yes, although I didn't hear that they lost either. It must have been close enough to be called a draw. That's why it has become so troublesome now. Then that means that the higher-ups of Detilus decided not to declare anything to the public until the negotiations with humans are fully settled, because the result of the war wasn't very good. It's not impossible. After all, the Detilus army that has been making light of the human army was made to face a draw, so they can't just declare that to the public so easily either. At least the orc gatekeeper and other villagers are of the same opinion. But, for a moment, the worst possible situation came into my mind. Could it be that the Detilus army actually lost to them? You were going to the Medea ruins, right? Too bad, but this also part of my job, so I can't allow you to go any further. Shouldn't it be better to just abandon the quest and return back to your village? I guess so. It's a pity, but I'll go back. As I looked for the Enkul Village Guild, I moved away from the gate. Right now, I should just listen to the gatekeeper and finish the formalities to abandon the quest. Kirono. Maybe because she read the anxiety in my heart, or maybe it was shown on my face. Lily looked at me worriedly. It's all right, is what I want to say, but I just can't help but get this bad feeling. The Detilus army tied with the human army, and this information has not yet been made official, was the opinion of every village surrounding Detilus, including Enkul. Well, they were right in thinking that the government had decided not to declare the outcome of the war, but they were completely wrong about the details of that outcome. Detilus army had not tied with the human army, but had been completely defeated by them. Moreover, the Dragon King Givenal had been killed as well. Also, it was rumored that they were in negotiations with the human army, but in fact, Detilus had already been completely occupied by the Crusaders that won on the Goldrin Hill. Well then, why did the human army, even after killing the Dragon King and occupying Detilus, had decided to seal all routes and information? There are a few reasons. Firstly, the representative of the victor Crusaders, Archbishop Leochrome, had demanded this from the Detilus side. After the Battle of Goldrin, the Crusaders had just enough numbers to occupy Detilus. He didn't want this information about lack of forces to leak outside. In case, they announced the occupation of Detilus grandly, then other units of the army located throughout the territory, or the armies of other city-states might invade Detilus. The remnants of Detilus' army might try to take revenge for the death of their Dragon King and charge with the resolve to die an honorable death. And other city-states might see this as a chance to expand their territory by capturing Detilus that was in the middle of chaos. If the info about the lack of forces in the Crusaders were revealed, then the chances of both the parties attacking would become even higher. Leochrome thus decided to conceal information and instead gave away vague info like Detilus is negotiating with the Crusaders to buy time for the reinforcements to come from their homeland. This was the truth behind the sealing and blockade of Detilus. On surface, the reason was to avoid confusion among the citizens. Again, Even the Detilus side were resistant to declare that the Dragon King had been killed in action. It could be said that they were also wishing for this, so as a result they quickly accepted Leochrome's demands, and the blockade was quickly applied. Currently, approximately 1 month had passed after Detilus had been occupied. Everything went according to plan. No armies tried invading Detilus, and the homeland sent reinforcements to Virginia one by one. That's not all. In this 1 month, Leochrome took over all controlling rights, and along with the info manipulation, also kept the Crusades in check. Detilus was in control without any chaos or revolts. The church believers were all of the opinion that demons were meant to be exterminated, but Leochrome, who took calm and rational judgments, did not rashly oppress all the other races that lived here, and did not allow his subordinates to do so either. He, even if the other party were enemies, did not enjoy ruthlessly massacring people. Indulging in such things will only satisfy the greed of the worthless scum and will also stimulate opposition from the citizens. From the point of view of a ruler, it had zero merits. In controlling a defeated country, Leochrome was truly humane as well as understanding, truly an ideal ruler. But the people of the Church and Republic were not all like him. In fact, people like Leochrome were very rare existences, but the people of Detilus did not know that. He, who was here, was also the same. "Ah, my lord, my king, why?" That voice echoed inside the empty throne room. 1 month ago, on that decorated throne, sat a man who had an overwhelming presence, truly a king. The king's name was Givenal, a black dragon with incredible abilities. And the man who was here was a human who had been serving that dragon king even before Detilus was founded. As Givenal's right-hand man, he had become the prime minister now. Why did this? As the prime minister who manages the country, he could not show his emotions in public. But right now that facade had been completely broken, and tears were falling out of his eyes. Ew. Till this day, he had directly negotiated with Leochrome as the representative of Detilus. Negotiation were in name only. Detilus that had lost had no other choice but to give everything away to the victors, that is the Crusaders. All he could do was to ask for proper treatment of the citizens that had followed his respected and beloved Dragon King. No more. I have nothing else I can do. Tomorrow, the blockades will be lifted, and finally the Crusaders would begin their genuine rule. The death of the Dragon King will be announced to all of the citizens, and the country known as Detilus would collapse and would be annexed into the Syncria Republic. Hereafter, he would either be executed after being charged with some crime or made to cooperate with the Republic. In any case, he has one last duty to fulfill. Today, on the last day of the Detilus, he had finally reached his limits. My king. In the first place, he had sworn to be with Givenal in life and death. These were his true feelings. To him, Givenal was an absolute existence, and he truly believed that he should have followed him the moment he heard of his death. As a result, finishing all his duties, now that the country Givenal created was finally collapsing, he had lost all reason to live. "I'll be by your side." In this empty throne room, there was no one who could stop him. In his left arm, he held a Givenal scale, and in his right, he held a container. A brilliant red liquid was filled inside that container. And without any hesitation, he drank the red poison in a single breath. Gah! Instantly falling on his knees, he fell face front on the ground. The poison quickly circulated inside his body, and in a matter of seconds, he passed away. All hail, Dragon King. Anyone who saw his current appearance would feel pity for him. But the fact that he did not have to witness the gruesome trampling of the Detilus territory that was going to start from here onwards, he might have been the most fortunate person. Chapter 52, Fear Revived. It's 12th day of Shinyu month, the sky is already dyed red, and soon the night would come. While thinking that I rush along the highway, the destination is not Ers Village, but Detilus. I thought I would reach it before sun sets, but it looks like it's still far. I feel bad for Lily, who is clinging on my neck while inside the hood of robe. But no matter what, I want to know about the situation of Detilus. Ignoring the orders for no public crossing, I am heading towards Detilus. If the worst case happens and I'm spotted by any of the Detilus soldiers, it can't be helped if I'm thrown in jail. The biggest reason for taking such a big risk for going to Detilus is the uneasy feeling swirling inside my heart. I'm not convinced about the groundless, uneasy feeling, but I still couldn't ignore it. If Detilus was defeated by the human army, then the whole Pandora continent will be engulfed in war. Surely, many people will laugh at my thinking, regarding it as delusion. However, I know the what actions an invader takes due to my knowledge in previous world. Furthermore, I know the cruelty of the people wearing cross uniforms through this body. This world with magic is not some sort of fairy tale story. I was summoned here against my will, and was set up in experiments equivalent to torture, and was also forced to fight against fellow experimental subjects too. If those bastards invade in great numbers, then the Pandora continent will go through the path that I've learned from history lessons. In brief, the peaceful life I have built in Ers Village is in danger. In the first place, I came to Pandora continent to run away from the cross-uniform bastards. Even if they are not here following me, their searching range will be expanded eventually. Therefore, to prevent the danger to me, my livelihood, and Pandora too, I came to the conclusion to go to Detilus. I really am feeling bad for taking Lily. More than half the reason she's here is for my own self-protection. Of course, I tried sending her to Ers Village when we left the Enkul village, but Lily, being stubborn, didn't nod at my words. Definitely, Lily got a feeling that I'm going to a dangerous place, so she might have chose to follow me. I've made a decision already to let Lily escape if we both get caught in a dire situation. That is Detilus, huh? Though the surroundings are dark, my reinforced eyes catch a glimpse of the rumored big castle walls of Detilus far in the distance. And so, I left the highway and started crossing through the forest. I'm most likely to be discovered if I keep on walking on the highway, so it's better to continue until Detilus while sneaking. The Real village I passed some hours ago had its doors completely shut and was quiet. But what about Detilus? From what I can see, there are no signs of destroyed castle walls. Was it not a big-scale castle siege war? Or is the opposite side of the castle wall broken? I rush through the forest while holding my breath with my thoughts in a confusion. Great, it's so big. Finally, I came close to the Detilus castle walls. The wall standing majestically in front me can make someone think about a precipitous cliff. The trees of forest are stopped where I'm standing. There is nothing to hide myself in between the walls and me. If there was a tall tree, I can invade by climbing it, or if there were big bushes, I can approach while being unnoticed. It is natural to have those ideas when there is nothing in front of castle walls. The problem is how to reach the walls without being noticed. Come to think of it, the first place I infiltrated the port town had low security. That's why I was transported easily. I had already been predicted that it won't be as easy as the previous time, but I don't see a single person. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be a single soldier present here. 30 meters above there is a passage present on the top of wall, but there is no sign of patrolling soldiers. Of course, the same can be said for the outside circumference of walls. Perhaps even though they are patrolling, it's not like they can monitor each and every section of outer wall. If it's like that, it's not much of a big deal to approach the walls, and to climb the 30 meters walls is an easy feat for this body, along with black magic. Now the problem left is the barrier, It's my first time seeing a genuine one. Unlike the shield, a barrier is a defensive magic that completely covers the target and can be maintained 24 times 7 hours a day. It blocks all the attacks from outside and monitors the presence of intruders within a fixed region and various other functions. The only barrier I have and know of is Efreet, Aka mosquito repellent, which deploys a barrier of flame to keep mosquitoes away. And at the present time, there is a large-scale barrier standing with Detilus as its origin. It's not a shining bright light, rather it's colorless and transparent, but even me, who is standing 500 meters away from it, can feel the strong magical pressure it exerts. The difference in defensive ability with that mosquito repellent is like that of heaven and earth. Due to this powerful barrier, there are no other soldiers except for at the main gate, probably. The magic used by this barrier is white magic. It seems impossible to invade through just brute strength, as my black magic has extremely bad compatibility with the white magic. But however, the current me is not alone. I have a reliable partner. Lily, can you open a hole in that barrier? I can. The white magic used by Sariel and the light magic used by Lily have completely different origins. The light magic also acts a counter for my black magic like the white magic, whereas it is also classified as a color magic. But still, they are both different. If it's Lily who has good compatibility with her magic and excels at controlling it too, she can pierce a hole through the powerful barrier. Well, let's go. I grab Lily under one arm and run the 500 meters at full speed. Being coupled with the black clothes, I doubt I will be found out. Please God, don't let me found out. I don't know whether my prayer was heard or it was inevitable, but I safely reach the walls. And though it can't be seen through naked eyes, there is a barrier standing. It might be a barrier that restricts physical intrusion, or it can be like the one place on the treasure box which gives out electric shocks. Until I know its nature, it's a bad idea to touch it. Even though I know letting Lily touch such a thing is so sinful, but here I can't do anything other than relying on her powers. I'll leave it to you. Yeah. Lily touches the invisible barrier with her both hands. From the point of contact, the white light ripples as if a rock has been thrown onto water's surface. NH. Lily's 2 pairs of 7-colored wings sometimes flap, and her white-lit body flickers. I feel for Lily, who is seriously trying to pierce through the barrier, but this glittering light is unreasonably standing out. It doesn't matter if there are no soldiers here, but in this dark night, the shining Lily can be spotted from 100 meters away rather easily. The only thing I can do to help her not be spotted is just covering her with my robe. It's pretty nerve-wracking, but I still wait in silence for its completion. How much time had passed? Maybe not even 3 minutes have passed, but due to nervousness it's feeling twice the length, then suddenly Lily speaks. It's open. Not the meaning of it's painful, but rather it's open, she said. In Japanese, Ada means it's open, and Aida means painful. Both sound similar, that's why author is deliberately explaining it. Upon looking in front of Lily, there is a faintly shining circle drawn in empty air. The circle is big enough for me pass easily. When I pass my hand through it, I don't feel anything out of place. Looks like she succeeded in piercing the barrier. You did well, leave the rest to me. I pat at Lily's head, while she rejoices like a puppy. I would also want to leave everything and keep on patting her, but there's not time for that. Putting Lily once again in the hood, I jump through the circle in the castle ward. Let's go in one shot. Compared from the time I laboriously climbed the walls of the port city, my magic skills have also improved. After all, I conquered a cliff of 100 meters to just invade the nest of a Garuda. If I use the rock-climbing magic skill I used at that time, this 30-meter stone wall is just a child asking to be climbed. To look cool in front of Lily, who worked hard to open a hole in wall, I activate the magic while doing a signature pose. Anchor release. From the palms of both hands, a black wire flies out along the wall. The wire with a harpoon-like object at its tip sinks deep at the top of the wall. At that time, the rear of the wire starts to coil around the hand, hips, thighs, and the sole of my feet. It's all right with just coiling around hands, but it'll help in more balance while climbing if there is a back support. Let's go. After listening Lily's reply, I retract the wire at once. While being pulled by wire, I rushed up the vertical wall in one spurt. This anchor is the same famous wire action that sometimes appears in action games. It is also called as hookshot or grappling beam. In short, it is using a wire to move on a vertical surface like Tarzan. My black magic can materialize simple objects like bullets and much more, and also excels at controlling them. If there is a really good imagination, then making a retractable wire is easy. Using this anchor, climbing a wall of 30 meters is the same as running on flat ground. In several seconds, I climbed the wall and land near the passage. No one is here. There really is not person near the passage. While paying utmost attention, I look towards the Detilus city below the walls. Below is a very vast street of houses and shops. It's so big that many Ers villages can fit in it, and the walls are covering it whole. It's a tremendously big city. If it's a normal person, they would have gone to bed by this time of night. In the corner of what is apparently a residential area are some houses with lights on, whereas as red light district seeming area is full of bright lights. Even among them, the most noticeably shining is the castle of Decisive. The castle is covered by walls. From here the ground and the first floor of castle cannot be seen. Even so, There is light glittering from there, which is shining on the very large castle in the dark night. Looking at that, I start to heave a sigh at its majesticness. But the moment I saw the flag hanging from the castle, I gulped down the sigh I was going to release. That is the cruciform symbol. The flag there was not the national flag of Detilus, with the dark emblem imitating King Givenal, but it was the flag with an emblem of cruciform symbol, which seemed to me like annoying madness. It's a lie, right? That means the human army are them. If I look closely, inside the city there are various sizes of the same flag hanging. This scene was frankly saying the fact that Detilus has been occupied by the Crusaders. Tusk, damn it. It's the worst, it's a nightmare. The worst-case scenario I thought has turned into a reality. I found out that the cruciform-symboled flag is not hoisted by a cult of humans, but is the national flag of Syncria Republic. Slowly, despairs starts spreading inside my heart. Those bastards, those damn bastards really did came to Pandora continent in great numbers. The fact that they have occupied Detilus can only mean that there is no other force that can oppose them. A big country like Detilus is easily captured in a blink of an eye. These bastards are planning to conquer the whole Pandora continent and do that not so far in future. What should I do? Should I fight or escape? Damn! The Dragon King, who is more powerful than me, was defeated even when he was leading an army. They're not the enemy I can fight against. Even in the world of magic, it's impossible for an individual to win against a whole country. So should I really run? But to where? Is there any place these bastards won't come? Damn it, shit, no matter how much I think, nothing good comes to mind. No matter what I think, I can only imagine these bastards coming towards me with their cross in their hands. What should I do? Kirono. Lily jumps at my chest and tightly hugs me. It's all right, Lily will save Kirono. Even if bad guys come, I will protect you. Lily spurts some tremendous lines. Even though I didn't say any words, Lily, who can read a person's mind, feels my uneasy feeling. I cuddle Lily, who is clinging on to me. The faint warmth I feel at my hands and chest brings me back to my sanity and removes the uneasy feeling. Arg, damn it, I showed an uncool side of me to Lily. Lily, I'm all right. That's right, now I'm not alone, and I can't only think about myself only from now on. Just like Lily said she'd protect me, I will also have to protect Lily. I definitely won't let those bastards take away my peaceful life once again. It's dangerous being here, let's leave. Yeah. Due to the restriction on information spreading, the news of Detilus' occupation is still not reached to any other village. If I don't do anything, these bastards will attack all the villages within Detilus territory. It's impossible for me to resist until the bitter end, but I can escape from here. If it's no good to run within Detilus territory, I can only run to other countries. Well, the problem is whether the enemy nation Spada's city-state army will let me in or not. If they don't, I've got no choice but to do an illegal immigration. First, I need to tell this info to the nearest village. No, I don't even know if they will hear my story, who is only a rank 1 adventurer. The only route for me here is to talk to village head of Ers Village to exert influence on other villages. I once again start racking my mind for what to do from now on. Just as soon I started to make an anchor for going down the wall. What might you be doing here? I heard a voice, Spidey sixth sense alert, a voice of refreshing and beautiful little girl. Before even thinking that the voice is familiar, a face of certain person rose up in my mind in an instant. When I turned back to look, there stood the girl, not any different from what I imagined. A beautiful girl with platinum long hair, along with a pair of 2 big red eyes, wearing a vestment with cruciform symbol. The girl, who showed me overwhelming power and the origin of my overwhelming fear, is Sariel. There stood the strongest person I know of, 7th Apostle Sariel. Chapter 53, Crusades Supreme Commander. Under the starry sky, Sariel and Kirono are standing facing each other. Kirono forgets about his cold sweat flowing and faces head-on with Sariel as if to hide Lily. Kurono Maou. He hasn't been called that in a long time. No, for Kirono, it was for the first time to be called by his full name in this world. To a devotee of the cross religion, it might seem as God's words to them, but to Kirono, it only seemed as the whisper of Grim Reaper. The uneasy feeling of his was settled down by Lily, but immediately after seeing a danger in front of his eyes, the fear torments Kurono's heart once again. But still, due to Lily behind his back, he breaks free of fear's grasp, and various trains of thoughts come to his mind. Kurono thinks the fact that his name was called means that this isn't a situation he will be killed with no questions asked. What have you been doing here? He is once again questioned. If I don't answer, would I be instantly killed? If I answer, would I be killed even so? Kurono, who can't think of any situation favorable to him, speaks in half despair. It's tourism. The walls of Detilus are famous, right? I see, however it's better if you don't do it right now. Kirono was surprised at the fact that Sariel took his joke to be real. He was lucky that he didn't get a white stake which can pierce the shield easily in return, and didn't think any further. Sorry for that, I would be grateful if you let me return back quietly. Yes, you can go. With a tremendous answer in return. Even Kirono, who had been keeping his poker face, opened his eyes wide. Is it really all right? Yes. Kirono tries to examine through Sariel's expression. It is similar to the first he met her. Kirono thinks that if he just gets away like this, he won't be pierced. He also thinks that Sariel might have no intention to kill them on that place. Do you mind if I ask you something? Kirono thought that if Sariel has no intention to kill him, even if he doesn't run from here, then he can use this opportunity to gather some information. Kirono doesn't know anything about Crusaders. In the first place, he doesn't know that the one leading the army of people called as Crusaders is Sariel. What is it? As expected, Sariel replied. Why did you come to Pandora continent? Our Lord White God desires this land. Therefore, we Crusaders came to this land to offer it to him. Is it for propagating the cross-wielding religion? Yes, it will eventually turn out to change the religion of every person on Pandora continent to that of cross. The Crusaders and then cross-religion, they more or less seem like the Christianity religion. Perhaps the cross-religion and Syncria Republic have deep relation between them. Long story short, it is a religious country, or so Kirono guessed, and thought that it starts as the propagation of Christianity and leads to colonization pattern. Do you guys know what result will your actions cause? Yes, a lot of blood has been spilled by now. It will also keep on from now on. Do you have no intention for retreat? Until our Lord desires it. Kirono exhales a single breath. He had predicted the answers without needing for Sariel to answer. In short, they have no intention to retreat and will cruelly kill anyone who opposes to them. The king of Detilus, is he dead? Yes, I killed him. Kirono was not shocked at the fact that the Dragon King was killed. Rather, he was shocked to learn that Sariel had the power to kill an existence everyone said can't be killed. So, what will happen to Detilus from now on? I will be getting everything within Detilus territory. You will. Sariel didn't say we will, but I will. Kirono always thought that no matter how great she is only a soldier in the end. However, from her way of speaking, it only seems that his thoughts were wrong. And Sariel says the words that confirm it. I'm the supreme commander of Crusader after all. Kirono suddenly understood that she is the one who leads the Crusaders, the top brass. I see. Kirono turns back and faces his back towards Sariel. He takes Lily from the hood, who didn't budge even a little, and took her out. While feeling Sariel's gaze at his back, Kirono crouches and embraces Lily. Phew. Lily raises her voice due to suddenly being hugged. Kirono, without minding it, whispered in her ears. Lily, tell everything to Shione-san, everything you will hear now. While hearing Kirono's words, Lily felt within his heart was a great fear and sorrow, and the courage which is pushing them back. Kirono guessed that Lily has read his true motives already. He grabs her in his arms once again. Nuo. Thank you for being with me till now, it's goodbye. Kirono, while holding Lily with his left hand, throwed her with his full strength towards the forest. Kirono. Lily is thrown with a terrible speed. Sensing danger to her automatic defense, shield activates, which covers her whole body. Leaving a trail of white light, she flies away. Sorry, Lily. Kirono, who murmured those words, was already holding the black ballista replica in his right hand. Facing towards Sariel, who was staring him, he wielded his baton. Chapter 54, Assassination Plan. What are you planning to do? The full metal jacket bullet I fired was stopped by the inverted triangular white shield, just like that time. This time, the only difference is that a small crack appeared. I can do this. Magic bullet arts. As I lightly swung the baton like a conductor, black bullets appeared in a spiral formation around my body. The thousands of bullets that appeared around me are all made by the highest level of composition of black magic. Moreover, due to the baton's abilities, every bullet holds more power than a normal anti-material. Fire all bullets full burst. I released all the bullets towards Sariel at once. Black muzzle flash and firing sound, along with the sound of destruction of castle wall on which Sariel stood, resounded in the silent night. Instantly, dust rose up and the visibility got blocked, but I already know even without seeing that Sariel is not there anymore. Just before I fired, I saw her jump away from the castle wall. I won't let her get away. Shooting anchor from beneath my legs, I chased Sariel and jumped down from the wall. I can't let her get away. As I threw myself in midair, I saw the grassland that I had been running on just some time ago. Without anywhere to hide, also without any reason to hide, Sariel stood there in her white dress like a ghost. Magic sword arts. I grabbed the wire with my left arm and raised the baton with my right. As my robe fluttered in midair, I opened my shadow space and brought out 3 blackened longswords. I bought these from the blacksmith shop at the Ers Village. Pierce through. Before my body reached the ground, I launched the 3 swords towards Sariel. One made an arc and approached from the left. Similarly, one approached from the right, and one charged directly towards her and attacked her. I didn't hear, but I saw her lips moving, and at the same time I landed on the ground. A small shock ran through my legs. Since I used the wire to decelerate myself, I landed without giving any chance to attack. Bajin! A sound resounded near my legs. The 4 white stakes Sariel used had pierced through hem of my robe and sewn it to the castle wall. But none of them had pierced through my body, so it must be to stop my movement. But when were these stakes fired? I couldn't see them at all. As I moved my eyes to confirm it, I once again looked back towards Sariel. She had a slender spear of the same color as her stakes in her left hand. On its spearhead, as if catching fish with a spear, my 3 swords were lined up together with their centers pierced. And just as I had once seen before, the 3 blackened swords were instantly invaded by her white magical energy and scattered to dust. Goddamn monster! Whether it be the speed of the stakes or the way to destroy my swords, I was once again made to realize the difference in our powers. Slowly, regret and fear spread inside me, and I had a sudden impulse to start crying and beg for my life. Sariel slowly came towards me and spoke. "Will you stop resisting?" I almost gave an affirmation to her words, but somehow stopped myself by grinding my teeth. "I have no intention to hurt you." I hate myself to have felt relieved from those words. "Will you retreat quietly?" Running far away with Lily was an extremely charming offer, but I used my full strength to reject it. Haha. I laughed with a shaky, pathetic voice. "Who will miss this chance?" I raised my voice and cheered myself up. I forcibly escaped the stakes while tearing the pierced parts of the robe. I swung my baton and materialized bullets, and at the same time brought out 10 longswords this time. Moreover, I hold the cursed hatchet Tsujijiri in my left hand. "Sariel, I'll kill you here and stop the Crusaders." "Is that so?" Facing my full magical energy as well as bloodlust head, there was not a single change in her sculpture-like face. She didn't even take a stance with her spear. "That's fine, that composure of yours will become my chance of winning. Let's go. Because I'm the supreme commander of the Crusaders." Sariel definitely said that. If not for those words, right now I would have been running along with Lily on the highway. But I recklessly challenged Sariel. "No, that's not it. Lives are online here. This is an assassination. Assassination is to kill by using a gap in the opponent's defense. If going by those words, then this moment is Sariel's gap. As the top of the Crusaders, to have appeared without any guards, if there was an assassin, there was not any better situation than this. Even now, not a single soldier has come to assist Sariel, and it's still one-on-one. Conveniently, for some reason, Sariel is not trying to kill me. If she wanted, she could pierce through my heart anytime, no doubt about it. But to have tried to pin me to the wall is a proof. This robe is a high-class good with defensive ability higher than a steel plate mail. For a second, I was worried that the robe had lost its magic and become a normal cloth. Basically, my life is in danger. This is the only chance for me to defeat her. But why did I have to take this chance with my life on the line? If it was the me 2 months earlier, I had nothing more important than my own life. I would never put it in danger. But now I have things I want to protect even at the cost of my life. Lily and Ers Village, even though it hasn't been very long, I still can't let the Crusaders do whatever they want. I will never trust these bastards who wear crosses. I don't care if it was something wished by God, but that's nothing more than using a god's name to kill, steal, and destroy. In the end, the Crusaders are big enough to have invaded and occupied Detilus. If the Detilus army fell to them, means that the Crusaders are very strong. I don't know if even other countries would be able to win against them. But what will happen if the top of the Crusaders is killed here? I don't know how the chain of command of Crusaders work, but if the commander dies then, an organization shouldn't be able to sustain itself. I don't know how much authority Sariel herself possesses, but I do know that she is a major part of their military force. If the top loses, the invasion plan would definitely be largely affected, or maybe it might end altogether. At least the effect would be much better than fighting the whole Crusaders head-on. But that's only if I am able to successfully complete this assassination. I am well aware of how strong Sariel is. In terms of level, it's a gap between 1 and 100. But even if this is a magic world, doesn't mean it's a game world. There are always ways if you want to just kill someone. It doesn't matter how hard I have to try if I can just kill her. I'm fine even if I am able to take her down together with me. If that can save Lily and the villagers, then I'll bet my life as many times as I can. Chapter 55, Black Magician vs. Apostle. Let's go. Swinging my baton, I once again release a storm of bullets towards Sariel. Shield. As Sariel whispered, a white inverted triangular shield appeared in front of her. Shield is one of the most basic defensive magic. A normal magician would never be able to block my bullet storm with just a shield. But Sariel's shield blocked all the bullets and sustained only a few bullet marks. Even the same magic would be completely different if the magician is different. Wait, this isn't the time to be impressed. Not yet. From behind the bullets, a black sword stuck right at the point where the shield had a little crack due to the bullets. Finally, the shields were pierced and broke with the sound of breaking glass. With this, I attacked with more black swords, 1 from the same path as earlier and 3 from above. All them came flying towards Sariel in the very moment the shield broke. But she had already moved away from there to evade them. Although I was unable to catch when she actually moved, I had already predicted that she would evade. The remaining 5 swords were already flying from the back of where Sariel was standing before. Sariel, who had jumped backwards, was attacked by the 5 black swords from further behind. How's that? Stakes Sajida. This time, Sariel used a basic attack magic. The moment that voice reached my ears, I lost the sensation of all 10 swords. Why? I don't even have to think about it. The answer is in front of me. The swords that were stuck in the ground as well those that were flying were all crushed by the stakes, no, bullets fired by Sariel. Will you stop attacking? Ha, is that the first thing you say after stealing someone's magic? Do I? Sariel lifted her index finger of her right hand, as if pointing towards me. In front of it, a white bullet similar to my anti-material took form. Although its size was the same as the stakes, i.e. 30 cm, rather than bullet, this was big enough to be called a cannon shell. Your original magic is certainly unique and powerful. The white bullet in front of her started rotating. At the pointed end, white magical energy started revolving in a helix. But it cannot kill me. Shield. As I constructed the shield in front of me, at the same time Sariel fired the shell. That shell that was even faster than my bullets, similar to that time, pierced through even my improved and stronger shield easily. Kuh! Instantly my left hand reacted and the blade of the cursed hatchet crossed with the shell. Gadgeon! With a high-pitched metallic sound, I somehow deflected the shell. Due to the shock, my stance got collapsed and stumbled 2-3 steps behind and managed not to fall down somehow. As I returned my sight in front of me, Sariel had disappeared from there. Where? Before my eyes, I sensed her location instinctively, above me. As I looked up, with the crescent moon as background, Sariel was flying towards me with the spear in her left hand. I don't have time to recreate a shield, even if I had it'll get pierced through anyway. Ooh. I met the spear coming from the sky with my cursed hatchet. The clash of the edges gave off sparks. Hard. Maybe she was planning to destroy the hatchet with a single attack. Sariel landed as she said that. Even though both of us are in each other's cutting range, we remain still. That's my line. Up till now, this cursed hatchet had been able to slice through anything. This was the first time its blade was stopped. It's a cursed weapon. It's impossible to destroy it with that lump of magical energy. Sariel's spear was, in a way, similar to the white stakes. It was simply materialized by pressing your own magical energy together. It's the same as her using her hand as a sword and I was using a knife. If that broke, will you leave this place? Just a little. I felt that Sariel's gaze got sharper. Even now, she is allowing me to run away. If you want to stop me. I took stance with the hatchet in my left hand and loaded bullets in the baton in my right. Furthermore, from my shadow, I brought out 10 blackened swords and deployed them around in a circle. Then come with the intent to kill. That's too bad. As she said that, at the same time, a silver aura burst out of Sariel. I have seen that aura before as well. Now that I have learned a bit more about magic, I can confirm that it's not any enhancement magic, but simply magical energy leaking out. In short, she has gotten a bit serious, but that's it. Although I still don't know the extent of her powers, I instinctively as well as rationally understand that she is revealing more than enough power to kill me. I won't last long against Sariel clad in her aura. No, I might fall in a single clash. There is a 5 m of distance between us. The time between the moment when Sariel leaps towards me and pierces my body with that spear is the last chance I will have. I'm coming. At the same time Sariel said that, I released the bullets from my baton. It heads directly for the forehead of Sariel that was approaching me. Direct hit, but it is unable to pierce through the silver aura and vanished like the mist without dealing any damage. Maybe even the blackened swords will not be able to pierce through. I thought that. But that doesn't change the fact that I need to use all 10 swords to intercept Sariel. From the front, I aimed for the forehead, neck, chest, stomach, and groin with 5 swords in a straight vertical line, and the crown of the head and the limbs were attacked by the remaining 5. Mistakes. Similar to before, white bullets accurately shot down the 5 swords coming from above, left and right. The 5 coming from the front were cleanly destroyed with one swing of the spear. But the distance between us is currently 3 m. If I take one step, I could cut her. To take it on, she will have to bring back the spear used to destroy the swords. But in this close range, that will become a fatal mistake. Dropping the baton, I held the hatchet with both hands and I stepped in to deliver a powerful slash. Even though I have never learned sword fighting, but together with my enhanced body and the abilities of the hatchet itself, I can produce strength enough to cut through her aura along with her body. The hatchet that was swung sideways, its blade certainly cut through her aura, but the moment it was about to reach her thin body, Gakken, it was blocked with the spear that had somehow returned back to place. Our gazes crossed. Even though expressionless, her eyes appealing to end this fight. The fact that my attack, that was made while she had already swung her spear, was stopped means that she can make 2 swings with her weapon in the same time I swing once. That's how high her attack speed is. If she is that fast, by the time I attack next, she could freely choose any part of body and pierce through it. I can't attack with the cursed hatchet anymore. Bullets didn't work in the first place. I used up all my swords with the last 10, and I have no way to counterattack between the time her spear swings and attacks me. Probably Sariel is thinking the same thing, and that will be my only chance at victory. Now, from the shadow space I open near my legs, I fire a single black needle from the darkness. That needle is Basilisk's bone needle, a cursed weapon I never got to use after buying it at Ers Village. The moment it stabs, it starts corroding the body, a simple yet dreadfully effective poison needle. If the wielder himself touches it, he'll also get poisoned, so it is treated as curse. But this needle can pierce through Sariel's aura. If I can hit her once more, then I can deal a fatal blow. And in actuality, the poison needle came into contact with the silver aura, started corroding it, and flew directly towards the heart. Is this your trump card? And sure enough, the needle was unable to reach her heart. Cut. The needle was fired at the same speed as that of a bullet, but Sariel moved faster than that, and that's all it took. The right hand that had not yet moved up till now, before I realized it, had moved over her right chest to protect her, and her palm had blocked the needle. The needle that had pierced through her palm completely only reached her robe and stopped there. Sariel, who had taken it with her bare hands, the corrosion of the poison began to spread. But still, Sariel, without seeming even a little bit agitated, took a step back and used her spear to pierce through her whole palm along with the needle. The needle was smashed, and the poisoned flesh was instantly shaved off, thus stopping the corrosion. As blood gushed out, a painful-looking hole could be seen on Sariel's palm. All I could do was be dumbfounded as I looked at this chain of events. Datsu. Suddenly, a shock ran through my left arm. I realized that Sariel had attacked with her spear when I saw that the cursed hatchet had fallen to the ground. Gah. Probably my left wrist is broken. It'll heal by itself sooner or later, but it won't do so instantly. I don't even have the time to pick up the cursed hatchet either. All plans were broken through, and I don't even have a weapon in my hands now. I still have magical energy left, but I don't have any magic that could be activated faster than Sariel attacking with her spear. It was checkmate. In this situation where I had nothing left to help me win, the regret and fear that I had subdued instantly spread within me. I should have run away. Should I beg for mercy? Someone save me. I can't think of anything better. I'm pretty sure I'm currently sweating like crazy with a pathetically pale face. Probably due to pity, Sariel's spear had not yet pierced through me. Wait a second. As my mind was in chaos, I remembered one thing. A magic that could pierce through her aura and was also faster than her spear. I didn't hesitate even a second to use it. My right fist had already become tight. Pile. I raised my fist overhead and stepped in. The activation process is simple. Simply gather magic in my fist and release it. Already, magical energy of density much stronger than the time I had first used it, gathered in my arm and swirled around. The image is a drill, rotating at high speed. I concentrate all the destructive power on the pointed end. Eat this, my final useless struggle. Bun ki rrrr. The swirling black fist was intercepted by white magical energy. The first thing I felt was the sensation of that magical energy. Next, my brain recognized what I was seeing. It was the sight of Sariel blocking my pile bunker with her bloody right hand alone. From the hand that had blocked me, white magical energy was rotating in the reverse direction of my own. Both the magical energies were nullifying each other out at the point where they touched. And soon, my destructive black magical energy disappeared without any trace. So, it really was useless. As I finally felt a sense of complete defeat, a strong shock attacked my head. The last thing I saw was the usual expressionless figure swinging the spear horizontally. Sorry, Lily, it seems I won't be able to protect your village. While thinking that, my consciousness was broken off. Chapter 56, Fairy V's Apostle. The fainted Kirono had collapsed on the ground. As Sariel looked over him, she started to rack her brains a bit. Her first worry was what she should do with Kirono. The second was that she had once again ruined her regenerated right hand. The latter could be solved, as it would heal with the passage of time, but she couldn't come up with what she should do with Kirono instantly. In the first place, no matter how much Kirono tried to kill her, Sariel was not going to kill him. Sariel was fine if he would just live happily somewhere far away. There might be experimental bodies that might curse Kirono, because he was the only one who had gotten free. But Sariel found some sort of salvation in Kirono, who had attained freedom that none other experimental body, including herself, could attain. She wanted him to live the share of every experiment that had died as well. That is why she let him run when she met him in the third laboratory, and was also going to let him go this time as well. A normal life away from fighting. He had definitely achieved half of it at least, but you have got something to protect as well, right? The fairy girl that Kirono let go of before attacking, he met her in this world, and she became precious enough for him to put his own life on the line to protect her. Sariel met countless men on the battlefield that fought to protect something, and she did not let even a single one of them return back alive. Kirono's figure was completely overlapping with those brave heroes that came to fight only to face a tragic death. Still, I don't want you to die. In a way, this was only to fulfill her own ego. She started thinking of a way to get him out of here. As the commander of the Crusaders, she couldn't just let someone who attacked her to go freely intentionally. Kirono's true identity was a modified foreigner. Not a general or a noble of Detilus even lower importance than a normal civilian, so they won't follow him to the ends of the earth to kill him at least. But if the Crusaders caught him, then he'll be definitely executed for trying to assassinate the Supreme Commander. So, she can't call the army here. But she can't leave it as it is either. If he woke up now, it'll be good if he just ran away, but there's a chance that he might start attacking again as well. In the first place, there's a high chance that the guards patrolling would find him first. In every case, the result isn't very appealing. Then, maybe she could make someone carry Kirono to a faraway town. But Sariel didn't have anyone to whom she could entrust such a personal task. And even if she is the Supreme Commander, she can't give such a weird order either. What should I do? After becoming an apostle, she had done nothing but destroy the enemies, so this was the first time she was thinking a bit in a human-like way. Fortunately, she already informed the subordinates that she was going out for a bit, so at least she had time to think. Originally, she had come here because she had sensed the barrier breaking. The barrier was not the type to inform of intruders, so nobody else had come here other than Sariel. Sariel was standing there looking at Kirono and had not even remembered to erase her spear. As she was thinking inside her head, she suddenly looked towards the forest. Something is coming. At first, she only sensed it as an indescribable atmosphere, but it soon turned into a clear abnormality. Inside the dark forest, a green light could be seen. That light was approaching this place and was getting stronger and bigger. And, at the same time she saw the light, she realized that the trees in the forest were losing their color. As the light came closer and closer, the trees' invisibility that had thick trunks instantly started to wither, and the fresh leaves started to dry up and fall away. This is life drain. Sariel confirmed the light in the forest was stealing the life force of the trees in the forest and collecting it. Life force is an energy included in magical energy required to sustain life. Magicians would never use life force unless they were using suicide magic apoptosis. And a magic that could steal the life force of others was a taboo among taboos, an extremely dangerous thing. Sariel felt that it was fortunate that normal soldiers were not here. If a drain of this level was activated, people with no training in using magic and those that have low resistance would all have been in fatal danger right now. Facing the green light, Sariel realized that even though she could not see it, life force was being drained like a storm right now. All the trees in the forest had become dried, and it had become a forest of death where not a shred of life force could be sensed. And the reason of this abnormality, the emerald light finally came in front of Sariel. Get away from Kirono. It was a girl with a presence somewhat similar to Sariel. Literally shining platinum blonde long hair and white skin. Eyes that were same color as the emerald green sphere of light surrounding her. Wearing a frilly black one-piece dress, on her back were 2 pair of rainbow-colored wings. It truly matched the image of the fairy princess that had appeared once in a book Sariel had read a long time ago. Who are you? But that girl with the unparalleled beauty twisted her beautiful expression in rage and released bloodlust that could be seen with naked eyes. I said. In response to Sariel's question, the girl, get away from him, attacked with an immense beam of magical energy. A chantless flashing white arrows, Fortia Sagita no, a type of extra magic or original magic. As Sariel thought that, she took evasive maneuvers, but as the name suggested, the speed of those beams was at light speed. Unable to completely dodge, the beam burned away the hem of Sariel's priest vestment. Dadan? The beam that passed Sariel struck the barrier and without almost any resistance, pierced through it and hit the castle walls. The wall that got destroyed with a loud boom raised a cloud of dust reached even till where Kirono was lying. Kirono. Sariel heard the voice of the girl beyond the cloud of dust. As soon as the cloud of dust disappeared, Sariel saw the girl lifting Kirono in her arms. Kirono. The expression on the girl, right now as she called Kirono's name, while crying was so ephemeral and sweet that it made the expression she showed to Sariel feel like a lie. The girl hugged Kirono's body as she brought him to a sitting-like state. Sariel couldn't hear what the girl was whispering, but she should have realized that Kirono was only unconscious. The girl then easily picked up Kirono in her arms, even though she was half his size. Are you the girl that Kirono let go of earlier? Don't call his name so lightly. Once again, a killing gaze pierced through Sariel. Even the emotionless and detached Sariel understood that the girl was angry, and she understood the reason behind the anger as well. Just how Kirono had protected her, she was also protecting him. And if someone so precious to her got hurt, she would either get sad or angry, obviously. If you're going to take him with you, then I won't chase you. I see. Just saying that, she turned away from Sariel while embracing Kirono. Now then, please go die. The wings on the girl's back flickered. As Sariel sensed the fluctuations in magical energy, the next moment, 10 odd balls of light shot out from her rainbow wings. It's not a beam, so they were not at light speed, but they were still many times faster than Kirono's bullets. Sariel, realizing the high speed, moved her body to dodge them. At that moment, she saw the trajectory of the balls of light get slightly changed. Automatic tracking ability. Even when she kicked the ground to fly in the air, the balls of light clearly captured her motion and bent instantly at a right angle and corrected their trajectory. Very high level, no choice but to shoot them down. Sariel, who landed on ground, gripped the spear handle with her blood-stained right hand. It was already at a much lower condition than normal, and furthermore, it was even damaged fatally by Kirono's poison. Although she didn't want to use this, since she wanted to avoid putting stress on her right wrist. But the only way to intercept those light balls was to use both her hands. Fast. Releasing a small voice, she stuck out her white spear with speed even higher than the approaching light balls that were in front of her. The instant the spear pierced through the balls of light, the compressed light magical energy released pure destructive energy. A blinding flash and a shockwave strong enough to rip off limbs attacked Sariel, but without swaying even a single bit, she kept on destroying the balls of light. And when she pierced through the last ball, the spear in her hand was also smashed to pieces and disappeared. As the storm of flashes and destruction finally settled down, the grass lawn that she was supposed to be standing on had been gouged out and bare earth could be seen. The only place where grass remained was where the sole of her feet were standing on. Ran away. As she looked, the figure of the girl was nowhere to be seen. She was seriously trying to kill Sariel, but she must have prioritized Kirono's safety and left this place. The moment she thought that, a chill ran down her spine, similar to when she had faced the Dragon King. Above her, a magic circle drawn with white lines of diameter 10 m suddenly appeared. Letters of the Ancients or Age of Gods were drawn along with an unknown figure in the center of the circle. But Sariel currently did not have the leisure to calmly analyze it. Light Wing God Shield Aerolux Aegis. Sariel used her strongest defensive spell, and wings of light spread out and covered her whole body. At the same time, a mass of light with the same diameter as the magic circle came down from above. A 7-colored torrent of light, having the same strength as that of a dragon's breath, swallowed Sariel. Chapter 57, The Last Return. It's been 3 months since I have become an adventurer. The quests I have taken were rank 1, therefore weren't dangerous. Even so, I studied my black magic every day and night. To me, black magic is my most reliable power to live in this world. Furthermore, the research and development for the study of magic became a hobby for me. The imagination is crucial to activate magic. There are various categories within magic, like the magic I use can only be used by the person himself, original. The magic used by Lily Witch can be used by people from same race, extra, and the magic used by Aten and other many magicians known as model. They all can't be activated unless a clear imagination is made in mind. A countryside person, and on top of it, a rookie adventurer like me, the only thing I can do towards the research on my magic is to just deepen my imagination and understanding of magic. By the way, the model magic can be used by anyone with magic power present in them. It is originated from theories close to that of science and maths after all. I gave up on learning the model magic, because to learn the model magic with the power equivalent to that of my antimatter, it takes at the least 2 years of training to learn it. In the first place, this world's the chanting for it, and its original pronunciation, Kiku Hareshi Main, Tajmid Albaradit Dyer Uljalid Alsulb, is completely non-understandable to me. Most probably, I came to understand this world's language thanks to remodeling, but from the rules of automatic translation that occurs inside my brain, the chants have been left out. On the contrary, the normal conversations and characters are 24 times 7 all year long, being automatically translated, so it's impossible to learn the language. If I had talent in primary color magic, I can use it without even chanting, but seems like there was no talent inside me except for black magic. Therefore, I stopped learning about the model magic and decided to use my original magic as my only weapon. And so I invented the magic bullet art and magic sword art. There is no effect like dramatical increase in power or any new effects were made, but by using it in battles, I can feel it's gotten easier to use it. Effect like the improvement in activation sequence, accuracy management, and magical energy requirement. The magic bullet is just a general term for the attack magic I've made, taking buckshot and antimatter as center. The magic sword is the improved version for automatic fencing, which can, at will, use blackened swords without using my hands. In addition, if I use the magic bullet with black ballista and the magic sword with cursed weapons, then the offensive power will rise exponentially. Other than that, I've made defensive magic before, like shield and Baphomet's embrace, which by wearing it, my defense has gradually gotten better. Compared to the first fight with Sariel, this time I had a lot of useful equipments and my offensive power had risen too. But even with all that, I was still no match for her. Holding onto a rope of hope, I on my own will enter the fight, but still Sariel went easy on me so as to not kill me. The model magic's offensive magic and defensive magic is commonly used as Igni Sagitta and Ice Shield. But Sariel activated the Sagitta and Shield separately, which meant that its power was reduced to half. Sariel must have analyzed that her half power of her normal would be enough to take the fully equipped me head-on. There's no way I can win against her. No matter with how much I attack her with the will to do or die, she can just play with me like a child. Weak, yeah, I was weak. It's still fine for me to fight to protect myself, but when Sariel and Crusaders came to Pandora Continent, the power to protect the Ers Village along with Lily was just too insufficient in me. To protect other people too, more power is needed. If you say it's obvious, then yes it is. But I understood that obvious thing just now. I want to become stronger, I want more power. When I think that, I regret for not crave for power from start. Now that I think about it, it's my first time ever to think like this. Kirono. With my name called, I woke up from my dream to see the face of Lily. Lily, good morning. Good morning, it's night although. When I look around, it's inside some forest. In the sky, a moon much bigger than Earth's version is brilliantly shining. I also realize that I'm sleeping on Lily's lap. Moreover, Lily was in her little girl form, so it will look like her embracing my head only. Am I alive? I rise up and murmur. I recall everything till the moment I fell unconscious. I carried you and escaped to here. I see, thank you. I've also retrieved all the weapons too. When I closely look, the cursed hatched Tsujijiri lit. Serial killer is leaning against a tree. To think that she even had the time to retrieve weapons with her opponent being Sariel. But now, it's not the time to think about it. I thought to protect you, but ended up being protected by you. I'm so uncool. I'm happy that you tried to protect me, but from now on don't fight alone with opponents you can't win against. Whenever there is danger for your life, I will be by your side. After all, I'm your partner, aren't I? That's right, sorry, now I won't do something so reckless. That's right, Lily is not someone I have to protect one-sidedly, but she is my partner whom I can leave my back to. On my own will I go away from her to protect her, and in the end I get protected. There is no other thing more pitiable than this. And I have unlimited words to thank to Lily. By the way, Lily's way of speaking is different, right? I once again look seriously at Lily. She looks like a small girl, but the words flowing out of her mouth are really fluent. As if I'm talking with the young girl form of Lily. Right now my consciousness returned to the same way it is at the time of full moon nights. Only consciousness. That's right, because I have something to tell to you as soon as you wake up. I can't explain information too, with the mentality of a child, right? Is that how it is? Having said that, I feel an extraordinary uneasy feeling from Lily. I almost carelessly thought of asking her whether her usual behavior was just an act. Moo, I doesn't feel like you're accepting it. Don't mind it and tell me what you want to tell me. Kay, I don't have much time, so I'll start first. First, it's already been 1 day since you fainted. It's not like I used all my magic power, and still was out cold for one whole day. Looks like I was really hit with great force on my head. And here is Between the Woods, at the foot of Rial Ridge. I don't know whether they are chasing us or not, but on the outskirts of Rial Village, there are many humans in white uniforms roaming around. It's better if you don't try to go to highway or the village. I see, looks like it'll be a detour for the way back to home. Even though Sariel was letting us leave, but even she can't help it if soldier find out about the fact that a fight broke out there. Still, how did you carry me till here? When I saved Kirono from in front of her, I was in my original form. Her you say, are you talking about Sariel? That idiot woman. Lily, your face is scary, don't make such angry face in the little form. Looks like it's true, she killed the Dragon King. Anyway, there is no doubt she is ridiculously strong, so Kirono must not fight people like her from now on. I also don't want to get involved with likes of her. Ah, I got it, and looks like there will be no next too. I doubt there will be another chance to fight with Sariel anymore. After all my assassination plan was ruined, I now need to think about what to do from now on. Well, let's return to Ers Village fast. After telling the news about the death of Dragon King and the possession of Detilus, I need to prepare for running to another country. Around this area there is no more hope, but if it's Ers Village near the western end, they still have time to run. Ni, Kirono. NH. The magic I used to return to my original form, I had saved it as an emergency measure. The one that can use it is only the child form of mine, and it's complete coincidence that it succeeded, and it also takes time. It's mostly due to luck that I'm able to talk to you. That's why don't do something like this ever again. Yeah, I got it, Sore. Lily jumps into my chest. I was really worried. Sorry, Lily. For a little while, I embraced Lily while patting her head. Putting Lily in my hood, I run up the highway in full speed. The capital city is overflowing with soldiers, so I had to take a detour through the forest which took me a lot of days to complete. Using that I came near the center of Detilus territory and soldiers were also not visible, so I went ahead to use the southwest highway. I keep on running, except for time to eat. Not stopping for any village that passes by and even cutting the sleeping time. Still, it's impossible for Lily to cut her sleeping hours, and was sleeping on my back just a while ago. Even so, I want to give her a comfortable sleep at bed, but I need to go to Ers Village as soon as I can, and this thing even Lily understands. And at last, we came to QR Village. Naturally, I had thought of passing through here without stopping, but there are a lot of commotion coming from there. Did something happen over there? Along with Lily, who also didn't know about what was happening, I decided to move towards the center of uproar. The plaza was full of people. If it was just that, I would have agreed that they are getting prepared for the summer festival, but the people in plaza were holding up luggage and were having tired expressions. They are getting water from the vigilantes of QR Village and getting first aid for their injuries. Excuse, did something happen here? I asked one QR villager in the plaza. I don't know what happened, but they have escaped from Ers Village. They have been coming here one by one, and by the morning, it was a really big deal. The Vigilante Corps are also patrolling here and there, just doesn't feel right around here. Now that I think about it, the faces of people in the plaza are known to me. The moment I confirmed it, I rushed up to the plaza and shouted. I'm Kirono, an adventurer from Ers Village. What happened in the village, tell me please. Kirono, yeah, I have seen you. Ooh, Lily-san is also here. After giving responses like that, some werecats stand in front of me. Ers Village was attacked by humans' army. The moment I heard those words, though I didn't want to believe it, I understood the situation. We also don't know about the details, but last night a human army attacked us and the escape order was given out, so we in a hurried and ran up to QR Village. Near the Northwest Highway, many flames were present, and explosions were also heard. Most probably the Vigilante Corps have been fighting there. Last night, the only ones here are the ones who lived near the southwest gate. Most of the villagers are still not here. Hey, you are an adventurer, right? Can you go and save villagers? No, you can just go to see what is happening there. It will take more time for QR Village's Vigilante Corps to move. The surrounding people too look at us with eyes full of expectations. Yeah, leave it to us. We will definitely save the villagers. Please, please everyone be safe. With expectations, I run with my all power towards the Northwest Highway to reach to Ers Village. Chapter 58, March of Greed. The time goes back to several days back to the time Kirono has his reunion with Sariel. The Crusaders had departed to occupy the villages. The center of the army was the private army of either the church or a nobility departed from the home country. The already occupied Detilus, at the time of occupation, tried to skillfully tell about the situation to village heads of other villages. And the Crusaders stationed troops, they would be able to get the villages both in name purpose and their real purpose. If the remnants of defeated army won't start a rebellion, then blood won't be spilled. But everything doesn't work so easy in real life. The Crusaders, composed of many purposes individually, acted just as Kirono suspected. Stealing, destroying, killing, the Crusaders did the cruel acts under the name of divine punishment and continued doing it without any remorse and hesitation. From now on, numerous villages within Detilus territory will be massacred and looted, and in the end destroyed. Furthermore, the one village walking on the cruel path of fate with those villages was Ers Village, which Kirono loved. Along with the sunset in the Galahad mountain range, the army of people wearing white costumes start marching. Wearing cross around their necks, wearing chainmail under their long white surcoats, donning broadswords and spears in hand, is the infantry equipment of Crusaders. They formed a line and marched. The one leading them is a young priest sitting on a conspicuous black horse named Kivan. The appearance with white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes is very common in Synopsis Republic. As he is a white magician, his robe is decorated with various magic items and its appearance stands out. It has gotten considerably dark. Running parallel to Kivan's horse, his aide Corvus speaks. "What is it? Are you scared about marching at night time?" "No, the highway is also maintained well. I doubt there will be problems." "Yeah, it's nicely done even though they are demon races." Inside Kivan's speech, there is obviously scorn included. There are many countries in Pandora continent, and they without exception call humans along with other races collectively as people person. But however, in Synopsis Republic, it is common for all races to be denominated differently, and the believers of cross-discriminate others with their ideals of human have the supremacy. It was natural for Kivan, a fundamentalist of cross-religion, to have hostility and evil intention towards all those living within Pandora continent. According to plan, we will reach Ers Village soon. No need to rush, just to gain control of a small village in the countryside. We have plenty of time of one whole night. The mission given to Kivan's force was to seize control of Ers Village, but it wasn't something important that it was to be done fast. Because this mission of Crusaders going along the Northwest Highway seizing control of various other villages was not a job for being conspicuous, neither the results were important. On this, Kivan said, "Please leave it to me." And that's how this mission was forcefully established. A normal priest won't burden himself with such a needless job, but Kivan, who made it to the priest's position in young age, the so-called elite, couldn't remain patient and wait for an opportunity for him to show his deeds. In short, he was eager to do good deeds. The Crusaders' current situation was to possess all of the large Detilus territory. When he thought that the soldiers and clergymen will take away all the good opportunity for accomplishments, it couldn't be helped that he panicked. With this, I can now stand with the priests with one accomplishment. If I can get a much bigger accomplishment, then Cardinal Mercedes will also remember me. Isn't that right? Yes. By the time this expedition is concluded, I would at the very least be promoted to a high priest. Naturally, I would grant you, my right hand, a suitable position too, in addition after that, depending on my accomplishments, the seat of archbishop. No, the cardinal will also not be a dream anymore. This mission will become a great stepping stone towards my big goal. Kivan expresses a daring smile. At the same time, in the front of highway, faint lights of Ers Village was present. 17th day of Shinyu month, late at night. Ooh, did I drink too much? The members of Ers Blader, as usual, don't speak a words towards him due to sympathy. Nyarko-san is looking at you, Nino. Don't lie on. Today is an off day, so she hasn't come to guild today. Why do you even know that? It's because I heard it the previous time we talked. That time when you tried to ask her out for date. But in the end, you got scared and couldn't ask her. Don't remind me. Well, it's good. We were worried that Nino had changed to the rumored stalker class. What the hell is a stalker? It seems like it's used for the creepy ass males who chase after a girl, without being noticed, and observe them the whole day and night. That is neither a class nor a job. They even say that those creepy asses even scavenge through the girl's garbage. It's really creepy scary. That really is creepy and sick. Ott and Harry look with worried eyes towards Nino. Don't look at me with those eyes, I haven't done it yet. What do you mean by not yet? No, right now, just left the mouth, it's that Ott and Harry get away from Nino. Even the always cool Clador also left his seat. If you do perverted deeds towards guild receptionist, the party will also be dissolved. Worst case, we will be banned from entering the guild and have to take collective responsibility. That will be a problem. You bastards, what are you worrying about? I won't do something like that. Nino stomps the table with Bam and stands up in anger. Calm down, Nino. It'll be bad if we get seen by Nyarko-san. Like I'm saying Nyarko ain't here. Is there something about with me? The moment the voice entered Nino's ears, his tail and ear get started and stand up. That was the reaction when a werecat is surprised. Why are you here? Why you say, isn't it because it's my work? I know that much. Nino couldn't say that. Now that I think about it, my sister said to change her shift with Nyarko-san as she was ill. Harry, tell me that thing first. Do tell Senpai to get better soon. Yes, I'll tell her. Now Nino-san. Why yeah, what is it? Otten quietly stares at the Nino, who looks really pitiable with his voice quavering. It's all right to make noise at the completion of quest, but please try to refrain from being too excited that you would unsheathe a sword. Hate. Looking at Nino dejected and lowering his tail and ears, even members decided to follow him up. Well, Nyarko-san, we both drank too much. It's not an Ino's fault, can't you forgive him? Sorry, I was going with the flow and... Somehow fixing up the situation, Nyarko left towards the counter. But Nino's high spirits were falling down to death as he showed his uncool side to Nyarko. It's over. Let's head back for today. Nino speaks after drinking a cup of alcohol. Hai's mood and face color both are not good looking. Well, don't worry about it too much. It's all right, you would have forgotten it by tomorrow, right? Nino left his seat while staggering. Shall I send you home? In contrast to Nino, Clador stands up firmly and steadily. Yeah, sorry for all the troubles. Don't worry about it. Both left a lot of silver coins on the table and left the guild. Phew, the night wind feels good. While saying such words, Nino and Clador walk. It's not unusual for them to be going back home together, it's normal in their everyday life. It was supposed to be like that, but Clador notices something different from usual first. Isn't it a little noisy? And, now that he said, there definitely are voices of people. Once they know that something is happening, they can easily find its source. With curiosity, they both walked towards the source of noises. That was the door of the village where they had just completed the quest. What happened here? Did some monster come here? In the vicinity of the gate, the vigilante corps were running with torch in one hand. Nino gets that something bad is occurring here and loses his intoxication and looks towards the village with the same seriousness that he shows in dungeon. Clador, who also felt the same as Nino, finds his father's figure between the vigilantes and calls out to him. Pops, what happened here? Ooh, Clador and Nino are here too. Uncles, it feels dangerous around here. If they both were kids, they would have been sent home in this situation, but right now they both are fine adults who contribute for the peace of the village. Grint, as a vigilante corp leader, as a father, looks towards his son and his best friend, and told about the current situation without any deceit. Some unknown army is approaching the village through the Northwest Highway. What? Are they bandits? We still don't know. We have sent out the fast runners for scouting, but they have yet to return. Shivers run down both their spines. Even though they are rank 2 adventurers, they have passed the stage of a rookie, and their instinct of sniffing out danger can't be compared to a normal person. I'll go and inform Harry and Ott. Clador, you stare here with Uncle and guard the gate. Understood. I request you, Nino. There is no time for giving a request to the guild right now, so appeal to as many adventurers you can for cooperating in this case of emergency. Leave it to me. Nino, like a gust of wind, runs through the road he was just walking playfully. Damn it, I can only feel something bad's gonna occur, Godamnit. Chapter 59, Ers in Flames 1. Head Shayoni had already lied down on her bed, but the moment one of the vigilantes knocked on the door, she jumped back to her feet. The village itself had not faced any incident for several decades now, but she had experienced emergency, calling incidents countless times in her long life. The village head called the person inside and heard the situation in her usual composed manner. "I see, then I'll leave towards the gate at once." Even after hearing something shocking like a mysterious army marching towards here, she did not show any signs of astonishment or bewilderment on her face. She hadn't been living for so long just for show after all. She understood that even in emergencies, the head should always stay calm and composed first. But still, just because no emotions were shown outside didn't mean that her heart was also calm. As she prayed that no blood of the villagers be spilled, she put on her aged dark green robe and left the house with her long staff that had an emerald-colored stone embedded on its tip. That robe and staff were battle equipment that she hadn't used in a long time. What does that mean? Nino, who should have returned with Clador, suddenly returned back with a changed expression which surprised Nyarko and others. But without paying that any attention, he briefly yet precisely explained the situation to them. Or rather, shouted in a loud voice so that every guild member could hear it. Nyarko remained dumbfounded, but Aten and Harry, and all other adventurers that were sitting and drinking, immediately started moving. "Nyarko, hurry up and contact the guild leader and round up every adventurer here in Ers Village Guild." I'm on it." On Nino's words, Nyarko ran towards the counter. Maybe I should have asked her to run away. "What are you saying?" Nyarko-san is also a member of the guild. During evacuation, she would be second last to do so. And the last ones would be yous. Nino understood that without even saying. "But this time I'm really getting a bad DODON." At that moment, a low, thunderous sound resounded in the guild, no, in the whole village. This certainly feels dangerous. The sound came from the direction of the gate, right? "Shit, hurry up and let's go, Aunt and Harry." Each and everyone picked up their weapons and started running towards the gate. Anathema Hammer, Destruction Hammer. A union magic used by 10 magicians together in cooperation, as its name suggested, smashed the Ers Village gate into smithereens. The vigilantes standing near the gate were blown away and instantly killed. The village head who was coming towards the gate to talk with the mysterious army was protected from the blast by the vigilante corps leader by using his own body as a shield, and somehow escaped being heavily injured. Cries of pain and agony of the injured resounded in the dark night. Even before the dust of the blast settled, the Crusaders dressed in white, and with the man on a horse as its leader, boldly entered the Ers village. There are quite a lot of demons here." Atop his horse, Kiven said as he looked towards the vigilante corps with a scowl. Among them, he saw an old elf woman with a long staff come towards him along with a giant lizardman. He stopped the soldiers behind him, who were about to fire arrows, with a single wave of his hand. Along with his aide, Corvus, Kiven took a step towards them. The surroundings were still noisy, but Ers village representative Shione, along with Vigilante Corps leader Grint and Crusaders representative priest Kiven and Deacon Corvus, were still silent. But one side was due to fear and anxiety, and the other due to contempt and scorn. There was clear difference in their mental states. "Are you the head of this village?" The first to speak was Kiven, impolitely while looking down on Shione from the horse. "Yes, I'm Ers Village's." "Don't talk anymore. I'll get corrupted if I talk to demons anymore. What I'm about to say are the words of God. I'll say only once, so listen carefully. We, the Holy Crusaders, have killed the evil dragon Givenal and have liberated this land of Detilus. And as per the wishes of our great Lord, this land will be offered to him." At those words, the village head could only stiffen while widening her eyes. Basically, the dragon king Givenal had been killed by the human army called Crusaders and have captured Detilus. She knew they were fighting humans, but it was hard to believe that the powerful Detilus army led by the dragon king himself had been defeated. "Oh my, it seems you don't even understand what you have to do. It can't be helped, so I'll explain in words you low-witted demons can also understand. Quickly bring all gold, silver, weapons, provisions, everything in the village and give it to us Crusaders. Also, if there are any humans, then bring them as well. I'll specially treat them as salves and let them live." A chill ran down Shione's spine. If they were thieves, then their eyes would be shining with greed right now. But in his eyes, Shione could only see a clear contempt. This man does not even have the guilt of stealing things from others. he is already certain that everything here is his possession. And it seems her instincts were unfortunately correct as well. In other words, there was no scope for negotiations. Shaoni decided, while apologizing to the Ers village that was about to be destroyed and to the people who were about to die. Grint, ring the bell. Grint clearly heard those simple words. At the same time, she shouted towards the sky. Ring the bell. G-O-O-N-G, G-O-O-N-G. The bell resounded throughout the village. Its meaning was known by everyone in the Ers village. Emergency situation and evacuate. That was the meaning behind the bell. Don't cause us trouble, Kiven said as he brought down his raised hand. The moment the bell rang, he took it as a show of resistance and instantly ordered to attack. Behind him, arrows were knocked, spears were taken in stance, chants of magic began, and the signal of battle was given. And a battle had started in the place Kiven stood as well. In front of him stood Grint, whose body had been pierced with numerous arrows. Foon. Grint removed the arrows in his body forcefully with his bare hands. The arrows had pierced even through the gaps in the scales, but he defended against Maou with steel like scales and flesh. Grint, who belonged to one of the sturdiest race and was also a trained soldier, his life would not be in danger just because of some arrows. Demons really are uselessly sturdy, truly repulsive, Kiven said with a bored expression, and with a shout Grint jumped towards him. A lizardman who was much powerful than a human could display charging strength equal to that of a whole human troop with his own body. And, currently, he was using it to its fullest. Ooh, charge! With the activation of a martial art skill, an attack that could already pierce steel was powered up even further. And the spear that was going in a straight line to pierce Kiven was slash. It was reflected by the swing of a long sword. To defend Kiven, Corvus had stepped in between. Is physical strength enhancement full burst necessary? No, something of that level. I can deal with my martial arts alone. Even after taking the powerful blow of the lizardman warrior Grint, Corvus replied calmly. I see, Alder Alabiad Liminda Luck Shield. The moment Kiven deployed his defensive magic, the shield of light was struck with a blade of wind. To think that even that old hag could fight. These demons really are troublesome. In front him, Shaoni stood, who had fired the wind blade Air Sajida. Too dangerous. I've decided Corvus, the demons of this village. Kiven laughed. Rather than getting gold, rather than making women into his slaves, killing evil demons was a much happier thing for pious follower of the church. Annihilate them all. Shit. Drenched in sweat and blood, with his blade that had started losing its sharpness, he stabbed his sword once more in another one of the soldiers dressed in white. Nino had already cut apart 10 of them, but their numbers were only increasing instead of decreasing. And to top it off, everything was in flames now. There was not a single soldier who could use a single martial art, but the difference in numbers was too big to cover with just his skills. If it goes on like this, it's only a matter of time before he will be surrounded by flames and enemies. Nino, after the bell had been rung, was now running towards the gate that led to the Northwest Highway while defeating enemies that were coming up one by one. But maybe because the gate had been blown away, soldiers were appearing from beyond the darkness of the night. Nino, we can't go on like this. Let's return to the guild. You don't even have to tell me that, but... Idiot. Clador is still near the gate. Calm down, Nino. The vigilantes are also there near the gate, then we don't have to go to reinforce them unnecessarily. I know that as well. The vigilante corps, that is the strongest force of the village, is already at the gate. It's not like much would change even if just we joined them. No, maybe, attacked by such a big number, they might have been annihilated already. Let's go back to the guild. If we can't go to the gate then, the next thing we should do is regroup and collaborate with other adventurers, and help in the evacuation of civilians. Like that he could save people like Nyarko or anyone else. Sorry, Clador. Looking back towards the burning gate one last time, Nino and the others started to go back the way they came. Chapter 60, Ers in Flames 2. The gate towards the Northwest Highway was currently filled with the highest amount of people since the establishment of Ers Village. In front of the overwhelming numbers of Crusaders, there's only a limit to how much time 50-some vigilantes could buy for them. There hasn't been much time since the gate was destroyed. Nevertheless, the most any vigilante could do was just keep on standing somehow. People who were alive, that is Shione, Grint, and his son Clador and some more vigilantes were fighting while protecting each other's blind spot. But there was no way something like that could stop the Crusaders from entering the village. And steadily, many Crusaders had already reached the center of the village. Already, most of the village was on fire, but the ones fighting here did not even have the time to even notice that. Oi, how long are you going to take care of that demon? I'm truly sorry. In front of Corvus, who had just answered, a goblin, who had been cut together with his leather armor from the shoulder, had fallen. As Corvus stood on the front lines while fighting, he also gave out orders to avoid as many casualties of his soldiers as possible. Whenever a soldier got injured or fatigued, he instantly made him switch with another one in the back. That way, he had reduced the number of casualties greatly even against the physically stronger demons. Of course, for the vigilantes, it was a situation where they felt that none of their attacks were working and the enemy soldiers were unhurt. If the battle continues for 10 more minutes, sooner or later, a casualty will arise and then it'll become easier to annihilate them. No, that's enough. But not even wanting to wait for that little time, Kievan decided to remove this resistance with his own hands. Get back. The moment Kievan said that, the soldiers that were clashing swords instantly retreated, and the circle of soldiers surrounding the villagers grew bigger. Evil demons, receive God's judgment under my holy radiance. He spoke some pompous and exaggerated words, but he is seriously thinking of killing the evil demons in place of God. The elf, lizardmen, and people of other beastmen races that were continuing to resist in front of him, just what kind of difference did they have from humans? What was supposed to be their sin? But the believers of the church believed that any other race other than humans was nothing but a sin in front of their God. Concentration enhancement, cons boost. Elemental enhancement, element boost. The magicians serving Kievan invoked enhancement magics. Under the effect concentration enhancement, the chant was shortened and more amount of magical energy could be compressed. And element enhancement turned the light of the magic about to be activated much stronger. Mashrik Harik Udemir, Alabiad Aintisharl Nar. After just a few seconds of chanting, the holy light was finally released. Giant flash cannon Lux Force Blast. Under the current model magic, classified as an advanced level magic. It was a ranged attack magic of the light primary color magical energy. A magic that could have normally killed even a rank 3 monster. Under the effects of the enhancements, became an even stronger torrent of light and attacked the vigilante core. Strong wind protective wall, air wall defense. The village head mobilized the magical energy that had started to wither away, and deployed a shield covering everyone to protect them from the deadly light magic. But she knew that it was impossible to defend against an advanced level magic with an intermediate level magic. In the first place, a shield of air was at disadvantage against a light-based attack magic in terms of elemental affinity as well. As a result, the village head's shield, and the reflexive action to defend themselves taken by the vigilante core members, was not even able to half the damage released by Kievan's magic. Kievan had already turned away as the cries of death rose, and without a change in emotions asked, Oi, there seems to be another place where resistance is taking place, right? Having burned the vigilante core to cinders with a single attack, he had already forgotten about them and moved to the next problem that required his attention. The soldiers around him also seemed either happy or relieved that the demon's resistance had been ended. Corvus, it seems some adventurers are cooped up in the guild to defend themselves. Let's go and quickly crush them. Yes. On Kievan's words, Corvus finally looked away from the corpse of the lizardman he had been fighting till now. He was the only one that was still thinking about the deaths of the demons. Why did that lizardman warrior try to protect that other lizardman? Do mere demons even have the will to abandon themselves to protect another? The figure of the burnt corpse that lied on each other had been etched in his mind. But Corvus had no way of knowing that those two had been actually father and son. Don't fucking joke with me, as if I'll accept something like surrendering to them. Nino's angry voice resounded inside the guild. You're the one who is joking around, look at your surroundings. Currently, the guild's building had been completely surrounded by the Crusaders. Even being thrown inside a goblin's nest naked would have been much better. So, how are we supposed to fight against them? Another adventurer who was in the guild shouted back. In the guild, adventurers that belonged to Ers Village and those who just happened to be here were currently of different opinions. The former were ready to resist till they die, and the latter were insisting on surrendering. Nino and the others who had a skirmish with the vanguard of the Crusaders had been suppressed through numbers, making them retreat back inside the guild, and then encircled them to trap them there. Thus, a little time to argue had been given to them. You bastards can go fight with your life on the line because this your home village, but it's not the same for us. We have no obligation to get ourselves killed here. What the hell did you just say? PL, please stop. Nino, who had grabbed the human adventurer, was stopped by Nyarko. Soon other adventurers also moved in to pull them apart. The human adventurer then looked at Nyarko and said, "Oi, the guild leader here is already dead, isn't he? Then there's no order for a compulsory quest either, so we have no obligation to fight." Well, even if there was an order, rather than fighting such a battle, I would pay 100 gold or even 1,000 gold to cancel it though. Oh yes. Nyarko had gone towards the guild leader's house, as per Nino's instruction, before the bell for evacuation had rung. But in the middle of bringing the guild leader here, they were found by the Crusaders who had already started appearing here and there. And only Nyarko, who was fast due to being from a beast race, could safely make it back to the guild. Although it couldn't be helped considering the situation, Nyarko had been lamenting the fact that she had abandoned the guild leader in between. Do you understand? We don't have a reason to fight. Don't try and stop us. Oh shit. Nino was also an adventurer. He could understand the man's logic. Then go, I'll stay here and fight. No need for you to tell me, I'll go. The human adventurer threw his sword on the table, since he was about to surrender. Along with him, almost half of the adventurers in the guild threw away their weapons and moved towards the entrance of the guild. Wait. What, still got any problem? Take Nyarko with you. Nyarko was about to say something, but was stopped by Nino's gaze. We're the only ones that need to fight and die. Nino-san. It'll be fine. If you obediently surrender, they won't kill you. Also, even if you're caught, Kirono will probably come to save you. That's not the place where you take the name of another man. Auten, who was standing beside him, thought but did not actually speak. But if it was Kirono, he'd probably fight together with us, she thought. Ray, really, all of us should surrender together. To Nyarko's appeal, Nino smiled wryly and answered, I've already killed 10 of their men. They won't let me live anyway. When she looked towards Auten and Harry, she again received wry smiles. Boo, but come on, hurry up and get going. You don't know when the enemy will burst in. This situation will obviously not continue forever. If the group outside decided to start their assault, they will lose their chance to surrender as well. See ya, Nyarko. Yes, Nino-san, everyone. May the fortunes of war be with you. With big tears flowing from those eyes, Nyarko left with that group of adventurers. And Nino will soon realize and regret that this was the worst decision ever. Kiven moved through the group of white soldiers as if going through a white-colored wave. In front of him was the biggest building in this village, the Adventurer Guild. What happened? Why are you not attacking it already? Kiven asked the commanding officer of the troops, standing in front of the entrance, with a slight irritation in his voice. Yes, the enemy has multiple magicians who can use mid-level magic, and there were many soldiers with high skill as well. So attacking with just soldiers would be reckless and danger. Basically, you got scared, is it? On being glared from above, the commanding officer hanged his head with a, I'm extremely sorry. Well, whatever. The adventurers of the demons are strong people who possess brutal strength that they can hunt monsters with only a few people, or so I have heard. As he remembered the figure of the elf or the lizardman that he had sent to oblivion, he understood that if that sturdy body of the demons was further supplemented by strong magic, they could show abilities stronger than humans. Well, even I want to avoid useless deaths in my army. I'll value your decision to wait for the reinforcement of magicians. Thank you very much. As he said that, the commanding officer finally breathed a sigh in relief, thankful that he had avoided the anger of a priest. But soon he saw Kiven's look filled with anger again as Kiven noticed something. What is that? In his line of sight were a few people that were slightly armored but without weapons, and were raising their hands and shouting something. They were currently standing exactly in the middle of the space between the Crusaders and the entrance of the guild. Kiven had asked, but even without listening the answer, he was well aware of what it meant. Yes, they are ones that just came out of the guild, saying that they are surrendering. You fool, I can see that as well. Why haven't you killed them yet? That's because among them there are a few that look like humans, so. Kill them. Boo, but the headquarters had ordered to take humans as prisoners. Shut up. They are demons, and heretics that live along with demons. Their existence itself is blasphemy towards God. They must be dealt with immediately. For Kevin, the very fact that there was a human mixed with them was unforgivable. The humans living in Pandora and the humans living in Ark Continent. He might have claimed them to be another type to demons if they had looked different, just like Asians looked different from Western people in Kurono's world. But in truth, there was no difference in the appearance of humans in this world. One could tell that someone was a human in a single glance. Therefore, humans who were the supreme creation of God, to have lived along with demons, that fact alone was discomforting for Kevin. As the commanding officer had said, if he were to follow the orders of HQ, the humans who had surrendered were to be taken as at least prisoners of war. But, for Kevin, it was more important to adhere to the teachings of his God rather than follow the orders of HQ. Thus, he took the decision without even a single hesitation. Ready your aim. Kevin moved even further as he gave the order. Under the orders of the highest position in this place, the soldiers quickly took action. Bowmen knocked their arrows, magicians started chants for attack magics. And in front of the Crusaders who were clearly taking offensive measures, the group that had left the guild to surrender were overcome with fright. Oh, oi. Please wait. The adventurer spoke, which sounded more like screaming, but Kevin only wanted to kill these defenseless people instantly. He would never listen to their pleas. Fire. Chapter 61, Ers in Flames 3. The scene that occurred in front of him. Every adventurer of Ers Village that had remained in the guild were unable to understand what happened for a second. The moment a man on a horse, probably the commander, came, everyone suddenly lifted and readied their weapons. Without even trying to listen to their pleas, the army fired flame, magic, and arrows upon them. Arrows pierced their bodies, and the moment they fell on their knees, innumerable fire arrows, Ignis Sagita, rushed in and burnt them all to smithereens. That included Nino's crush, who he just talked to, Nyarko, as well. The always cheerful poster girl of the guild, her lovable figure was nowhere to be found. Surprise, sadness, anger, all sorts of emotions swirled inside their heads, and nobody was able to say a single word. Yuarat. All that left the throat was a violent and furious scream. The adventurers here finally realized that the opponents neither had any compassion nor did they leave any scope for negotiation. They were simply murdering demons. And we will also be killed by those demons, but that guy, the commander that ordered to attack those defenseless people who had surrendered, just that guy. I'll kill him. Adventurers twisted with anger and madness, picked their weapons and jumped outside. Without thinking even a single bit about what would happen next, about their own deaths, they simply swore in their hearts to kill that commander of the demons. It was daybreak. The light of the sun shined on the Ers village, but the black smoke covering it had not yet cleared away. Underneath that cloud of smoke was a painting of hell filled with the stench of corpses created in just a single night. In the burnt-down houses, piles of corpses had been created, but compared to a few hours ago during midnight, it had become a mountain of corpses. A mountain of corpses was created, meaning not a single death cry resounded in the village anymore. Currently, the army was hurriedly collecting the valuables and also searching for demons that might have hidden till now. This situation was seen by Priest Kevin, who was also the commander of this force, with a somewhat satisfied look from the window of the conference room on the top floor of the guild. And what did you want to talk about? Kevin looked back at his aide, Corvus, who was standing in attention. Yes, near this village there exists a place called as Fairy Garden. Fairy is it, then? It is as you think. Most probably there is a fountain of holy water there. Holy water was a famous item that every follower of the church was aware of. Water that holds the power of God. Strictly speaking, it was fresh water that held large quantities of white magical energy. Normally, it is a magic item made by white magicians for priest and above rank, but occasionally, places where it naturally exists also appear. In the Ark Continent, places where holy water, naturally, appears, is treated with extreme importance. White magic was equal to the power of God, but a place where it is naturally appearing meant that a power other than the gods was also working there. Basically, it was a holy place. But the religious reasons aside, being able to collect large amount of holy water had many benefits. Holy water was required in rituals. If used with white magic, it could display various effects as well. From a magician to a simple believer, everyone had many uses for it. Thus, a place where holy water naturally came was equal to finding a gold vein for the church. Kivan, who was seeking achievements in the conquest of Pandora continent, he had no reason to leave it alone. It seems to be called the Fountain of Light around here, and is located in the deepest portions of the forest. Also, it seems any race other than fairies are not allowed to enter. Then there is no doubt. Places where holy water comes forth is a place fairies live, is a legend even the children in Ark Continent know about. And that it was not just a legend but an actual fact, Kivan had once read it somewhere. I believe we should quickly depart to secure it. Corvus, I'll leave this case to you. Take those necessary for the search party from among the force. Thank you very much, but I'll end up taking most of the magicians. Would that be fine? Of course, swords won't work much against fairies after all. Most of them have healed up too. As long as my 2 disciples are here, it'll be more than enough. I don't care if you take all the rest of them. It's an important matter after all. I understand. I shall definitely gain control over that place. Both Kivan and Corvus knew that they would need to fight the fairies living there. In the Republic, compared to other demons, the feelings of contempt towards fairies was still common even though they looked pretty. But the fairies held much more magical energy than humans. If you underestimate them, you would be attacked by magics of various elements and will be pathetically blown to pieces. But if they were to use trained magicians and gather a big force as well, humans would not lose to fairies who are not used to fighting. And Kivan judged that the numbers required could be obtained from the force he had. Oh right, who did you hear this info from? A man named Kish. He used to have an item shop in the village. Deal with him as required, all right. But he is a human, is that fine? Nobody will buy a man in his middle ages, right? He is of no use. Above all, I can't let a fiendish heretic who interacted with dwarfs to stay alive. It's disgusting. Yes, it is as you say. Oh well, I'll give the orders to deal with the man and his family. You should start towards the securing of the holy water. Acknowledging, Corvus left the place. Kivan looked outside the window again and smiled faintly. Beneath him, in the center of the village, a line of wooden crosses were standing. On the crosses, foolish demons who went against God, that is Nino, and the other Ers Village adventurers' corpses were crucified as an example and warning. The mountain of corpses was tragic already, but they were ones to have been burned and buried. It was much better that being stuck on a cross as an example. It was truly the death-filled painting of hell itself, but Kivan it was nothing more than the first step towards his bright, shining future. The subjugation of Ers Village, although a few causalities were taken, had been completed successfully, and on top of it, finding holy water was an extremely big bonus. Things were moving so well that he truly believed that he had been blessed by God. Thus a smile had naturally come on his face. Kivan, with a satisfied mood, made the sign of cross in front of his chest and gave a prayer. Let my faith be seen by the heavens. Chapter 62 Madness, Berserk. Halfway on the highway to Ers Village, I saw a black cloud rising in front of me. Shit, they set the village on fire. Although I couldn't actually see whether the village was really burning or not, but there was no other reason for such a black cloud that I could think of. Seeing that abnormality, I put more strength in my legs to run even faster. At that time, I heard the sound of a flock of birds flying away from within the forest on my left. Lots of birds lived in the forest, and it was very natural for a flock to fly together, but the number of birds I was currently seeing was a bit too big to be natural. Kirono. Lily, who was in my hood, pulled on my robe. What happened, Lily? It's trouble, the fountain is. Stopping my legs, I tried to listen carefully to what she was saying. Before I could hear what she was trying to say, I instantly understood it the moment I saw a cloud of smoke rise from the forest as well. Shit, have the Crusaders approached the Fountain of Light as well? Why would they go there? Are they thinking that place has some treasure? Lily jumped out from the hood and starts running towards the forest. Ah, wait. Even if Lily had been banished from the Fountain of Light, I know she still treasures it. I don't exactly know what does the words, divine protection of the queen means for the fairies, except that it makes the land dense with magical energy. But considering that fairies had disallowed any other race to come in, I can somewhat understand it. The Fountain of Light, if any other race comes in there or destroys it, the magical effect of the divine protection of the queen would most likely disappear from that land. Anyway, it's true that Lily and other fairies have to somehow prevent the invasion in some way or the other. The Crusaders must have invaded the Fountain of Light with some objective and must have battled with fairies there. That should be the reason behind that smoke. I don't have any reason to stop Lily from going. In fact, I want to go assist her instead. But the smoke of battle is rising not just from the Fountain of Light, but also from the village as well. I can't just leave that either. Lily will go to the Fountain of Light, Kirono should go towards the village. Is that fine? The most important thing for me is the safety of Lily after all. I realized just now, but I was pushing myself due to anger and impatience from the fact that the village was under attack. But in the process, I was exposing not just myself, but also Lily to danger. Of course, I'm not going to step back now. I'll definitely protect Lily. But letting Lily face the Crusaders alone is... It's fine, believe in Lily. Lily is my partner, not someone I have to one-sidedly protect. If she is asking me to believe in her, then I'll do what she says. Got it, but don't do anything rash. Yes, Kirono too. And yeah, I know. That's right, I promised Lily that I won't do something reckless, like challenging Sariel again after all. I don't know how many Crusaders are there, but considering they are moving as an army, it won't be a number we can deal with alone. The moment we are done with our work, retreat quickly, and we'll regroup at QR Village's guild. And, without exchanging any more words, we ran towards our objectives. Just what kind of hell was waiting for me? At that time, I didn't even have the composure to think about it. All the houses built a bit separated from the village were either burnt down to ashes or were still being swallowed by fire. On the highway, a large amount of blood was splashed here and there, but not a single body could be seen. The people who had bled so much had been carried away and were being treated right now. I tried to cling on such wishful thinking. But the putrid smell of corpses in the surrounding utterly destroyed my wish. The smell of corpses was coming from beyond the gate, from the center of the village. It proved to me that what was waiting for me beyond that fence was an unchangeable fact that a lot of lives had been taken. My legs finally stopped running at full speed, and I was walking unsteadily like a feeble patient on the highway. Until now, I had seen a lot of deaths. In fact, I myself had killed many. In front of the dragon, in front of Sariel, my legs would shiver with fear always. But then what is this that I feel in front of this scenery of the village painted in blood and flames? What kind of fear is this? What the hell's? This village, this Ers Village was, my only place of rest not connected to any fighting. Why has that turned into this blood-reeking place now? I can't think. Something like this, I won't acknowledge, I won't believe it. As I stood there dumbfounded, I wonder how much time had passed. Suddenly, seeing a certain scene, my legs stopped. It was a white soldier coming out of a house that had miraculously not caught fire. That soldier was happily humming while holding something shining, probably silver coins, in his left hand. After him, 2 more soldiers carrying a filled box also came out, again with happy faces. The soldiers placed the box in the carriage-like vehicle that was standing in front of the house. At that moment, a weirdly big Dasan sound resounded from it. The 3 soldiers were saying something to each other about the small door of the house, which couldn't be entered without bending, and the 3 of them entered the house once again. And the moment they came out again, inside my head that was dumbfounded and could not recognize reality, I felt something break and something snapped. I finally became aware of the scene in front of me. The 3 soldiers were carrying the corpses of goblins that were wearing plain clothes. My ears caught some fragments of what the soldiers were saying. This was a miss, only the child of a filthy goblin is here. If it was an elf woman, then at least I could have enjoyed more. We got money, so whatever. And even roughly than the box, they threw the corpses on the wagon. Those corpses belonged to Vatsan, who greeted me every morning, and his family. The Ers Village I wanted to protect, seeing the deaths of the people living there. You owe us. I went into a mad rage. Yes, I went completely mad. After all, I finally realized that I had been too late. In my left hand, the cursed hatchet Tsujijiri had already appeared. The feelings of hatred that I had suppressed with my blackening were flowing inside my head like a surging wave. Normally, I would have reflexively resisted against that torrent of twisted feelings, but surprisingly, it felt comfortable right now instead. I couldn't differentiate whether this was my hatred or the hatchet's curse anymore, but it ordered my body to move, to kill every enemy within my sight. Lily sprinted towards the fountain of light located in the depths of Fairy Garden. The term sprinting might be a little incorrect, though. After all, Lily, who had the body like that of an infant, even if she enhanced her legs with magic like Kirono, she still would not be able to produce an effect like him. Currently, Lily's body was covered with a sphere of light. With Fairy Barrier Oracle Shield activated, Lily was jumping like a grasshopper in high speed. Jumping and crossing obstacles like fallen trees and rocks with ease, Lily looked like a white ball bouncing around. And with a speed much faster than any human, Lily could feel the magical energy around her body, getting denser with her body, as she moved closer towards the fountain of light. Normally, sensing Lily come this close, the other fairies would come to stop her, but right now the figure of those shining small girls was nowhere to be seen. Just a while back, the distant thunder-like sound generated due to the use of an attack magic was the reason behind this. The Crusaders that were advancing towards the fountain had been intercepted by the fairies. In case, humans are allowed to invade to the center of the fountain. As Kirono had expected, the forest would lose the divine protection of the Fairy Queen. In that case, fairies will no longer be born here, and it would be similar to lose their hometown for fairies. They must protect their home, the place where they were born, and the sacred land that has the divine protection of the Queen. Thus Lily flew hurriedly. Quickly run towards her fellow fairies and use her extra magic that was even stronger than normal fairies and drive the humans away to protect this place. Lily was thinking only about that. But the moment the density of magical energy crossed a certain level, that is, when Lily stepped into the place where the Queen's divine protection was strongest, a change occurred in Lily. Protect. Lily, who had been moving like a bullet, instantly decelerated. This place. Lily, who was now only walking, the fairy barrier around her had already disappeared. Instead, her body itself began to shine stronger. Fufu, how foolish. With every step she took, she literally became bigger. Her limbs became longer, her chest swelled and became bigger. From the baby-like body, it turned into a slender, curved feminine body. From a cute child, she grew into a beautiful girl. But rather than her body, what changed more was her mind. Lily took another step. Her body growth had stopped, but the change in her mind continued. Her thoughts became clearer, but became more complex, and at the same time her emotions, present situation, its advantages and disadvantages, what she could do, what she couldn't, what should she do and what she shouldn't. When she finally stopped walking, the changes in Lily had all finally ended. That was the true body of the girl that possessed flawless and absolute beauty, as well as overwhelming magical energy and knowledge about her extra magic. An environment so rich with magical energy that it allowed Lily to attain this form. This was also a part of the divine protection of the Fairy Queen that the Fountain of Light possessed. As long as she was inside this divine protection, Lily could stay in this form forever. Phew. Outside, she could only attain this body once during every full moon. Beauty that could make any man's breath away. She had only shown her pretty expression to even Kirono as well, but the current Lily had an extremely violent smile. What kind of idiot would protect this place and those little bastards? Something cruel like this could never be thought by the child like Lily, but the current her definitely would. The baby Lily, as her appearance, only had a pure heart, but returning to her original form. Having the emotions, heart and thinking ability returned back to her. She had a cunning brain like that of a human, and even had her own greed and desires unlike a fairy. This is the best chance. With this opportunity, Kirono had not realized that the most fearsome thing about Lily in her adult form was not her use of incredible magic, but her heart that possessed both good and evil. Let the Fountain of Light be completely destroyed. Chapter 63, Fountain of Light 1. That moment, the fight against the human army and the fairies stopped for a moment, and the fairies return hurriedly towards the center of Fountain of Light. Lily, what is that sham fairy creature doing? The leader of the fairies of the Fountain of Light takes the lead of other fairies and flies off. Unlike Lily, those fairies are from the real fairy tribe and can fly with the 2 pair of wings on their back. The sight of the light orbs flying through the trees and flowers of forest is so beautiful that even the people from this world with magic will also be deeply moved. However, the true feelings of the fairies themselves are worrying due to an emergency situation, and their chest is about to burst from fright and anxiety. Just a little more. After passing through the forest, the fairies rush out towards the small fountain present in front of them. This small fountain is the so-called Fountain of Light. Although the name has of light, in truth it is not radiating due to some effect from magic. It is only sparkling due to the sunlight from the sky shining on the water surface. Too natural for such a majestic name. But in the vicinity of the fountain is thick density of magical power, so much that even a non-magician can sense it. Due to that, this place that is located in the inner side of forest with a small fountain, it is truly a holy place with mystical feeling that can be felt through the mind and body. And, standing in the middle of that fountain was her. Lily. In a really hateful voice, the leader of fairies called her name. Lily has a body unbecoming of a fairy. In addition to it, she is wearing clothes like a person, the black dress Kirono gave her, looking at her like that she gets angry. What are you doing here? You should know the situation right now. Normally, she should have been fighting against the humans who were trying to invade here. She without a doubt emits hostility towards Lily floating elegantly in the center of fountain. That is definitely not something to point towards the person she will fight together with. Even though Lily is half magic beast, she also possessed the fairy's telepathy ability. Therefore, Lily must have felt the animosity flowing from her and the surrounding fairies. But Lily answers with a nonchalant face. Yes, it's tough. The human bastards came attacking her in groups. I wonder what'll happen if they come her. Don't speak any more than that. There are some things you can say and you can't say. This land's divine protection would be lost. Even for fairies, it was hard to forgive her for saying such a thing. Really? Well, whatever. Can you turn those humans back with just your forces? That is. They have considerable amount of magicians prepared, and it doesn't seem like the other party is not accustomed to fights. You can't send them back in fear with just single shots, can you? I know that much. You know right without me you will lose. Lily words hit right at spot. Though the fairies are blessed low in the mind department and they only play all the time, but even they have the intellect to judge to that degree. That's right, Lily. I admit that we don't stand a chance against those numbers of humans without you. So what? Lily grins, though it was without any ill intention. It's enough to get the leader in a rage. What do you mean, so what? The Fountain of Light is in danger, so hurry up and fight against those annoying human bastards. What is with that sort of speaking? I doubt it's the way to request to someone. That's why you can't make a living out of township shrine meeting. Why? The fairies are at a loss of words. What the hell are you saying? You an idiot to speak such sick jokes at a time like this. Hurry and fight, protect this place. You're annoying, shut up for a bit. Calm down and think how you fairies expelled me out of here when I was born. This might be a birthplace and holy ground to you, but it ain't of much importance to me. What are you saying? Isn't the holy ground an absolute thing for fairies? Are you really thinking about it? For the fairies, right? The ones who expelled me saying, you're no damn fairy, are you guys, right? That is. Well, I don't give a shit about it. It's not like I have a complex for not being a pure fairy, and I'm not even thinking about becoming one. It's just that the half-human, half-demon race me has different sense of values than you fairies. Lily once again smiles. And don't you think that when asking people you have say, please with your whole heart? What are please you say? That's right, isn't that important? I also don't want to fight for you guys like it's natural. Look, it will be better if you bow your head fast. The humans are near, right? The current Lily is in an advantage position and can sense the magical power of the Crusader in a considerable scope, even though it can't be seen with naked eyes, but Lily can sense them shortening their distance towards the spring while being precautious. Though the fairies don't have the sensing ability on par with Lily, but given the current situation they can't say that her words are lies. Normally, the fairies who don't do much thinking start racking their brains. They are racking their brains between the choices of not bowing before a sham fairy due to their ego or bow their head and save their birthplace, the Fountain of Light. It's obvious what is more important here, but the problem was bowing their heads to someone who was neither human nor fairy. After a moment of silence, the fairies finally speak. Your ass. What? Lily, without changing her smiling face, speaks in a lively voice. Please. I can't hear clearly. I request you, please save the Fountain of Light. The sadness-filled voice of fairies echoes within the Fountain of Light. Lily, after hearing that, replies with a bigger smile from before. You, Fufu, don't want to. In an instant, silence spreads as if the time has frozen. The leader of fairies speaks with her face down and shoulder quivering. Ho, how can? I just said it, that this place ain't of importance to me. That's why we requested you, properly. But I never said I would fight even if you requested me. Lily didn't break her smile. In her eyes, the happiness was overflowing. I will definitely not fight to protect this place. That's why, give up already. Upon the cold words by Lily, the fairies finally understood her true nature. Wait, how can you? I don't care even if we wipe out, we will fight. Or so if you're thinking you free to do so, I won't stop you. Wait. Please, I'm sorry for everything. Please fight, please. Without any shame and honor, the crying fairy clapped her hands as if to kill some insect. The fairies of the Fountain of Light gathered here can only choose between either asking Lily for help or break down while crying. After watching such expressions for some time, Lily speaks. Right, you're gonna be destroyed at any rate, so I'm gonna take the red crystal sphere queen barrel for myself as well. K. The moment after hearing those words, the time for fairies once again stopped. The queen barrel, Lily declared to take, is the reason the Fountain of Light is full of magical power, and it's the source of divine protection deployed on this land by Fairy Queen's divine protection. It is a magic item, no, an artifact. The queen barrel is enshrined at the bottom of fountain in an altar. That's why, from that center, the protection spreads in concentric circles, and there is abundance of magical power in the surrounding area. However, it's not like if you place this queen barrel anywhere, it will make that place into a holy ground where fairies are born. Unless there is ley line filled with magical power flowing under the ground along with other magic-like conditions in union, the holy ground won't be made. And without the complicated magic equation used by God, the effect of holy ground won't be started. In short, whether it be human or fairy, if they take the queen barrel from the altar, the complicated magic casted will stop, and the holy ground will be destroyed. If that happens, the magical power in the surroundings will eventually vanish, and the fountain will turn into a natural fountain found at any place. In other words, the fact she declared to take the queen barrel for herself meant that she was going to destroy the holy ground by her hands, like throwing off the request from before. Lily, have you gone mad? Don't speak such rude things. The queen barrel is the perfect artifact for me to draw out magical power. Isn't it normal for me to take it if it's gonna help me in future? Queen barrel is not naturally the main item needed for the development of holy ground, but it's just the key item that is needed. If just the fairy queen hadn't used it in creation of holy ground, its worth is only for its vast amount of magical power that resides in it. Naturally, just because of that it is named as artifact, but it is something very important within this world. I won't let you do that. All the fairies at once deploy the oracle shield and emit bloodlust towards Lily. On the order of the leader, the several hundred elementary-level Sajida will attack the slender Lily. Naturally, Lily doesn't even twitch while knowing it and speaks to the fairies easily. Do you guys think you can win against me? Lily's 2 pair of wings on her back start flickering, and she deploys her oracle shield. Her barrier is more powerful and more bright than the barrier deployed by any other fairy. The difference in levels is obvious. Do you guys really think you can stop me? Just like when Kirono uses the bullet arts, Lily suspends many white bullets in her surroundings. These each white bullets have the explosion power to blast off the fairies along with their shields. Lily makes the exact number of white bullets as of the number of fairies present here. You see, I hate this place, I hate you all too. That's why I will try to wipe out everything using this opportunity. But if you try to escape from here, throwing away your pride and self-respect, I won't chase you and won't even shoot you from the back. Because you all also didn't meddle with me when I left here, so I will also give you all that much of mercy. All the fairies start trembling. Lily is serious, they can't persuade her here, and have no means of stopping the humans coming after them. They cannot protect the holy ground anymore. All that left is whether they will live or die. The reason I have been honestly protecting this place from monsters and letting you all live was because I wanted it. When Lily is away from the fountain, she changes to the little girl form, and the resentment she had felt in her original form is vanished, even if it is not. The little Lily's brain is not capable of thinking such complex emotions. Otherwise, she would be afraid of the cruel end the revenge would bring and had never gotten revenge on them. However, if she had gone to Fountain of Light on the night of full moon, she could have massacred the fairies and destroyed the holy ground. In the end, she never did such thing and never thought to do it. Don't get wrong ideas. I'm just venting out my frustration of being expelled out of here. There isn't any deep meaning behind the act itself and will neither have any in my lifetime. The only times I thought to protect this place and protect you people is only when I'm a child. The point is that instead of making problems with you guys, it was whole lot easier to not make any problems for you. But you see, while speaking such, the fairies who couldn't read Lily's emotions till now due to a strong mind protect casted on her, suddenly broke and the emotions flowed into the fairies. I have got a person I love now. That feeling had the image something hot, passionate, and adhesion-like. Those emotions were like a slimy hot lava, like feeling pouring inside the fairies. Sure enough, the fairies gave thought to these feelings, and neither one of them thought that it was a pure-hearted love-struck heart feeling. Since that person came, my sense of values changed, priorities changed, my world changed. You know, my everyday became fun. That human, the leader of fairies standing in front of Lily mutters. When she recalls, she remember a filthy-looking man stuffed inside an apple box fell from the sky inside the forest. Now that I think about it, you were also there when I met Kirono. You fufu, you now know the person I love. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. The appearance of Lily, hiding her blushed face and swinging her head, can't look anything other than a love-struck young girl. And it is not the appearance the one would show who is trying to wipe out the fairy's life and birthplace. Due to the really out-of-place actions, the fairies can only feel weird. I and Kirono will live forever and ever with each other. That was the plan, but looks like some bugs interfered. You fairies who live away from the society probably won't know that the human bastards that are coming here are the invaders known as Crusaders and have come from different continent. Being chased to the place I live, I also have the same feeling as you people. And Kirono hates those human bastards in white uniform to death. He will definitely kill many of them. Yufufufu so cool. Lily, what are you trying to say? Mixing up serious matter and the matter of the person she loves. The topic of Lily's talk is derailed. The fairies understand it without even wanting to. That, the Lily who has become in the young girl form can do logical reasoning, but is not able to because she is infatuated with the man named as Kirono to a hell lot of extent. In short, the reason I'm taking the queen barrel is because it will help me in future. That is something I've decided by thinking about the future of Kirono and mine. First of all, by the hands of Crusaders, the Ers Village, no, the whole territory of Detilus will be occupied. But the Crusaders won't be satisfied with that, and will try to conquer the whole Pandora continent. Those bastards have come here to offer the Pandora continent to their so-called god, white god, just because he wanted it. From now on, no matter where we run, we will eventually run into them. At that time, the thing called my power is important, right? You see, I will protect Kirono with this power until he massacres the Crusaders. Only I will protect him. Ugh. The fairies gave up speaking even a word now. I wish for Queen Beryl because I need power. Though do it, your divine protection will be lost. At any rate, it will be destroyed by the hands of Crusaders, so you won't reject my idea, right? On the contrary, I am relieved that the thing I hate the most will be destroyed. Now then, my talk is over, so what will you people do? She bluntly asks, as the fairies by now must have decided their actions. I have told you this much, everyone will silently move out of my way, right? The only thing Lily told them was purely her feelings. She didn't persuade the fairies at all. But Lily didn't have any splendid determination, she only had the twisted love bearing inside her. It was obvious there is no chance to persuade her by the fairy's side. From the start, the fairies can't win against a serious Lily. That is something they understood instinctively. They didn't have any choice in the first place at all. Either escape from here, or, needlessly, fight against Lily and die here. They have already decided on their answer. The fairies grieve and while crying, leaving the place one by one. That is good, it's not like you will die if the holy ground is destroyed. It's all good if the fairies keep playing around the hills and fields around the area, like dim-witted brats. Ahaha. Lily. You were still here. Many fairies have already escaped towards the horizon while Lily was seeing them off. But the leader of fairies was still standing in front of her. There are 9 fairies surrounding the leader. Do you want to die? Lily's tone of voice grows deep, while the fairies present are assaulted by bloodlust by Lily for the first time. The fairies freeze in fear and don't even try to budge a bit. I won't forgive you, D.I.E. The fairies at once release the attack magic towards Lily, Lux Sagita. The chant less lower grade attack magic of fairies is their extra magic. Each fairy deploys 5 arrows, total of 50 light arrows deployed by the 10 fairies fly towards Lily. Do-do-do-en, great flash and explosions occur. The Lux Sagita does not deals damage with the explosions, but it melts the target with its high heat and drills into the target. Even so, the reason explosions occur because the arrows collide with the oracle shield of Lily, which causes the 2 magical powers to clash and explode. They also don't think they will be able to defeat Lily with this. While predicting Lily's attack, the fairies spread out on the command of leader. However, those actions are of totally no use. The fairies do know that Lily is strong, but they don't know exactly how strong she is and what sort of magic she uses. After all, they have never fought against Lily even once. Even though they understand that launching 10 Lux Sagita at the same time is totally easy for Lily. But they don't know that they all have automatic tracking that even Sariel couldn't dodge. Kaya. The Lux Sagita launched by Lily fly in separate directions and easily follows all the fairies and pierces them. Unlike the time she shot at Sariel, Lily lowers the power to the level that even if it hits the fairies it only smashes their barrier. The fairies are blown off due to the impact and fall down towards the fountain one by one. Lily, while floating, looked down on them as they fell and created splashes like frogs jumping in a pond. Ew! The fairies only had their body wet due to water, but no one suffered even an injury. They stand up from the water, and the moment they try to attack Lily. Jaya! A sorrowful cry comes out. Lily pierces the right palm of the leader at pinpoint with her extremely small arrow. The fairy, with the appearance of an antique doll, and the size of her palm is just some centimeters. The arrow pierces in a straight line, meaning there is no tracking ability added in it. It hurts. It damn hurts. The fairies come back to their senses and run towards the leader writhing in pain. Their aim is naturally to use healing magic. The fairies thought that luckily the injury was not big enough to blast off the arm so it can be easily healed. It's bad for all of you to not pay attention to the enemy, Lily's second arrow hits the fairy in the lead running towards the leader to cast healing magic. The point the arrow hit was the same as the leader the right hand palm. The number of people crying and struggling on the water's surface increases to 2. The fairies split in 2 groups due to an increase in the injured person. Total failures. Even a rank 1 adventurer has better movements compared to you. Lily piercing at the same point 2 times meant that the speed at which the fairies were flying was enough for her to hit them at any spot, without even using the automatic tracking ability. Lily, with a disgusted face, shoots down the right palm of each fairy approaching the 2 injured people. There were 10 fairies writhing in pain on the water's surface even before they knew it. It's like a child's play. Did you people really think of fighting me with that level? Hey, did you guys really think about killing me? Lily approaches the still crying leader and sits in a crouching position while floating. The next shots will be directed to your left palm, then your right leg, and then your left leg. Uyugu. Do you still intend to fight? If you want me to, I'll shoot them all at once. Gu, I will kill Yowu. Then I'll shoot. A small flash of light flickered. During the moment, just as Lily declared, a hole opened inside her left hand. Do you still intend to fight? Why? Time to shoot again. A flash of light flickered again. A hole opened up on the back of her right leg. Ah. Please stop. Other fairies who floated in the surroundings cried all at once. Did you guys really think I'll let you guys die without tasting any pain? However, the light had already been launched from Lily. Ugh. When the back of both her hands and legs were shot through, she leaked a voice of agony that didn't seem to be her voice anymore. As Lily heard the cries and shouts of the fairies telling her to stop, she remarked with an indifferent tone. When you can't even use healing magic just due to the pain inflicted from the bullets, don't even think of fighting. Because of you people, it took me needless time. Lily stands up as she stretched out her knees in the air and turns her back on the fairies. You can fly, am I right? Then go away quickly. Or do you want to see the moment when the divine protection of this ground disappear? The fairies somehow carried the leader who was suffering more pain than them and took her way while leaking out a faint light. From the beginning, if she did what she had been told to, it wouldn't have led to this painful selection. Still, with this, my grudge against her for driving me out of here has been cleared up. Though it was not directed to anyone, Lily muttered something. Then, she was wrapped in a fairy barrier as it became a dazzling globe of light. Following this, she began to slowly sink into the fountain. She sunk inside the fountain to take the queen beryl enshrined inside it. Chapter 64, The Fountain of Light 2. After some time, silence returned to the forest. They have stopped attacking. So it seems. To the words spoken by the magician beside him, Corvus replied. The search party led by Corvus to the fairy garden to find the Fountain of Light had, as expected, entered into a fight with fairies. Till just now, both sides were attacking each other with magic, and the sounds and flashes of explosions had been shaking the forest. But, for some reason, the fairies suddenly retreated back inside the forest. The fairies had run while showing their backs, but their flying speed was not something humans could keep up with, especially in this forest where the footing was bad. Could it be a trap? It's difficult to think that fairies can set up a trap. It might be simply a way rebuild their attack force by pulling back for now. Corvus himself had no experience of fighting against fairies, but he had some knowledge. Comparing the knowledge in his head with the current situation, he guessed their actions and behaviors. As we go deeper inside, the thick magical energy would make them stronger, so they might be waiting to ambush us deep inside. It's hard to think that they'll use a trap or surprise attack though. We'll advance in as planned, but don't drop your guard and keep a check on the surroundings. Roger. The soldiers spread out give their assent to Corvus's order. The many magicians and the few soldiers here were the elites chosen from the subjugation army led by Kivan. Even in this forest with bad footing, under Corvus's instructions and orders, they maintained a perfect file without any disorder and kept moving forward. Their abilities were also shown when they came out of the battle with the fairies with only slight injuries. Of course, the rain of magic attacks by fairies will only get stronger and harsher from here onwards, and even they will not be able to finish this without a few causalities. But there was not a single one who showed fear on his face. They simply moved towards the center in silence while keeping the surroundings in check as ordered. And as they continued moving, deep inside the forest, a huge flash was seen accompanied with a loud sound of an explosion, and suddenly the soldiers were filled with tension. But in the end, the attack did not come from anywhere. While in doubt, they finally passed the forest and reached the Fountain of Light. Ooh, this is the Fountain of Light. Yes, no doubt about it. In front of the mystical scene in front of them, all of the soldiers gulped. The fountain was round in shape and was so clear that it was completely transparent. And wondrously, there were no trees around it. Instead, multicolored flowers were blooming. Certainly, it was the living place of the fairies only seen in fairy tales. But rather than the scenery, considering that all the water there was holy water, for a believer of the church it was nothing less than gold itself. A quantity that was invaluable for a single soldier or magician. This is strange. But rather than relief on finding it, Corvus was having an extremely uncomfortable feeling right now. Strange, when he spoke so, the magician beside him also realized it. We are not being attacked. Could it be that they were surrounding us without us even realizing? Or so they suspected, but they could not sense any presence from the surroundings no matter what. Just where did those fairies disappear to? What should we do? Let's see, check the surroundings. The moment Corvus said that, the center of the fountain suddenly started shining red. Due to the sudden change, they all entered battle positions and put all their concentration towards it. The red light seemed to be ascending towards the surface of the water. A feeling of something with an immense magical energy was rising to the surface could be sensed by not only the magicians but even Corvus as well. With ripples and shining brilliantly, finally that something appeared. That moment, the Crusaders forgot everything and had been captivated by the person in front of them. Beautiful. Someone no, everyone spoke so. Yes, the person that appeared from the lake was beautiful. A bishoujo with shining platinum blonde hair and emerald green eyes. The two pair of wings on her back shone in 7 colors, and every time it flickered, a rich wave of magical energy was spread out. Her faintly shining white body was covered with a cloth that was as black as the night itself. The contrast between the black and white further supported that existence and its beauty. And on her chest was a red gem that was giving off a deep crimson shine. It's a goddess. There was no better word to describe her. The goddess appearing from the lake was something that appeared quite a lot of times in the culture of Ark Continent. A lost traveler, a hero seeking a holy sword to defeat demons, a pair of brother and sister abandoned by their parents, inside the fairy tale, they would meet her. And the goddess that appears in any fairy tale or story, the most common feature was her unparalleled beauty. At this moment, it was only obvious that they would associate her to the goddess that appeared in their stories. You people are the Crusaders. The girl spoke towards the dumbfounded soldiers. It was a voice so transparent that it reached the depths of the heart, but greed-filled filthy humans, Yufufu, you'll make a good opponent for a trial run. Different from the stories, she will not be compassionate towards them. Die without leaving even a single piece. She simply cruelly sentenced them all to death. All members take defensive measures. Corvus shouted while raising his sword. Sensing the immense magical energy and bloodlust from her, he prepared for battle. Fufu, too slow. As the girl elegantly dropped the hem of her one-piece black dress, 2 white lights flickered. Done, as Corvus thought that the flash had passed him, a splash blood spread behind him. Wah! As he looked back, the 2 magicians that were about to use defensive magic on his orders had their heads cleanly disappear, and their robes had been dyed in blood. While he was surprised, the 3rd one, then 4th, one by one, the white light pierced the heads of the magicians and in an instant turned into headless corpses. Before he realized, 1/3 of the magicians had become corpses. He had never seen someone who could use an attack magic as strong as this used without even a single reaction, chant, or any other preparation. Although young, Corvus could be said to have had a high amount of experience and skills, but this girl's attack magic was completely outside of his knowledge and common sense regarding battles. That common sense was that a magic required some sort of chant or preparation before using it, and a magic that could instantly kill a human could be consecutively used only once or twice. If magicians could all use one-hit kill magics consecutively, there would be no use for soldiers or swordsmen. Weak. Humans really are of this low level. As the girl said so, defensive magic was finally activated, and the barrier deployed around Corvus and the others. The white magicians deployed Holy Mind Protective Wall, Lux Wall Defense, and the other magicians casted Water Stream Protective Wall, Aqua Wall Defense, and Stone Protective Wall, Terra Wall Defense. A 3-level tri-shield made by combining 3 defensive magics. By using different elements, they covered the weakness of the elemental shields and also increased the strength and the defensive ability by 3 times. On top of it, at the same time as the activation of the tri-shield, the soldiers along with Corvus had been enchanted with Protect Boost, a magic that increased the physical defense of the person. As long as the opponent could use insta-kill level magic, defensive ability was the highest priority. Quickly, or so it should have been, the defensive measures of Corvus and others had been used, but in that little gap, the opponent had killed 1/3 of the magicians. While thinking about even retreating now, Corvus thought of his next move. With this much defensive strength, we won't get killed in a single attack at least. But the problem is whether we can attain attacking strength enough to kill that girl, no, that monster in the form of that girl. To have lost so many magicians instantly has made it even difficult. If she could use such high-level attacks, then obviously she could also use high-level defensive magics as well. And to destroy a high-level defensive magic, they need to use magic and not swords. Thus, they were currently short on attack power due to losing the magicians so quickly. Oh, could it be that you are actually thinking of defeating me? But Corvus had not yet realized that it was an extremely stupid thought. Or maybe he simply didn't want to realize and accept that fact. To not even understand the difference in strength, you are lower than even animals. The girl, as if reciting death itself, started to chant, Talik Nujum tu hatem Uliku. She had used one-hit kill magic without a chant. Now, if she was also using a chant as well, then just what level of destructive power must be hidden in the attack, they could not even comprehend. Obstruct and stop the chanting. On Corvus's shouting order to attack, and the magicians as well as bow users began firing. Fufu, like I said, too slow. The arrows, magic. Before they could even reach, the girl had completed her chant, decided to first take care of the attacks coming towards her rather than instantly attacking them. Although, all she did was wait as the attacks were blocked simply by the fairy barrier, oracle shield that she had already deployed. The girl only watched as the flames or the arrows of light extinguished in front of her. As the attacks finally ended, the girl opened her mouth to end this battle that couldn't really be called a battle in the first place. Bye-bye, humans. Die while regretting the fact that you obstructed us. The girl raised her right arm, and above the soldiers, a magic circle drawn with light appeared. A complex design with a circle as the base, that the magicians below had never seen, appeared in the sky. They did not know that it was a magic with strength similar to that of a dragon breath that had made even Sariel use her strongest defensive magic. Meteor strike. The girl's right hand swung downwards. From the magic circle, a 7-colored giant mass was released and fell on the squirming humans below to crush them. The reinforced defensive magic that will never break. Yes, everyone thought that, but at this moment there was no one who tried to insist on it again. Ah, oh God. They could only pray, for the lives that would never be saved, towards God. And their greed, wishes, shouts, and pain were all swallowed by the 7-colored light. Don, annihilated without leaving even a single trace. Nice shot. With wide smile, the girl felt neither guilt nor regret in killing the men there. It was truly a fairy-like, charming smile. Now then, I'm worried about Kirono as well. Let's go and help him. It seems it was too late for Ers Village, but whatever, it can't be helped. And thus, after leaving a crater of diameter 50 m, the girl left the Fountain of Light to meet her beloved man. Chapter 65, Devil. Kirono first killed the 3 Crusaders acting away from the village. He lopped off the heads of the 2 soldiers from the rear, with the tsujijiri in his hand, and they instantly die. Just when the 3rd soldier catches the figure of Kirono in complete black attire, he was bisected from the crown of head to the solar plexus in one go. Kirono takes the oil the soldiers were going to use to burn the house down and poured it onto the corpses of the goblin family and burned them along with the house. He couldn't come up with any other better way for their funeral. Naturally, he didn't dispose of the corpses of the 3 soldiers and rushed towards the center of the village, in a straight line without hiding himself. From then to the time he reached the gate, Kirono thoroughly killed every soldier that came assaulting him. He chopped off the head of the people who attacked him with the hatchet and blew off the heads of those who tried to escape. The chainmail worn by soldiers is of no use to either of the attacks. They are all annihilated even before they could understand what happened to them. And by the time Kirono reached the gates, the main force stationed in the center of the village finally noticed that they were being attacked by someone. At the same time, a messenger ran to Kievan, and even before he could give orders, the commanding officer immediately starts moving to intercept the assailant. However, without even a magician's support, and them only being some infantrymen taking Kirono as an opponent was their last mistake. After all, the original magic used by Kirono, especially the magic bullet, can instantly kill normal infantrymen, and it can also be fired rapidly with tremendous speed. It is exactly just like a machine gun strafing. The moment the soldiers rush in front of Kirono holding spears in their hands, the true value of magic bullet is revealed. Bullet art full burst. The 1,000 bullets fired by Kirono rush at once towards the Crusaders. By the time they realized the difference in power and the bad affinity against the magician in black clothes, there were already many corpses scattered on the road. Wah, wah, what the hell is that guy? The commanding officer, upon looking a black-clothed magician suddenly appearing at the gates of village and killing all of the soldier under his command. He unintentionally speaks out a complaint in a withering voice. God damn it, we didn't hear anything about a monster like that living here, he-I. The mysterious black attack magic that killed his men passes through him with a distance of paper breadth. Commander, please give the instructions. Hearing the voice of his men waiting for order which seemed like screams, a little bit of calmness returns to the commander. True enough, seeing the scene of an entire group of infantrymen holding spears massacred before they could even reach the only enemy, the commanding officer and every other person present at the place was struck with fear and shock. Bows, use the bows. The commanding officer, who now feared attacking once again with spears, inevitably takes the measures for attacking the opponent without approaching him. The opponent is still standing in the middle of the road, without any shield, as if asking for them to shoot him to death. Furthermore, they still have several tens of soldiers left. The difference in numbers is great. That's right, calm down, that bastard is, no matter how you look at it, a magician. Without a vanguard he can't concentrate on his magic. The magician attacks while being on the rear. That is the same with adventurers and soldiers too. According to this theory, if a magician appears out of nowhere without even a tank, aggro-based classes of MMORPG, he would be able to attack first, but when we start attacking, he won't be able to counterattack. Even if he blocks the attack with defense magic, he can only buy a little more time. All right, fiery. On the order, the arrows fly at full speed towards the black-clothed magician. Just before the arrows reach the enemy, a jet-black rectangle-like object that seemed like the night sky had been frozen inside of it appeared, and it intercepted the first barrage of arrows. But that action is just as they expected. If it's a magician, he would definitely use the defense magic guard. The arrows are all reflected back due to the hardness of the jet-black square. Don't falter. Keep on firing. Without being shaken, the soldiers fire the arrows rapidly. They soon realized that the jet-black square is very hard, as even after getting struck from all the arrows, it is not getting even a scratch. But it is a common knowledge for soldiers that the defense magic doesn't last for eternity. On the contrary, it only lasts for a very little time. The moment the magic effect appears, the magical power also starts gradually dispersing in the surrounding air. Unless the magic with preservation effects like eternity is casted, the phenomenon created by the magic won't last for a long time. Therefore, no matter how much hard a defense magic is, at the most it will start disintegrating in several minutes. Without waiting for it, the arrows continuously barraging his defense will pierce through it when the magical power decreases and hardness declines. That's right, what is there to be afraid? The things a single magician can do are limited. Die. While regretting that you came attacking us even as a joke. With his victory convinced in front of the frightening enemy, the commander's face expresses a distorted smile due to arousement and nervousness. All right, it's going good just like this. The moment he was going to say, the black-clothed magician moved. A frontal assault. That's right, the enemy started a frontal assault while deploying the shield. Furthermore, his speed is not that of a normal person. It has surpassed the level of speed of a normal person, just like the support magic, speed burst or enhancement martial art, airwalker. A magician doing a frontal assault without any aid, it's so foolish. Seeing an unforeseen opponent in front of him, the commander cannot make plans to deal with the enemy closing up the distance with tremendous speed. As a result, the soldier keep on firing the arrows at him, but with the hardness still effective on the shield, not even one arrow passes through it. With not more than 10 meters remaining between them, the magician roars in a loud voice, which even vibrates the eardrums like an electric shock. When faced by the roar, strength, and the bloodlust gushing out, the soldiers falter for a moment. Immediately, the opponent retracts back his shield and swings his baton in his left hand. Do-do-NN. Something flashing black accompanied with loud consecutive sounds came flying. That is the bullet made from the black magic. It is futile to count the numerous bullets. Jaya. The front row soldiers shooting arrows, in front of the storm of bullets, are pierced with holes in their body at the point of impact, as if the chainmail and surcoats were just for show. Draw out your swords. It was pitiable voice trembling with fear. In the current situation, enemy had come close in that the bows are now meaningless. It was a precise order. The soldiers throw away the bow and pull out the broadswords hanging on their waists. The enemy was already in the position that the swords will reach him. Killing their fear, the soldiers rush out to assault with a do-or-die determination, with their strife instinct at full throttle. But the singing swords never reach anyone. He flew. The enemy that should have been running on the ground jumps just before coming in their range. Along with the strong pressure that even Earth's surface is dented, he turned over the black robe and flies above the soldiers. The commander realizes that the enemy fluttering in the air intends to land on the place where he is standing. Ice Shield. The ice defense magic he has deployed is the fastest and smoothest ever in his whole lifetime. Due to NN saved him from the once again fired black bullets. Guhaya. However, the surrounding soldier all fall down to their knees, due to the rain of bullets falling down on them. Half died instantly, the rest half are seriously injured. They are in no position to swing a sword and challenge him. At the current moment, there was not even one soldiers within 3 m radius of the commander. When he passes through the disintegrating ice shield, the demon in the form of man enters his vision. He raises a sinister-looking hatchet. From his whole body, a red aura gushes out. The red eyes of the man pierces through him. It is impossible for him to be sane at the moment. The black hatchet swing downwards from the sky, clearly cuts the ice shield into two. The thick and heavy ice shield falls onto the ground and shatters. Seeing the scene, the already fear-struck commanding officer loses the power in his waist and falls down on ground facing upwards. And in front of him, the magician who cut through his ice shield in single strike was standing. Don't kill me, we are the same human beings, right? Die. The man swings the hatchet and chops off the right arm of the commander easily. Along with the blood spurting out, a scream made up of agony and fear echoes. Die. He chops of the left arm too with the returning sword. On top of chainmail, he had put equipments, but the attacking power of the blade far surpasses its defense power, and both are disconnected. In one swoop sideways, the hatchet severs the legs from below the knees. The commanding officer who got his limbs cut off cruelly. His eyes turned white due to shock, and the foam of blood flows out from his mouth. The man looks towards the already dying commander and swings one more strike. The hatchet slashes downwards from the crown of head and cuts the steel armor easily. The skull is split in 2 halves, trampling down the brain, passes through the throat, and keeps on cutting in one strike to the chest area. The one strike swinged with all of his power, certainly and ghastly takes the life of one person. It's a devil. Someone among the soldier muttered so. The figure of the man surrounded by many soldiers was that of a devil who, in a gruesome way, killed their commander. There was not even one left who could laugh at this remark. Escape. A devil's here, run away. While whining the complaints, the soldiers all run at full speed, striving to be the first to escape. In the current situation, the commander of soldier is dead. The aide who is meant to be the next commander after him is also running while showing his back. There is no one to check on the soldiers in the current place. Wait right there. Nay, there is one person who wanted to stop them. Wait, don't try to escape, you bastards. The black magician, overcome with anger and holding a hatchet in his hand. If I don't kill each and every one of you, it won't call to proper revenge, right? The blood-colored eyes glare at the running soldiers, just like a person who has gone mad. For not letting even a single person leave from here alive, the demon, Kirono, once again started walking towards the blood-scented Ers Village's center. Chapter 66, Devil V's. Priest 1. As the pale-faced messenger finally entered the guild, Kevin quickly picked his favorite long staff and left the room. Listening to the report of a black-dressed magician that had infiltrated the village, rather than reprimanding the security to have allowed such a thing, he decided to head there himself and take action. It could be said that Kevin was a cool-headed commander that could assess the situation well. To have come here alone, either he is very confident of his abilities or maybe he is just mad. Accompanied by his 2 disciples on his side, he opened the gate of the guild. In front of the guild was the central area of the village. A place that had been lively with villagers till yesterday was no just an execution area for the crucifixion of pitiful adventurers. Currently, the Crusader soldiers had gathered here to form a line of defense. Behind the line of the soldiers with spears, those who had injured their limbs or just had them completely blown away were receiving treatment, and the place was filled with the smell of fresh blood. Has he approached this close already? Kievan asked the messenger, who was kneeling in front of him. That voice was filled with anger on letting a single man approach this close. Yes, the enemy magician was using an unknown magic that was extremely powerful, so without the assistance of our own magicians. Just when our magicians had gone out, he unknowingly cursed, but decided not to continue and instead think of how to deal with the current situation. You said it was a never-before-seen magic, right? What kind of magic was it? I couldn't see it clearly, but black, small balls flew around and pierced through even armor and flesh alike. It sounded like the low-level dark element magic black ball Death Sagita, but its effect and power were not matching. In the first place, Death Sagita was not a magic that could pierce through even chain mail. It was a more shock-inducing strike-type magic. It'll be fine if it was just a simple boost, but it'll be troublesome if it is an original or extra magic. Oi, deploy dual shield on the whole force. Receiving the order, the two disciple magicians started their chants. Uljudran beta nasiatan tosi nidak ulhimiat limine. The magic invoked was the intermediate level wide-range, defensive magic, Lux Wall Defense. The whole file of soldiers was covered with a barrier of light. With this, they can defend against that long-range magic, but for the soldiers to attack, they'll have to leave the barrier. If the enemy can rapid-fire sure-kill magic, then making the soldiers charge him would only increase the victims. Thus, the soldiers concentrate only on providing covering fire. We'll face the enemy magician by ourselves. Kievan concluded that if it was not a magician that could deploy defensive barriers individually, he will not be able to face the enemy magician. Normally, if all the magicians were here, they could put barriers on all the soldiers individually while providing support from the back at the same time. But since they weren't here, it couldn't be helped. If Kievan was just a priest and not a white magician as well, there would have been no other means for the army to fight back, but he was confident in his ability and skill as a magician. That is why, even when facing the village's vigilante corps, and this time as well, he felt neither hesitation nor fear to stand on the front lines. In fact, he believed that it was trial of God to test his faith, and so his fighting spirit rose even further. He's here. Someone screamed from among the soldiers. In the middle of the main street, a single figure was walking calmly, as if he was walking in an uninhabited wasteland. It's the devil. The devil has come. The soldiers became noisy. After all, they just saw more than 100 of their fellow soldiers killed in front of them. It would be weird to not be scared. Silence. Kievan had not directly seen the tragedy that had occurred down the street, so he could only think of the soldiers as cowards. You bastards can just fire arrows from behind the barrier. The one who'll directly face that is me. The soldiers quieted from the priest's strong words and silently knocked their arrows on the bows. And I will definitely kill that evil magician. Kievan glared at the enemy, who was still far away. At that moment, as if he had noticed the glare, he raised his face. Their eyes met. Even from this distance, Kievan could see his gleaming red eyes. Berserk state. As he murmured that, cold sweat appeared on his face. To think I would really have to face a mad guy. Berserk was one of the bad statuses of magic. In the first place, bad statuses were poison that slowly scrapped away the stamina and vitality, paralyzed that took away the freedom of the body, and siesta that took away consciousness. They did not damage directly as attack, but were abnormalities that slowly affected the body itself. Berserk is also one of them. Its effect was to turn a person into a brutal killer that did not distinguish between allies and enemies. On top of that, rise in physical abilities, isolation of pain, and such fearsome effects were also provided. If a person fell into a berserk state, it attacks even allies along with the increase in strength, so it was highly difficult to stop it. But in such a situation where he was alone, the demerit of attacking his own allies was not present, and only the enhanced body strength is received. Kiven had once faced a person who had fallen into the berserk state. He was just a soldier but showed immense toughness and had no choice but to kill him to stop him. This is a troublesome opponent, but Kiven walked in front of the soldiers with the bright white long staff in his hand. Evil magician who stands against God. You will also die like these demons by crucifixion by my hands. He showed the highest level of fighting spirit with his shout. In the end, berserk only enhances the physical strength of the person. I won't lose to an animal that has lost even the ability to talk and understand words. Knowing the weakness of the berserk state, Kiven became confident of his victory. But, I see, so you were the one who did it. Kurono's muttering in a small voice did not reach Kiven's ears. Chapter 67, Devil vs Priest 2. Evil magician who stands against God. You will also die like these demons, by crucifixion by my hands. Behind the commander of the Crusaders here, several crosses were lined up. Pierced by countless arrows, without limbs, bloody tortured corpses had been crucified on them. The corpse had been brutally damaged, but I don't move my gaze away. No, I can't move it away. That's because I knew the identity of the corpses very well. Nino, Harry Otten. If Clador is not here means his body didn't even exist anymore probably. Other than them, many other people I had always seen in the guild, and even the civilian Nyarko was there, her corpse to be exact. I see, so you were the one who did it. My hand holding the hatchet shivered. From my hand, magical energy flowed, and in return, bloodlust and hatred flowed back inside me. You, Agha. I howl, only a shout without any meaning leaks from my throat. I cry. Endless tears flowed from my eyes. I won't forgive, I will never forgive this. How dare they do something so cruel? They were my precious friends, they were all good guys. A suspicious guy like me, the whole village accepted me. Do you know, how precious were they to me? To protect them I would fight with my life, that's right, I even fought against Sariel for them. Even then, despite all that, if everyone died then, I won't be able to fight to protect them anymore. I will. In front of the over-atrocious deaths of my friends, the hatchet's thoughts increased even more from my emotions unstable from sadness. If you're sad, if it hurts, if it's painful, if you hate then kill. Kill your enemies, without mercy, hesitation or compassion, just cruelly and gruesomely, keep on killing them all. That's right. Look carefully, my enemies are in front of me, then what I have to do is decided. Definitely, surely, I have decided. I'll avenge all of you. The point of view changes here. A howl of an incredible volume was released by the black magician. That shivering sound that resounded from inside the stomach, even while inside the barrier, the soldiers were overcome with fear. But, even in front of that raging enemy, Kiven did not flinch. That's because the enemy is in a berserk state. It was easily possible to raise a voice that could crush the throat. That reaction was still inside his expectations. There was no need to be surprised. Let's go, match with me. On Kiven's words, the two disciples started their chants, and it didn't take much time to activate it. Concentration enhancement, Kanz's boost. Element boost. This was their favorite tactic that they had used even when annihilating the vigilante core. If it's a wide-range magic, then even if he's in berserk state, he won't be able to get out of the attack range with one leap. Rather than trying to kill in a single strike, Kiven put more importance on hitting the enemy accurately first. A person in berserk state, even if his limb is torn off, or his stomach explodes, as long as it is not a fatal damage, he will not stop moving. But even if he didn't die, if he lost his legs, then he wouldn't be able to move either. If he loses his arm, then he won't be able to swing his weapon. Basically, it was fine as long as he could make him powerless. Kiven, who had received double enhancements, was about to use his Lux Force Blast, the same magic that had killed the whole vigilante corps in a single blow. On top of it, although berserk state increased physical strength, it did not increase the defensive abilities. As long as he is unable to evade, he would have no way to defend himself against Kiven's attack. A sane magician might have been able to put up a barrier, but he won't be able to make rational decisions with that mad head of his. Kiven became confident of his victory. Thus, he did not feel like letting him die with just the rain of arrows of the soldiers. Kiven started a chant only a few seconds long, but before that, the enemy black magician, Kirono, moved first. The voice had not reached his ears, but suddenly, black smoke spread all over the place. A smokescreen is useless. Kiven, who had completed his chant, just as he said, he believed that it was useless no matter how the enemy struggles. But Kiven held a doubt considering the fact that a person in berserk state took an action except attacking. That means the enemy had not yet lost his ability to think yet. Lux Force Blast. But even if he had thought that, there was no reason to cancel his attack now. Kiven fired his strongest attack in front of him, aiming for the invisible enemy hidden inside the thick black smoke. An extremely hot light spread over the area as if lighting inside the darkness. In front of that dazzling light, the soldiers turned their faces away, and even Kiven himself shut his eyes for a moment. It's over. As he spoke that inside his mind, an unbelievable sight was in front of him when he opened his eyes. Haya. Beneath the black clothes, not just his eyes but his whole body was releasing the red aura of berserk. The mad magician clad in that aura was standing there. What? Uninjured. That's impossible. In this different world where science has not advanced, the properties of light were not yet known. In the first place, the effects of light were diminished just by being in the atmosphere. Only in a true void where there are no obstacles can the light show its max effectiveness. Thus, inside water, mist, steam, etc. are able to reduce the effects of light even more than normal atmosphere. Kirono, by releasing black smoke that possessed particles of darkness that could absorb light, he have the power of Lux Force Blast, that was basically a laser beam. And even if it was an advanced magic, at half of its strength it will not be able to pierce through Kirono's shield. This was how Kirono remained unharmed. However, Kiven had no way of knowing all this. But Kiven was an experienced magician who won't be shaken from just this. Bracing himself, he quickly entered a defensive stance. Lux Argalia Shield. Kiven realized that the lumps of black magical energy materializing around Kirono were the ones that pierced through even chain mail. The distance between them was just a few meters. He was clearly inside his attacking range. And Kiven, who just attacked, could not attack again so quickly either. So he had no choice but to defend against the enemy's attack. Lux Armor Shield. The two disciples beside him also came to the same conclusion. Haya. Kirono jumped towards Kiven and at the same time fired his magic bullets. Its aim was the two magicians supporting Kiven. Bagin, the black full metal jacket bullet struck the barrier of light but did not pierce through. The moment the two thought that they had successfully defended, their heads burst open. The hands that were raised to the front to use the barrier went limp and fell down face up. They had no idea how the bullets they had supposedly defended against pierced through. No, maybe they didn't even realize that had already died. As to why the two had died, only Kirono and Kiven knew. He hit the exact same point again. How can his aim be so accurate even under berserk state? Kiven clearly saw Kirono fire another bullet on the exact same point, where the first bullet had hit to break through the barrier. If it was just once, then he might have considered it a coincidence. But to have it two at the same time in the same way, he had no choice but to believe that this black magician possessed immaculate aim that he retained even under berserk state. Kiven had started losing his composure from this chain of unbelievable events, but he couldn't just retreat now. In front of the enemy that was shouting curses and swinging a giant hatchet, he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. That's right, I can't fall back here. Against this evil magician that is a devil incarnate, I, a priest of God, must not lose, I cannot lose. In front of the approaching evil blade, Kiven put all his magical energy in the barrier and fervently prayed. "O God, grant me the strength to destroy this evil." The black cursed blade finally swung down on the holy shining white shield. Holding the cursed hatchet with my both hands, I swing it with full strength. Of God. The priest was screaming something, God Ginn, but his voice was drowned by the loud noise of the blade striking the shield. Shit, it's hard. The black blade only pierced inside the shield of light slightly, and doesn't seem to move any further. This priest, although nowhere near Sariel's level, but he is still a strong white magic user. I guess he wasn't the commander just for show. But no matter how strong he is, I must kill him here no matter what. That's why give me more power. And so, the cursed hatchet Tsujijiri responded to my wish. Uo. The black blade clearly raised a voice. At the same time, from my hands, an incomparable amount of magical energy was sucked. I started to lose the sensation of my fingers, but rather getting weaker, the strength behind the swing of the hatchet got stronger. Whether it was blood or magical energy, I don't know, but inside my vision that was filled with red mist, I clearly saw the shape of the black blade changing. I see this is, after sucking the blood of the numerous Crusaders and eating my black magical energy and hatred, the cursed hatchet Tsujijiri was evolving. It evolved into Grudge Hatchet, Hararetsu/Harakiri. Haya. Having changed into an even more sinister form, the black blade began cutting the barrier. Impossible, this is. The priest looked with fright as the power of the blade increased with the change in shape. The hatchet's evolution not only increased the sharpness of the blade, but also increased the amount of physical enhancement provided. And that's not all. Up till now, using the hatchet became easier naturally just by holding it, but now it even allowed the activation of a martial art skill. Kuronagie, black calm. Leaving a black trace, it was a single horizontal flash. The martial art Kuronagi that struck with immense slashing power easily cut through the priest's body along with his shield in two. Ripping his stomach open, the priest's upper half flew in the air. Without even trying to dodge, as I bathed in the shower of blood, I heard the voice of the priest that had been put to death. "Oh God, why have you forsaken me?" Chapter 68 Release Curse. The Crusaders froze on the spot. Priest Sama was. Someone muttered. The soldiers, even in confusion, clearly understood what happened in front of them. Everyone had seen Kevin use the advanced level light magic the moment the black smoke spread all over. The soldiers had also believed that attack to have ended it along with the caster himself. But before they could even raise the cheer for victory, that devil jumped out of that smoke while releasing a howl that sent shivers down the spine. The battle was truly concluded in the next few seconds. The devil used the black bullets that had killed countless of their comrades and shot the heads of the two magicians. By the time those two magicians fell to the ground, the devil had already swung his sinister-looking black blade towards the priest. The devil's roar, the priest's prayer, and the sound of the blade cutting the barrier of light away all came at the same time. And the next moment, the priest's body was ripped into two pieces and the blood-stained upper body flew in the air. The priest Sama died. The devil killed him. Unrest spread among the soldiers. Kevin, even though young, was extremely skilled as a commander, and not to mention that he was also a skilled white magician that did not fear fighting on the front lines himself. Thus he had gained much trust from his subordinate soldiers. And a mind that idolized God and his confident personality, all combined with his skills, gave a special kind of charisma. And that trusted superior was easily killed in front of them. Losing their fighting spirit, the soldiers would soon start panicking and running away. Calm down. But due to one squad commander's shout, the soldiers stopped. Look, after fighting Priest Sama, the devil is exhausted. Sure enough, the black figure currently had his one kneel on the ground. We can kill him now, avenge the Priest Sama. Strength returned in the arms of the soldiers, holding the weapons. The effect of the barrier is still there. We shall shoot that devil to death. Even if the caster dies, the effect of magic doesn't disappear instantly. Currently, as long as the magical energy of the barrier deployed doesn't exhaust, its effect won't disappear. Kill the devil. As if trying to shake of their fear, the soldiers shouted in chorus. Kill the devil, kill the devil. Knocking their arrows, the strings were pulled to the max. Ready your aim. The long bows and crossbows aimed towards the target. The devil had not yet moved. Section, ha ha. After cutting apart the priest with Kuronagi, I was struck with extreme tiredness. This is due to over-exhaustion of magical energy used during the evolution of the hatchet rather than the backlash of using the martial art. I faced this condition numerous times during those maneuvering experiments, so I didn't faint instantly due to experience. But to become like this in the current situation is a bit troublesome. No, facing a priest that could use advanced level magic, there was chance that I would have even sustained injuries as well. It's thanks to the hatchet evolving that I was able to win easily. But that doesn't change the fact that the condition is getting worse. Those soldiers are still ready to fight even after seeing their superior killed. They are shouting, "Kill the devil." Fucking bastards. The The devils here are you bastards. No matter how much I curse, it doesn't change the fact that countless arrows are going to be shot at me any moment. Ha, shit. Even though I said to Lily that we shouldn't be reckless, but look at me now. My magical energy is completely empty. Well, at least my body is still unscratched. Sorry, Lily, it looks like I'll break my promise. Although I promised that I won't be reckless after fighting Sariel, to have broken the promise this quickly, I really am a pathetic guy. But these guys... The sensation returned to my fingers, and I once again gripped the handle of the blade tightly. Just these guys, I can't let any of them get away. I don't know whether I would be able to kill all those soldiers without any magical energy. No matter how sturdy this body is, if I lose too much blood, I will die. If my head was cut, of course I will die. But still, I won't step back. I'll keep on killing. Even if it's just one more, I'll drag these bastards to hell. From the evolved hatchet, the torrent of hatred and bloodlust started flowing inside me again. Forcibly putting strength in this body that's screaming for rest, I jump back to my feet. A countless amount of arrows rush towards me. I don't have enough energy to deploy my shield again. I can only defend by swinging my hatchet. Resolving myself to get hit many times, I swing the hatchet to at least deflect as many as I can. At that moment, D-O-D-O-D-O-O, in front of me, a bright red flame burst out. What the hell is this? Enemies attack magic. Did something explode? But in front of the spreading crimson flames, when I thought I would die. Oh, this is defensive magic. I wasn't taking any damage from this magic. On looking closely, the flame isn't randomly rising from the ground. It's shaped like a proper wall. To create a wall of flame this big, it must be the advanced level wide-range defensive magic Igni's rampart defense. Anyway, whatever magic it may be, the wall of flame devoured all the arrows that were coming towards me and protected me. But just who was it that used such an advanced magic? The only one I could think of was my only ally and partner, Lily. That was close. The voice that came from behind me was a transparent voice of a woman, but I instantly knew that it was not Lily's. Who is it? As I looked back, a black shadow was walking towards me with light steps. No, that isn't a shadow, but clothes that are black from head to toe similar to me. A three-cornered hat like those in fairy tales, a jet black robe adorned with soft feathers, a weirdly shaped long staff, and light blue hair and golden shining eyes. I had met only once, but the name of the person in that unforgettable unique dress is Fiona Solil. I wanted to meet you, Mr. Ice Candy. Ike Ice. Due to her sudden appearance, I forgot the situation I was in, after looking at her usual semi-closed, expressionless eyes and her weird words. Before I forget, I'll release your curse all right. What? What the hell is she even saying? As I doubted, Fiona began moving her lips and small chant was heard. Tard Ulzalim Alsharu Mushrika, release curse, dispel. The moment the words of release curse came to my ears, I suddenly dropped the hatchet that had felt like a part of my own hand till now. The moment the hatchet fell on the ground, I fell to my knees like a puppet that had its strings cut. With the enhancement provided by the hatchet, I was able to keep on standing even without having any magical energy left inside me. So it was the natural what would happen if I lost it. I thought that I would fall to the hard ground, but I was taken in and embraced by the soft arms of a person instead. Hugged by the witch's chest, my vision was filled with the dark robe and I was unable to see her face. In the first place, I didn't even have the energy to even move my head. You sure like to use dangerous things. It was a light berserk state. Thanks to it, I was able to kill the priest. I can't move my body, but was somehow able to speak. Are you here to save me? Yes. Thanks, but this place is dangerous. Fiona-san should run away quickly. I won't resent you even if you leave me here. Then we'll lose our meaning to come here. Who else is? Look, adventurers have come to save the village. As Fiona-san lifted me, the place where the wall of fire was now. A group of strong adventurers of different races were standing there. 1 gold for 1 kill. Hi-ya-ha, I'll hunt all these bastards. The adventurers roared and attacked the remaining Crusaders. Having lost their commander as well as all the magicians, the group of humans, no matter what the number, can never win against these adventurers. They were pushed this far just by me alone. Having realized that it had become hopeless for them now that reinforcements had come, the the soldiers began running away while showing their backs. Fiona-san, what is it? I leave the rest to you. With the scene of victory in sight, I finally felt relief and fell asleep. I leave the rest to you. Having left those words, Kirono lost his consciousness in Fiona's arms. Fiona firmly held Kirono's large and heavy body with her slender arms. In the surroundings, the sounds of cries raised by the running Crusaders and the chasing adventurers resounded. Within that carnage, the figure of Fiona gently holding Kirono looked like some famous painting. But there was one single person that did not approve of it. Get away from Kirono. Pretty yet somewhat cold voice of a girl reached Fiona's ears. When she raised her head, out of nowhere, a girl with rainbow-colored wings was standing there. Lily, who had left the Fountain of Light, had reached Ers Village, or rather, to the place where Kirono was. Who are you? That's enough. So hurry up and get away from him. Lily wasn't directing clear bloodlust, but even the airheaded Fiona understood that her words contained a thorny nuance. But even if it was any another woman than Fiona, she would not have understood that it was due to a simple personal reason like, I will not let any woman other than me embrace Kirono. Here you go. In any case, Fiona quietly handed Kirono back to Lily, who had landed in front of her. Lily, just like the time when fighting Sariel, easily carried Kirono. And finally, now that Kirono was completely handed over to Lily, did she show her usual fairy-like smile to Fiona. You were quicker than expected. That really helped, thank you. It's our job after all. That's certainly true for the Vigilante Corps and the adventurers of Ers Village. But is it the same for you who came from Ark Continent as well? So you knew. You didn't really try to hide it either, right? After all, the guild card you showed to Kirono was not of this continent. Ah, could it be that you are the fairy that was with Kirono-san back then? You realized that just now. You really are pretty. Lily took a deep sigh. Now that she thought about it, she was out of sync even back then while talking with Kirono. That's enough about me. More importantly, are you an enemy or an ally? Lily let out a slight killing intent, but Fiona normally replied with her usual expressionless face. I'm a rank 1 adventurer now. And just like that time, from beneath her hat, she took out a plate and gave it to Lily. That was without a doubt a guild card of Pandora Continent. Are you a traitor towards humans? I just came to Pandora Continent as a mercenary, but the food wasn't good, so I resigned. I see. Lily felt stupid to have been alert and cautious against this half-asleep witch. Lily, who could read minds, knew that her reactions and responses weren't an act. At this moment, too, Fiona is still thinking about ice candy. Lily, due to her telepathic powers, understood that even if she didn't want to, well, it's fine. I'll let you eat as much ice candy as you want as long as you don't betray us. Really, it's a promise then. Seeing Fiona bend forward and stick her face closer, Lily regretted making a hasty decision for a second. But turning this woman into an enemy will be troublesome. If she is going to stay as an adventurer, it's better to leave it like that. Lily had seen the wall of fire that saved Kirono. And the true identity of that magic, neither Kirono nor the adventurers had realized, except Lily, who had been watching from above. It was not Igni's rampart that Kirono thought. In the first place, it was neither a wide-range magic nor an advanced-level magic. It was just a simple lower-level defensive magic, Igni's shield. It's obvious that even the same magic will be different when used by different people. But to display that much strength with just a low-level magic, this wasn't just a matter of talent. Whether it was a talent of inhumane level, or was it a special technique, or maybe she was born with some special constitution. But whatever it was, Lily realized that this witch called Fiona possessed a fearsome level of magic ability. It's fortunate that Fiona didn't possess an evil mind like an actual witch, and instead was just a glutton. For such a weird witch to exist, this world really is a vast place. As Lily breathed a sigh out of exhaustion, she moved towards the nearby guild to let Kirono rest easily. Behind her, the Black Witch, who was thinking of the sweet taste of ice candy, also followed. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 69, The Four Apostles 1. The Detilus Royal Castle's throne room was the same as it was, elegantly made by dwarf artisans. But just the black dragon emblem had been replaced by God's cross emblem. In that throne room that emphasized on its new ruler, 4 people were sitting in armchairs. Welcome to Detilus. The one who spoke the words of welcome, in a soft voice, the supreme commander of the Crusaders, as well as the one who single-handedly defeated the Dragon King Givenal, and earned the title of Dragon Slayer, the 7th Apostle Sariel. We came especially for the sake of seeing you, so better be thankful, Sariel. The one calling Sariel by name in a girly high-pitched voice was the 11th Apostle Misei. As usual, wearing a high-exposure modified robe, Misei crossed her seductive bare legs and reclined on the chair arrogantly. It has been a long time, Lord Sariel. A boy so beautiful that if a believer saw him, they would get a nosebleed looking at that cute, blushing face, showing restlessness and nervousness. It was the 12th Apostle Mariabel. He had thought up various smart lines, but when he came in front of Sariel, he could only use the safe words of greeting only. It's good to see that you are in good health, Sariel-chan, but... And with a gentle smile truly worthy of being called the Holy Woman, the 3rd Apostle Mikkel stood up from her seat and walked towards Sariel. Sariel, who possessed an elegant and ephemeral presence, and Mikkel, who had a voluptuous body and the charm of an adult. The scene of these two together, having 2 extreme types of beauty, looked somewhat similar to seeing a mother and her child. It seems your injuries have not yet healed. Mikkel gently held Sariel's right palm that was still in bandages. Oh my, how terrible, such a big hole has opened here. Mikkel somehow guessed the extent and type of injury just by caressing Sariel's palm. The palm that was struck with Kurono's poison needle. Sariel had pierced her own palm with her spear to remove the poison portions. That wound had not yet healed up. Pain, go away. At Mikkel's carefree words, not a single one here felt that she was joking around. Thank you very much. No need, it's my duty after all. As Mikkel let go of her hand, the bandage automatically started coming off. On Sariel's hand, the painful wound that should have been there was now nowhere to be seen, as if there wasn't a wound in the first place. Sariel's clean white hand could be seen. To have healed the wound, that would have normally taken some time, even with treatment, instantly, was one part of the 3rd Apostle Mikkel's abilities. With a satisfied smile, Mikkel returned back to her seat. That wound earlier, how did you get it? Did a dragon appear again? Misei asked in a sharp voice. Yes, it seemed different from the wounds gotten from facing the Dragon King. Those 2 were simply worried about Sariel. Or rather, they were curious about this existence that could damage Sariel, who was an apostle even after the Detilus army had been annihilated. Sariel answered with silence. Anybody else could have just lied, but for the extremely awkward, tactless Sariel, lying was almost impossible. Thus silence. Fuan, so you won't answer. Seeing Sariel stay quiet, Misei's eyes flashed. Sariel thought for a second that maybe she realized that Sariel had let an enemy get away, but... Few fun, you stupidly got into an accident and injured yourself, right? Thank God she's an idiot. Anybody would have thought that on seeing Misei, misunderstanding splendidly by herself. You must have carelessly touched the blade of the armament scripture and got that wound right. Isn't that what you did a while back? While sighing, Mariabel recalled that embarrassing event where Misei, can armament scriptures cut even apostles? Thought that, and grabbed the blade that was not just at a level of being extremely sharp and gotten her wrist severed. Oh, shut up. If I can mess up, then Sariel can too, right? Just who, other than yourself, would make such a mistake? I just know that's how Sariel messed up as well. Demonstrating her convenient skill of not listening to inconvenient things about her, Misei approached Sariel while ignoring Mariabel. Against that, Misei, Sariel, slightly nodded and accepted. She can't lie, but there's no need to correct the misunderstanding of the opposite side either. If she agreed here, there would no pursuit for Kirono. Even Sariel could make such a judgment. See, it really was an accident. Everyone makes mistakes, of course. Mariabel made a perfect 180 turn in a few seconds. Mariabel, you. That's completely different from what you were saying till now, said Misei with her eyes. But he showed no signs of wavering because I am Lord Sariel's ally. Fun, yes men aren't really popular though. Misei's one line disrupted the boy's heart. Of course, even Sariel doesn't like guys with no individuality, right? See, even Sariel doesn't like guys like you. I haven't said anything, or so she thought, but Sariel had already lost the timing to interpose between the rapid, fast talking. "Ooh, Lord Sariel, I am." Heartbroken, Mariabelle's shoulder dropped down disappointed. Misset looked down on him with a triumphant pose. Sariel remained expressionless, but was thinking hard to at least say something. An idiotic composition that can never be shown to a devout believer of the cross religion was taking place currently inside the throne room. Yufufu, it was the right decision to come for a visit. Everyone seemed so happy. Mikil, who was much older, looked at the three apostles with a warm gaze. But she was supposed to control this meeting and not let it go like this as the eldest apostle here. Anyone would think that, but there was no one here who could point that out to her. And thus, the first meeting between the four apostles on the Pandora continent kept on going with a pleasant atmosphere like this, and not a single topic relating to politics or the religion was raised. Chapter 70, The Four Apostles 2. Late at night, two figures were standing on the balcony of the Detilus royal castle. The conversation during the day sure heated up quickly. Lord Sariel's expression also seemed brighter than usual. While gazing at the nightscape of Detilus spreading below, Archbishop Leochrome spoke these words. Beside him stood his younger brother Mariabelle, who had the same beautiful face that could be mistaken for a girl's. The two of them were real brothers of the Ignosis family. Fufu, I'll be happy if that really is true. Mariabelle closed his eyes, thought of the face of his crush. Since he was alone with his brother right now, he had reverted to a normal tone instead of his usual stiff and formal speaking way. Though, I would have been happier if Lord Misset wasn't here. She must have been also worried about Lord Sariel after all. As expected of her self-proclaimed, eternal rival, Fufufu, how charming. Maybe because they are of the same age and gender. The one-sided rivalry Misset had towards Sariel was so famous that there was no one in Elysian that didn't know about it. Leochrome, who has had the chance to directly come in contact with the apostles, actually had seen Misset shouting, "Wait a second, Sariel," and trying to pick a fight, so he knows that it isn't just a rumor. It's really sad that I had to become the kuhai of such a childish person. If I could have awakened as an apostle a bit more earlier. Apostles are numbered according to the order in which they awaken, and that also decides their hierarchy as well. Misset was older in age than Mariabelle, so it was only natural to have awakened as an apostle earlier as well. But still, every time Misset said something, he only lamented the fact further. She will also become a great apostle like the previous ones, surely. From my point of view, Lord Misset seems to possess sensitiveness and common sense befitting a girl of her age. I really wonder about that. That's what it is. Leochrome smiled meaningfully, while Mariabelle still showed an expression of not accepting it. The two brothers continued conversing underneath the starry night sky. By the way, what did Cardinal Ers say? The moment Leochrome asked that, Mariabelle's expression tightened. Don't cause any trouble with the subordinates of Mercedes. I see. Leochrome's gaze looked past the castle walls of Detilus. Subordinates of Mercedes, i.e., the forces that came as reinforcements after the Battle of Goldrin, that were currently capturing the villages outside in the territory of Detilus. The first land Virginia, capital Detilus, and the keystone for sea trade, Idon. With these three important points already in our hands, I don't really see the need to fight more just to increase our territory, though. It was the Crusaders that won at Goldrin and captured Detilus, but if one would see the internal circumstances, they would realize that the army was totally of the Cardinal Ers faction inside the Republic. Starting from the fact that the vice commander was Ers' right-hand man, the 15,000 soldiers were all men that he himself had gathered. The only person not clearly attached to any faction was only the Apostle Sariel. Originally, everyone had refrained from sending their own troops in a losing battle. But now that the Crusaders had won, the owner of the army, that is Cardinal Ers, would also have the whole land under his control naturally. Thus, all three important points mentioned before would also come under Ers' control as well. But after the Battle of Goldrin, the new reinforcements that came were publicly a part of the same Crusaders, but it was a fact that they were all a part of various factions of the church and nobles. Among those was the especially influential faction belonging to the man named Mercedes, one of the three cardinals. It'll be troublesome if some part of the territory is not given to them. Starting with Mercedes, if they tried to suppress all others trying gain benefits from Pandora and keep everything under Ers control, then a revolt will break out sooner or later. Currently, the Pandora continent was extremely attractive for them. That is why there a high chance of an inquisition being conducted through assassinations and false accusations and break up the Crusaders internally. But conversely, if they were given some share, as Leochrome suggested, then there would be no revolt, at least publicly. If the Rs side declared that the rights to the territories in Detilus as first come first serve, then the reinforcements will start competing among themselves. As long as they didn't interfere, it didn't matter how much the others go around destroying things. The Rs faction has already acquired enough land for themselves and is already in a winning position. But that's only till the right to control over the Detilus territory is officially decided. Yes, we simply controlled one part of the eastern area of the continent only. The Pandora continent is extremely vast. Even if they are controlling the important areas of Detilus currently, if they cannot get right to control over other areas, the current advantage will become 0 or maybe even become a minus for them. But it'll be some time before we cross the Galahad mountain range and invade the city-state located in the central region. That's why Brother and others should increase their military strength as much as possible while you have the time. Well, we did lose quite a lot of soldiers at Goldrin after all. It'll take some time before we can once again gather a trusted army. Conversely speaking, even if those nobles get impertinent and start attacking the central region, there's no choice but to overlook them. But even if that happens, there's only a 1 in 1,000 chance that they'll be able to cross the mountain. There were many reasons behind why Leochrome was able to say that with a daring smile. Firstly, the ultimate strength of their army, Apostle Sariel, basically will not be taking part in any further battles from now onwards. The apostle that can take sure victory cannot be stopped if they desire more territory. And to take a territory for their own self, there was a need to capture it by themselves to claim right to control. But there is a restriction on them that they can only take part in battle when an enemy of an equal power level appears. Thus, no faction can claim for the aid of Sariel until a situation where they cannot win by themselves or they will take huge losses appears. Even if she is the supreme commander, if she ignored the ideas of other and moved by her own, then the rule of dividing the profits will collapse and could lead to the breakup of the Crusaders. Thus, now that the first and the biggest threat towards the conquering of Pandora, that is the conquest of Detilus, has been done, there were many who stated that there is no need for Sariel to move anymore. Also, the apostles themselves have also nominated Sariel to watch over the conquest of the continent. And Sariel herself understood the duty required from her and will not interfere uselessly in the Crusaders. In the first place, the strength of the private armies of the nobles and churches is limited. If their affiliation is different, then they won't cooperate with each other either. Exactly. But the main reason why they cannot cross the mountain is Spada. Spada, it's the name of the city-state adjacent to the territory of Detilus. That Spada is currently protecting the border along the Galahad mountain ranges. So are they strong. All the demon armies are strong in the first place. But Spada, that is known as the Gladiator City, has soldiers that are considered elite even among the demons. Gladiator, is it? The demons really have savage customs still prevailing here. But thanks to that custom, the most elite of the warriors have been gathered in Spada. There is also a plan to add mercenaries to the defense forces of Spada, it seems. On top of that, the Galahad mountain ranges provide a natural protection to Spada as a fort. It's truly a terrain fit to fight a defensive battle. To invade properly, we might need a force even bigger than the one used at Goldrin. It has been a little over 1 month after the capture of Detilus. Leochrome has already started gathering info about the next target of the Crusaders, which is the city-state located in the central region, Spada, and also other neighboring central region city-states. And the info that Leochrome had gathered, he had no intention of sharing with the rest of the Crusaders. I see. But those people will still try and invade Spada, I think. Phew, till the time they come back crying to Her Excellency Sariel after becoming unable to cross the mountains, will leisurely spend time right here in Detilus. Expecting them to face a harsh defeat against the inferior demons, Leochrome did not tell others the true strength of Spada. It was on the level of full info concealment, actually. Even if they belong to the same Crusaders, as long as the factions are competing against each other, even Ers wanted the other armies to get hurt. As usual, Nixan is malicious. Looking at the amused face of his older brother, Mariabel said so. While the Ignosis brothers were spending their time together, the 11th Apostle Missay was lazily sprawled on her magnificently giant bed with a canopy, in her underwear. There was not a single fragment of modesty in her behavior. Even her underwear was a gaudy one famous among the ladies of the Republic. She did not wear the plain white ones provided by the sisters, even once unlike Sariel. For her, it was a matter of her own fashion sense, but for others it only looked like selfishness. But still, she was someone who had the title of an apostle. There weren't few who depended on her strength. Few fufu. To depend on me rather, Sariel. It looks like there are few with a good eye even among the Crusaders. In her hands were some official documents. The letter containing them had been roughly torn and thrown away somewhere. I came to Pandora Continent. It would have been boring to just see Sariel's face and just go back after saying goodbye after all. Missay made a smile like that of a child that just came up with a prank and threw away the documents after rolling and crumpling them up. The paper that flew in the air let out a faint light just before falling on the ground. Soon after, the light vanished and only the ashes remained. I don't care whether they are demons or foreigners, I, 11th Apostle Missay, will personally pass judgment on all those who go against God. Ahaha, Missay laughed loudly. That voice reached even the 3rd Apostle Mikkel in the next room, but the woman, who was like a mass of only love and motherhood, just loosened her cheeks and smiled on hearing her over-energetic neighbor. Chapter 71, Aftermath. When I woke up, it was in a room I have seen several times. A truly lonely room with nothing except the plain bed of wood that I am sleeping on. Looks like this is the guest room inside the Adventurer Guild. Good morning, Kirono-san. The moment I recognized the place I was, a familiar voice reached my ears. When I changed my line of sight, there were 2 golden eyes. Fiona-san. Yes, I am Fiona. Her face was saying, what about it? Even though I say that her face was expressionless with eyes staring at me, it's just that I thought so through the atmosphere around here. A moment of silence appears between me and Fiona-san, sitting on a chair just sideways to the bed. How long was I asleep? Around 2 hours, I think. I somewhat understand the situation. The remaining adventurers led by Fiona-san must have driven out the other Crusaders. So it means, after exhausting the magic, I was carried to the guild for resting. I am really happy that it didn't become like I fainted for one whole day like the previous time with Sariel. I've got a lot to think about and do from now on. How is it the situation? I got hungry and came here. No, not about Fiona-san, but what is the situation of Village? Why the hell would I have to ask about Fiona-san's situation right now? As expected, this person is dislocated in the mental department. The Vigilante Corps have freed the captured villagers and have started the evacuation towards Ers Village. Captured. So everyone is all right. It is hard to say that all villagers are all right. The Crusader that came here have already killed most of the villagers. If it was after they have been dragged as slaves, then I doubt there would have been any survivors in this village. Slavery. It really came to this. Something that is only written in history textbooks, damn it. The moment I saw the scene of those bastards occupying Detilus, I predicted something like slavery would occur. They will take the young men for labor, and the old people and sick people, along with rebellious people, would be massacred. But this prediction really became a reality. Bullshit, those son of bitches. And I was not able to save this village, not even my friends. After all this time, really, at this late, regret and sadness swallows my heart. Right now in my hand is neither the cursed weapon that lets me forget everything due to anger, and neither the enemies in front on whom I can release all the anger. An impulse to burst out crying and shout out grows inside of me. I will cry later. I close my eyes and concentrate the time I use magic and calm down all the trembling emotions swelling inside me. I have something I must do. If there are villagers, then I have to evacuate them safely. And the Crusaders who will definitely come once again, I will have them taste the ground. Furthermore, I can't always show uncool side of me. Pushing aside the white sheet covering my body, I rise up. Besides me is the figure of a small fairy lying down and holding me tight. "Hey, Lily." I gently brush the golden long hair of Lily, who is sleeping with a cute face. I rise up from the bed without waking up Lily and wear the black robe folded and put near the bed. My body feels fine, and there is not even a scratch on my black robe, the Baphomet's embrace. The holes pierced during the time with Sariel and the burns from the priest's magic have all been restored, as if there really is a real devil dwelling inside. But why is Lily also sleeping here? After you fainted, she came flying till here. After laying you here, she was moving around and healing the injured villagers. After most of the healing was done, she dived into the bed naked shouting, "Kurono Maou." She might have gotten tired due to using healing magic a lot. She completed healing already? As expected of Lily, no one can match her. By the way, was it needed for you to explain that she dived into the bed naked? She looked very excited. Is that so? Lily is a small child, so don't mind her being in her high spirits. The dress Lily was wearing had been thrown at the end of the bed. I see. My heart was really beating fast thinking what would start happening. I will try not to pay attention to both of you in bed from now on. Well, it's fine if you understand. It doesn't seem like a good answer, but looks like Fiona-san is all right with it, so let's leave it there. Then, I'll be going out for a while. Going to help? Yeah, and I also have to do the memorial service for friends. I see. What will Fiona-san do? I have an important promise with Lily-san, so I will wait here till she wakes up. Promise? Yes, it's a really important promise. And I must not be a second late to fulfill it. I don't know what is it, but I'll leave Lily to you for the time being. Yes. You said you were hungry, right? I will bring food the while returning. I see, that's a grateful offer, then please bring it fast, must be sweet and a lot of it. After being requested in a very greedy way, I left the house. It was officially announced that the Vigilante Corps along with adventurers and reinforcements repelled the Crusaders inside Ers Village. But if Kirono and Lily were not present, the Crusaders wouldn't have backed down so easily. Kirono alone killed near 100 Crusaders along with the priest Kivan. Due to him, the morale and number of soldiers were reduced. On top of that, even more bad luck to the soldiers was the fact that Corvus and all the magicians were dispatched for gaining control of Fountain of Light. If the suppression unit sensed something unusual and returned to Ers Village, there is no doubt that Kirono would have had tables turned onto him. However, that suppression unit was completely wiped out from the face of Earth by the hands of Lily. After losing the commander and most of the military force, the soldiers took the decision to escape. Anyhow, the Crusaders who threw the Ers villagers into the bottom of hell with fear have retreated, and the villagers are evacuating to Ers Village for refuge. The evacuations was held without any problems. The Ers right now doesn't have any military force to block the invasion from a big dragon or a swarm of monsters. Hence, during emergencies the villagers should escape. That is something told in every village. Let it be being eaten by dragon or being killed by Crusaders, the important people die. In spite of that, the villagers face with reality and immediately try to evacuate. There are cries here and there. Some had mournful expressions, and some had hollow eyes, but still for survival they were moving their bodies. Kirono desperately suppresses his overflowing emotions and helped the determined villagers in evacuation. He has already taken care of the corpses of people. There is an informal traditional funeral process in Ers, but there is not enough time for it, as they Crusaders may come back anytime soon. As there were a lot of corpses, in the end they were all burned as a substitute for funeral. Without the satisfied number of coffins nor the grave sites, most of the corpses were put together and buried. There was no other way than this to dispose of the corpses, so there was no one who opposed these methods either. There is nothing they can do other than apologizing and crying for not giving them a proper funeral. Kirono thought, why did these people have to suffer this much, while watching the corpses turn to ashes in the fire? If I had returned even one day earlier, I might have repelled the Crusaders. At the very least, the number of corpses would have been lower. Thinking about a what-if situation when it has already occurred may be meaningless. But by reflecting on that fact for not being able to make it, the next time he might be able to do something when an emergency appears. This time, towards the conclusion he wanted. The Crusader bastards will definitely come back, this time to QR, and they will keep on coming. Detilus is defeated, and Dragon King is dead. It's better to think that this whole territory is now in the hands of Crusaders. That explains why an expedition group was dispatched to a countryside. With no sufficient forces for repelling Crusaders, it's just a matter of time the territory is conquered. There is no safe place within this territory anymore. Kirono recalls the map of the whole eastern part of Detilus continent that he saw in Village Head's home. Distance and terrain, no matter how one looks at it, Spada is the only escape route left. From the west of the Ers Village, that is located on the western edge in the territory of Detilus, exists the Galahad mountain range, and after crossing them is the city-state Spada. The Spada has prepared an army for the invasion in Detilus. I don't know what it is like, but it is the only place with a military force that can repel the Crusaders. The only problem is whether they will let an inhabitant from the enemy country Detilus to take refuge on their side. No, the refugee problems aren't something that would be even solved like modern times. No matter what I think, it won't help me. The problems whether they will take in a person from enemy nation, or even if they aren't enemies, will they take in refugee from a foreign country. The answers to these political-like problems is impossible for Kirono to solve, who was an high schooler and is an adventurer for 3 months. Hence, Kirono concludes to think when the time comes. More than that, one more problem is whether those bastards let us run off easily. It is a good if the evacuation ends before an expedition group comes, but what if we don't make it before them? What if they send a pursuit unit after the refugees? Will we be able to run off to Spada without any obstacles? Kirono exhaled a sigh and muttered, "It's not, will we be able to, but we definitely will." Kirono once again realizes the thing he should be doing right now. If those bastards come after us, I will stop them, I will protect them this time. For sure. Chapter 72, Evacuation Start 1. Ooh, thank God our place was safe. After approximately 1 week, we returned back to our home inside the forest. I was afraid that it might have been found by the Crusaders while going to the Fountain of Light and put to fire, but it looks like it was safe. The evacuation of Ers Village is almost over, and currently the villagers are moving to the QR village with their belongings. Since there was nothing left for me to help with, this time we came back to prepare for our own moving out. I'm back. I'm back. My and Lily's energetic voice resounded inside the small room. Pardon the intrusion. And behind us came the voice of a girl. She was the mysterious witch Fiona Solil. Why is she here? I wondered that, but somehow she came with the flow, and there really wasn't any reason to refuse her either. Come to think of it, she is the second person to have come here as a guest, right? That guest number 2 sat down on the bed where Lily was rolling on and looked at me with serious eyes. Kirono-san, I have something very important to talk about. With me? Yes, since Lily-san returned to her child form, only you can complete it now. Now that I think about it, Fiona-san was telling me about some promise with Lily earlier as well. After I had returned to the guild, she started quietly eating the bread and soup I brought, so I didn't hear the details yet. But what's making me more curious is what she said about Lily's child form. Did you perhaps meet with the older Lily? Yes, I didn't think that girl could turn back into such a pure-looking child. What? Isn't the older Lily also super cute and even more beautiful than the current Lily? Maybe she was surprised due to suddenly seeing her mature form? Well, whatever. What's important is the promise that Lily made with Fiona-san. So, what's this promise? Yes, that's. For a second I was worried if the promise was to pay the reward, enough to bankrupt me, for saving me. What kind of promise did you make Lily? The Lily is currently playing on the bed while using a Frankensteiner wrestling move on a big pillow and is unaware of my worries. That is to let me eat as much ice candy as I want. What? To let me eat ice candy as much as I want. With emphasis on the as much as I want part, Fiona-san repeated it once more. You'll let me eat, right? She looked at me with a gaze that implied that she would burn down this hut if I said no. Well, she did help me after all. I don't really mind making some ice candy for her. I don't have much ingredients, so I won't be able to make a lot of them though. I see, that's fine, then please start. And thus, before we started packing to move out, I first made some ice candy for her. From the 4th of the month of Ryokufu till the 20th of the month of Shinyu. It wasn't long, but we vacated the hut where I had a lot of unforgettable memories, and finally reached the QR village by the evening. After I had Fiona-san eat a lot of ice candies made from various ingredients, she returned sleepily back to the QR village guild. Lily and my lodging would also be the same as adventurers, but before that there is something we must do. It'd be nice if they properly listened to us, though. I wanted to let as many people I can know about the death of the Dragon King and fall of Detilus. So, I first came to the house of QR Village's head. The house, which was used as the place for solving the problems of the villagers, was currently filled with the refugees. They must be also troubled since they did not know about the situation. But from my point of view, who knew about the Crusaders, the best decision that can be taken right now was to evacuate to Spada as quickly as possible. If we don't take action soon, it'll already be too late. But the problem is, since I wasn't even acquainted with the QR village's head, I wonder if they would believe a rank 1 adventurer like me. Although I am a bit anxious, nothing would start unless I actually talk. All right, let's go, Lily. And, hardening my resolve, I stepped into the village head's house. Chapter 73, Evacuation Start 2. QR Village was a very important point for transport, as it was connected to both the northwest and southwest highways. Thus, it was much bigger than Ers Village, and proportionately, the house of the village head was also a magnificent one. It is a 3-story building in which the first floor, or ground floor for some guys, was used as a public space for meetings, etc., and the second and third floor was used as the residence. Currently on the first floor, numerous troubled villagers are standing who are being consulted by the village head, vigilante corps leader, and the guild master of QR in the center of the area. An army made of numbers is no trouble. Those bastards ran away after just looking at our brave vigilante corps. Cowards like those will be no trouble no matter how many come. The person giving this fervent speech was the leader of the vigilante corps and son of the village head, a man named Nachum. After hearing the report that rescue teams sent to Ers Village had easily driven the enemy army away, he was suggesting resisting while staying in the QR village. During the morning, when refugees started appearing, everyone was suggesting to evacuate since they only knew that the enemy was an army of humans. And so, the villagers of QR were ready to evacuate whenever required. But after learning that the rescue team had easily won, and the enemy army wasn't very tough, at least Nachum came to this decision. The villagers could evacuate quickly, but that didn't mean that they had no problems in leaving their homes and living the lives of refugees. Nachum, while emphasizing that he will lead, was against the evacuation while shouting about how the rescue team brilliantly won as if he himself had done it. But in fact, most of the rescue team was made of adventurers, and there were few members of Vigilante Corps. Obviously, Nachum himself didn't even take part in the rescue team and stayed in QR Village to watch over the changes in the situation. Is there any need to run away against a band of thieves? The village head, Nahad, pondered over it with a bitter face. He was reluctant to accept his son's decision to stay and fight and was unsure of victory. Although he was young compared to Shione, who was an elf, Nahad was still a 60-year-old human and was much more experienced. He probably will not take a rash decision, but Nachum could only think of his father as someone who has become a coward with age. What does the guild master think? After hearing the reports, is there a threat from the enemy army? From just the reports, there were 3 magicians and soldiers with spears and bows. 100-man army is certainly formidable, but with just humans who have neither special strength nor any extra magic, and no one who could use martial arts even, we'll be fine even if they attack us with twice the numbers. Indeed, we even defeated the 3 magicians. An army of just humans are the same as goblins no matter what the number. The 3 magicians, Kivan and the others, who must have been recognized as magicians from their clothes, were not even defeated by the rescue team either. But since it was unclear as to who did it, they decided to make it their own achievement. The QR village has much more adventurers and vigilante corps than Ers. We drove off an army of more than 100 with just a rescue squad. This QR village that is protected by a stone wall will not fall even if 1,000 come. Due to his overconfident speech, the people here are changing their minds from evacuating to resisting. Even the village head was shifting towards that idea. Village head, an adventurer of Ers Village named Kirono, would like to talk. A villager spoke to the head. I thought the adventurers of Ers had all perished. It seems he was away on a different quest. He came to QR this morning and instantly ran towards Ers after hearing the situation. Oh, I did hear something like that. I see, so he survived and returned. It seems the rescue team made it in time. It was about an unknown adventurer, yet he seemed relieved on hearing that. So, what should we do? Yes, let him through. I want to hear from someone who actually saw what happened. Acknowledging, the messenger left the room. Everyone, it seems an adventurer from Ers wants to talk, so let's hear more about what happened at the actual place. The room became a bit noisy, but no one openly opposed it. Adventurer of Ers, Kirono, come inside. With the head's words, the doors opened, and Kirono, who was dressed in full black along with Lily, came in. Pardon the intrusion. I am a rank 1 adventurer from Ers Village, Kirono. Fu rank 1, a total newbie. It was just a village meeting, but Nachim was acting like some feudal lord. Kirono clearly heard those discriminatory words, but without even reacting, he cut straight to the point. Firstly, I'll tell what I have seen in Detilus directly. Detilus, wasn't it supposed to be sealed right now? The head asked. I felt unrest, so I decided to enter illegally. I see, I can't find faults in your actions right now either, so what did you see? Kirono spoke in a single breath. The dragon king Givenal is dead, and Detilus has been captured. Impossible! Nachim shouted in surprise, but everyone else here were also surprised. Even the head and the guild master had widened their eyes. Don't go around saying something so improper. Do you even understand the current situation? Nachim angrily drew his sword from his waist towards Kirono, but calm down, Nachim, everyone else is well. First, let us hear the details. The head somehow calmed the surroundings and urged Kirono to continue. The ones who have captured Detilus is an army of humans that came from the Ark continent called the Crusaders. They are the same people that had built up Virginia on the coast around a year back. The head was of course aware of the town called Virginia, but he had also heard that it was a worthless existence when compared to the army of Detilus and the Dragon King. As you say, the army of Detilus had completely stopped the humans of Virginia, but a few months back, a large-scale reinforcement army was dispatched. I don't know the exact numbers, but the Crusaders certainly defeated the army of Detilus, and the Dragon King Givenal was killed in battle. The order to seal off highways was probably sent soon after they had captured Detilus. Yumomu, to think something like that had happened is truly unbelievable. Even if they can't reject it clearly, but they can accept it easily as well. But the Crusaders came to Ers Village. It was only a minor part of their true army. Even if we drove them back now, they'll soon come back with a new force to capture the village. It'll be too late if you don't start evacuating now, please. Kirono pleaded them seriously, but the fact that the Dragon King had died and Detilus had been captured was not something these people, who lived under the Dragon King and sang his praises, could easily accept. Even the village head could not accept this type of fact so suddenly. So would the short-tempered Nachim accept something said by a rank 1 adventurer? It's a lie. It's definitely a lie. All this talk is just bullshit. This man has gone mad due to his home being attacked. He is thinking the band of thieves is a part of an army. Even Kirono got pissed on being treated as a madman, but he somehow bared with it and spoke the truth. I clearly saw the flag of cross emblem in Detilus Royal Castle. You just saw Weong. That Dragon King was killed. Detilus has fallen. That's impossible until and unless the old Demon King has appeared. Kirono also replied while raising his voice. If you don't believe it, then try interrogating one of the captured soldiers. Fun, truly a pitiful guy, but be relieved. We will protect this village. You can go sleep on the bed of the guild while shivering and praying to your god. In front of Nachim, who was clearly scorning him, rather than getting angry, Kirono instead became impatient. If they don't believe him here, then the evacuation to Spada will not start. And to top it off, this guys is actually thinking of fighting by themselves. Certainly, QR has many times the number of vigilantes and adventurers when compared to Ers, but no way can they stop the Crusaders who number in 10,000s. If they are surrounded, all the villagers will definitely be massacred. Kirono started sweating from his forehead. He had to start evacuation by any means possible. Believe me, it's all true. It'll be too late if we don't start evacuating now. Silence, you madman. We have no time to go along with tour farce. Oi, someone throw this man out. It can't be helped that the villagers could not decide who was right without proper information. Even the village head was doubting Kurono's words. The room was filled with noise. Did the Dragon King really die? What about Detilus? Is it all a lie? Isn't he just a mad adventurer? And inside that noise, filthy pig who made fun of my Kirono, I'll kill you. Lily, who quietly murmured, was not heard, but anyone, even Kirono. As Kirono was thinking hard how to convince the villagers, Lily pulled Kirono's robe. What is it, Lily? Right now. Kirono, leave this place to me. As Lily gave a smile, Kirono realized that an intelligent light was shining in her eyes. Lily, he called, but Lily left from near his feet and moved towards the seat where the head and others were. And with the flapping of the 7-colored wings, she rose in mid-air and floated in front of the head. It has been a long time, village head Nahad. The head raised a voice in surprise on seeing her. Lily-san, why are you here? Yufufu, it's a good thing to see you in high spirits. You won't need the miracle drug for some time like this. In his head, the small figure of the fairy that appeared near his pillow when he had fallen ill and resolved for death a few decades ago, appeared. After that, he took Lily's miracle drug once in a year and had been fit ever since. But the Lily who had an attitude as per her appearance and was always naked like a normal fairy was currently showing fluent speech as well as was dressed in a black dress. This made the head feel very unusual. Lily quickly sensed the unease in his emotions. Ah, this is the true me, so don't worry too much about it, head-san. So, what could be the matter? As you can see, we are currently in an extremely complicated situation. It's all right. I understand everything. And I am also saying that whatever Kirono is saying is also true. True, you say. Looking at Lily, who was serious for the first time, the head gulped in. The Dragon King is dead, Detilus has been captured, and the ones who did it were truly the fearsome army of humans called Crusaders. It's all true. No way. You should know as well, fairies can never lie. The room had gotten completely silent. The villagers, even Nachum, could only believe it if Lily, who was a fairy, said it is true. That's because fairies cannot lie, thus they can only accept it even without any proof. In actuality, Lily, who was a half-fairy, especially now where she had her intelligence as well, could easily lie if she wanted to, but the people here didn't know that. Thus, no one doubted that Lily's words were true or not. I had gone with Kirono to Detilus myself, and I clearly saw it with my own eyes. The flag that flew in the royal castle, as well as the monster human that has the power to kill the Dragon King. Oh, how can this be? This time, the village head was truly grieving from the truth thrusted in front of him by Lily. Hear me, the country known as Detilus has fallen. The territory will be ruled by the Crusaders. If you don't run away now, you will face the same end as Ers. It's impossible to negotiate with them. The human believers of the cross call us as demons and are truly trying to kill us all. There is only one way to live. Quickly start evacuating towards Spada. SB to Spada. The one who raised his voice was not the head but Nachum. The two countries saw each other as enemies. Nachum had been dreaming of entering the army when the time to attack Spada came. To evacuate to there was somewhat difficult to accept even for the villagers as well. You have been loud from the start. Will you shut up already? On being looked upon as trash by the small girl Lily, Nachum got angry. It's Roman too. Or he was about to, but Nachum somehow felt a sense of pleasure. He got charmed by Lily's cold expression. The magic of charming existed in beautiful beings of this world. It activated at a pretty amazing timing, but anyway Nachum, who had been charmed, looked at Lily like a girl smitten in love and didn't raise any voice. As if forgetting his existence altogether, Lily looked back towards the head. Head-san, I understand that it'll be tough, but you have no choice but to abandon the QR village. Even we fairies have already abandoned our home. And Lily brought out the artifact Queen Beryl. This is no way. In front of the dense, magical energy, even village head, who had no real knowledge of magic, understood what it was. That's right. This is the jewel that brought about the divine protection in the Fountain of Light. But due to the coming of Crusaders, the divine protection of the Fairy Queen has been lost. We fought hard against them, but the Fountain of Light will never return to what it was. With Lily's sad words, the village head could understand what might have happened to that sacred place. At the same time, Kirono also heard about this for the first time but didn't show much surprise since he probably might have guessed it already. Now you understand, right? What you people are supposed to do now. Saying that, Lily returned to Kirono's side and left while pulling his arm with her. Let's run away, to Spada. And thus, the bell of evacuation of Ers Village rang inside the village. Chapter 74, Detestable Woman 1. With Ers as center, in the opposite direction of Ers Village was a village, which was currently being used as a base by the Crusaders. This unit was the same unit to which Kiven once belonged to. After the messenger had left after giving the report, only the commander of the unit and his aide were remaining. To think that Kiven's squad was annihilated, was there a dragon or something in the Ers village? The one who frowned as he said that was the commander, priest head Nors. On his waist hung a steel mace. He looked like a warrior monk and was a man in his middle ages. Not a dragon but a devil, were you not listening? It was definitely not a way to talk to a superior, but the one who had said that with a cold gaze was the aide, Sister Sylvia. With red flame-like hair and a comfortable habit that showed her bodyline, it was a truly stylish look. Nors looked at her giant breasts that were lifted as she folded her arms beneath them, but he only sighed in irritation rather than getting aroused. This damned redhead, she only speaks irritating things every time she opens her damned mouth. The only reason he didn't say this out loud was not because he was a feminist, but because the one who selected her as his aide specially was Cardinal Mercedes himself. No matter how charming she was, he was not an idiot enough to lay his hands on the woman of his superior. Of course, the Cardinal could not protect her in this faraway Pandora continent, and Nors could kill her whenever he wanted. But if she didn't return alive, it'll only lead to a drop in his own reputation as a commander, and not to mention that he might incur the Cardinal's personal enmity as well. Although not as outspoken as Kiven, even he had his own aspirations, and so having Sylvia return alive safely had become an important part to get his promotion. For his own bright future, he somehow held himself back. I know, in actuality, it must have been a black magician adventurer with high skill. I am more interested in the existence that annihilated the force that went to gain control of the sanctuary. They might have been attacked by just monsters, though. They call the forest a dungeon after all. They might have encountered an unexpectedly strong monster and might have gotten themselves annihilated. But still, if that was not so, then it meant that there was an enemy army among the enemy demons that has the power to destroy a whole squad. Along with the devil that destroyed Kiven's party, there was also an army of demons that could annihilate the whole suppression squad. That meant that the enemies would be much more troublesome than he thought. In any case, we should quickly dispatch a scouting squad. To Sylvia's opinion, Nors replied, I'll leave info gathering to you, do as you wish. I would do so even if you didn't say that. While clicking his tongue, Nors continued his words. We'll complete the controlling of this village by tomorrow. After that, we'll move the main force towards Ers. In the end, there's no change to that. There was no need to panic. They won't let a capturable land get away. Within this 1 month, Nors thought to finish his work without any delays. But still, to have lost the whole of Kiven's squad is a bit severe. It doesn't matter even if that pretentious brat dies. At least he was a better warrior than you. A vein popped out on Nors's temple, but as if not even noticing her superior's reaction, Sylvia continued speaking. Kiven's squad had quite a lot of magicians, and the soldiers weren't some newbies either. Counting the number. I get it, it was my fault. If he kept on hearing this quietly, Nors felt that he'll end up punching this beautiful woman in her face, and so decided to yield first. As long as you understand. If you can't even grasp the abilities of your soldiers properly, you fail as a commander. Nobody will entrust their lives to you. Also, the demons have resisted at much bigger level than ever before. Try not be so careless, priest head Nors. Now then, I need to select the members for the scout team, so I'll excuse myself. Sylvia left without sparing even a single glance towards Nors, left the house. Shit, she really is a nasty woman. Chapter 75, Nasty Woman. What are you planning to do from now on, Kirono? When I returned to Ers Village's Adventurer Guild, I questioned Kirono. I can keep my conscience of the adult me by borrowing the power from Queen Beryl, though my appearance doesn't change. That's why I can talk with Kirono about serious matters. I did a good job in bringing this. It's already decided to escape to Spada. Naturally, I will guard the evacuation as an adventurer. The emergency quest will also be soon posted. What Kirono is saying is right. I have persuaded village head Nahad, and the emergency warning bell has already rung. For abandoning the village, every villager will soon start evacuating as a form of mass mobilization. Furthermore, the non-villagers, in other words the adventurers, will also have to cooperate under the name of emergency quest. The Adventurer Guild are spread all over the Pandora continent. Even if Detilus has collapsed, we can still get the reward for emergency quest in Spada. It is a dangerous quest when we don't even know the war potential of the enemy, but there is no reason to refuse when we can get an equivalent reward. I won't know how things will end up unless I don't work. Kirono is saying the right thing as an rank 1 adventurer, but it is bad then Kirono. Try to think what will happen from now on. Kirono makes a surprised face for a moment, as if he thought he won't be said something like, or that thing from the child me, and then speaks. The biggest problem is whether Spada will accept us or not, isn't it? I also don't know whether they will accept the petition which we sent along with the messenger. The second is how to act when the pursuit squad of the Crusaders come after us. It will be really good if Spada deploy soldiers for the safety of refugees, but even that might be futile due to us being from Detilus. So, in the end, us adventurers and vigilante corps should make countermeasures, don't you think so? You're right. Without any hope of getting reinforcements from outside, we have to make our way somehow using the war potential at hand. It's useless to think about the entry in Spada right now. It will work one way or another if we make racket near the national border. The problem right now is how the adventurer coming along with us will act. The head of the vigilante corps is that person, that pig, a man without any distinction. A smooth, undisturbed cooperation is most likely a hope. Without any hope there, it's best to leave that matter alone. For the time being, it's to think about the adventurers. After this, many adventurers will meet us. QR has more adventurers than Ers, and along the way to Spada there are many villages, so the adventurers will keep on adding. First, we have to decide who will stand on top, though they might work on equal terms too. Yep, that's what I wanted to say. Who will stand on top? He returns an understanding phrase with a big smile. Then Kirono sighs with a painful expression. Yufufu, he has good perceptiveness. By any chance, you saying I should stand on top? That's right, work hard Kirono. No way in hell, it is impossible. After all, I'm a rank 1 adventurer. In these situations, only the one with the top rank does the job. I heard here is a party of rank 4, shouldn't they fit the job? If there are quests requiring multiple parties' cooperation, then it is natural for the person with the most top rank to lead them. It's not like the rank is everything. That is only for exception within the top rankers, which is full of those who are not popular or are only strong. Having a big rank is the proof of experience and strength. With just that much of career, a person's name can be well known within other parties. Even a person with somewhat low rank can become a leader if he has a lot of connections with many people and is well known. At this point, the people knowing Kirono the adventurers from Ers are all annihilated. It's impossible for a rank 1 person to become a leader. But Kirono, you're forgetting the basic of the basics, the constant law of nature. Yufufu, the strongest person, stands at the top. It might not be understandable to Kirono, who came from a peaceful world, but the survival of fittest is the most basic principle and theory in this world. That is something even the monsters know. There are no flocks of them with a weak person as their boss. That is even applied in our society, furthermore within the adventurer who are accompanied with some problems all the time. The strength cannot be changed and is the most valued thing here. Popularity, virtue, things like that don't matter. There is no adventurer here who objects for the most strong person to lead them. Oh, then isn't Lily the most strong her? Don't mind me. I see. It is good if Kirono understood me. But that isn't the only reason for why should you be leading the adventurers. Only Kirono knows the strength of Crusaders within the adventurers here. And if someone from that rescue unit was to lead, they will make a big mistake at the start by underestimating them. At the very least, that pig claiming to be the leader of the unit will definitely make a mistake. First of all, they don't have analyzed their war potential at all. They are just muscle-brained idiots who are content with them dying on the front lines in a flashy manner. That's true, I don't think they will not underestimate the Crusader. Isn't that right? The enemy's war potential is overwhelming. We will be wiped out if we make even one mistake. I don't want to fight under someone I cannot trust. Maybe I should say I won't fight unless Kirono is the leader. Kirono shows a surprised expression on hearing those words. But I have to clearly say these things. Even I don't want to do something that will massacre all the refugees, but you see the most thing for me is that I and Kirono survive. You are giving of the vibe that you will fight even if you have to throw your life away. I'm really worried. The half of the speech was a complete lie. I don't give a shit about abandoning the lives of others. I don't even have to compare the value of Kirono and other people. This won't change even if compared to hundreds of people or thousands of people. But I don't want Kirono to know about all of this. It's fine if he understands only the good parts, like I'm concerned about his well-being for now. Sorry, it's just as you say. Furthermore, Lily even healed the villagers and is being more helpful than me. I only did that thinking it would improve your mental health. Don't worry about it. I'm happy that you're worried about me, but just because of something like that I can't stop fighting. Fighting is all I can do. Well, I'm not stopping you from doing even that. But you know, right, that when fighting with life online, you have to fight with all the cards you have. The danger level is completely different from the rank 1 quests. I can't just leave it to others. Okay, I will become the leader of adventurers. Kirono declares boldly. As expected, his face full of vigor is really awesome. Go for it. While passing on the ale to him, I'm secretly make my heart flutter. But I don't have even a pinch of experience in leading, so you will become my support. Leave it to me. But even I don't have an experience of that sort, not like it matters. I will use each and every other adventurer for my and Kirono's sake. Worst case, only we both reach Spada. Well, they should do their best by at least becoming the baits or something for us. Chapter 76, with the seat of leader on the line. Inside the lobby of the Ers Village Guild, numerous adventurers could be seen. Currently, every adventurer of Ers, as well as those that were currently here coincidentally, had gathered here, so it was only natural that it would be crowded. Usually, adventurers are on their quests and wouldn't be together like this, but emergency quest, escorting the evacuees. Reward undecided. Deadline undecided. Client Detilus Adventurer Guild. Quest details. It has been decided that all villagers will be evacuated to Spada. The escort along the journey will be done by the vigilante corps of the respective villages. The adventurers are required to act as the rear guard and protect the villagers from the enemy. Details regarding the enemy are only that it is an army of humans. It is a quest of danger level exceeding any of those till now, but the lives of all the villagers are riding on you people. Brave adventurers, please take part. And thus, each and every adventurer here was compulsorily made to accept the emergency quest. Every adventurer here knew what an emergency quest meant, of course, but their concern was regarding how to complete this quest. And currently, the 9 parties and 10-odd solo adventurers, a total of 50 adventurers, were talking to decide who will be the one in lead right now. A small fry who isn't even rank 4 should stay out of this. No, to be exact, they were fighting with each other. The light-armored adventurer was blown away with a dull sound. Where he fell lay many other who couldn't move anymore. I will be the one to lead you bastards. Anybody who got a problem with dat step forward. The one who howled that was a 2-meter-tall werewolf. But he wasn't just huge, trained muscles could be seen behind his gray fur, and numerous old scars all over his body displayed his amazing experience as well. What happened? Is there no one who can take on this immortal Vulcan-sama? The fight for the position of the leader had been overwhelmed by this werewolf called Vulcan. The shining gold guild card hanging around his neck was a proof of his rank. Among the few rank 4 adventurers in Ers Village, he was clearly above in power. The rank 4 party Kirono was talking about was his Vulcan-powered. All the adventurers understood that to have his own name and the party name so grandly meant that he was the strongest even in his team, and it was a stereotypical one-man team. And in fact, everyone except Vulcan were rank 3 adventurers. Party rank was not raised due to a single member's rank, But to have a rank 4 party, even with everyone else at rank 3, meant that the guild had acknowledged that he alone gave the whole party the strength of a rank 4 party. Fun, if there's no one left then it's decided. Vulcan looked at the surrounding adventurers with a sharp eye so as to overpower them. Although it had become a fight in the end, Vulcan's power was acknowledged by everyone, and besides, he even had the experience as the leader of a party, so the adventurers weren't really dissatisfied. Either, with the words "it's decided," silence finally came to the lobby. The moment he smiled while seeing that there were no objections. Wait! A single man came in front of him. A2UH. A man dressed in complete black with black hair and black eyes. Although he was tall for a human, but from Vulcan's point of view, everyone was small. I'll become the leader after defeating you. Oh-ho. To have said that straight like him, there was no one among those he had blown away just now. And in actuality, someone who was dissatisfied with Vulcan had come to hit him. All right, come at me, boy. Don't think I'll hold back just 'cause you're a weak little human magician, all right. Cracking his fists, Vulcan released a beast-like bloodlust. I'm not a boy, my name is Kirono. Kirono, who showed no signs of getting scared. Vulcan wondered whether he had confidence in his skills, or was he just an idiot. All right, Kirono, I'll say this just in case, but no use of weapons is allowed. If you try and defeat me with a hidden weapon, no one's gonna follow ya. I know, I'll fight bare-handed. Vulcan became sure of his victory. A magician bare-handed could never defeat me. I'm not called immortal for nothing, boy. Well, I ain't gonna lose even if he used weapons, though. Magicians can use magic even without staffs or grimoires, but the power would clearly fall a lot. It's not like a magician can't use a strong magic even without them. He could use one after a long chant. But in such a situation where the distance between them was less than 10 m, a magician could only fight back with a single action magic. If the magician can defeat with his single action, then he can surely win, but if it fails to defeat, then obviously, he will definitely lose. Even a magician could try punching back at least once, though. Vulcan, who was called the Immortal, had confidence in his physical strength, but that's not all. He also had the extra magic of the werewolf's auto-heal as well. As the name implies, it had the effect of healing any part that got damaged. But since it takes time for the healing to complete, if a damage like getting his heart pierced, or head chopped off, or a similar attack was taken, he would still die instantly. Except those, he could reduce any other damage to almost null, especially in a fist fight like this where only small attacks are allowed. Thus, whether it be a magician's punch or single action, he could take them on 10 times and still be standing normally. From the common sense of an adventurer, a single action could only be used once or twice consecutively, which was the limit for a magician. No matter what, he won't be able to fire more than 4 times. Even if this boy's power of a single shot was many times stronger than a normal magician, he still would never be able to defeat me. Vulcan took his stance. It didn't matter if fire came or thunder came. He decided to charge straight forward and punch this impudent magician directly on his face. I'll wait till you fire. After all, it'll be boring if you fall without getting to fire even once right. Why thank you, here I come. Come at me. Dawn, a sound resounded twice at the same time. One was due to Vulcan stepping on the floor, and the other was Kurono firing his magic. A black bullet was fired towards Vulcan's body. Something like this will never stop him. Every adventurer here thought the same. But that was only if it was just a single shot. Magic bullet arts release all bullets full burst. Instantly, numerous black bullets rushed towards the giant enemy Vulcan. Gaia! Vulcan could take on 10 single-action attacks consecutively, but what would happen if it was a 100 shots or a 1,000 shots? Of course, there was no way he could take it on. To avoid injuring him fatally, the bullets were softer as well as the head was made round, but the impact was still the same. A normal human would have fainted with just a single shot. Vulcan certainly withstood 10 attacks, but the damage that was dealt in an instant was too much to be covered by his auto-heal. Ooh. After he was 2 m near Kirono, he finally fell to his knees. By that time, all the bullets from load were also used up. To not faint even after taking all the bullets, as expected of a rank 4, you're pretty tough. As Kirono admired the figure of Vulcan, who was still showing bloodlust, and had yet to faint, Kirono dealt the final blow calmly, without letting his guard down. Raising his fist, he rushed forward by kicking the floor. Why a magician would go all the way to use his fists, the gallery wondered, but they soon got their answer. Because Kirono released his fastest and first most original black magic. Instantly magical energy concentrated in his arm. Pile Bunker. The concentrated magic that rotated like a drill had power incomparable to a single bullet. Vulcan, who had been overwhelmed by the hail of bullets, had neither the physical strength nor the concentration to stop it. Black magical energy, released from Kirono's arm and dull sound of hitting Vulcan's body, reverberated inside the whole guild. In just a few seconds, the battle had concluded. Vulcan fell on the floor as he lost his consciousness as Kirono declared in an imposing voice, "I am the leader. Anybody who has a problem with that, step forward." It was the same line Vulcan had said just a moment ago. And thus, not a single one came out who objected this. Chapter 77, Formation 1. During the time Kirono was in a battle with Vulcan for the leadership of adventurers, in a certain guest room there were Fiona and Lily. "What did you want to talk, Fairy-san?" "I was thinking of making an agreement with you." Though Lily is in her small form, but it can be concluded that her consciousness was of her original form from her way of answering the question from Fiona-san. "What sort of agreement?" "I want you to form a party with us." The meaning of the words Lily spoke can be understood by any adventurer. No, any common person in this world. The basics of adventurer are obviously to fight along with comrades. The party plays strategy. It is not rare for someone to have a good cooperative relationship with any unfamiliar adventurer due to completing one quest together, but normally people complete quests with their own pre-formed parties. After submitting the party name and the names of all the members of the party, it is then treated as an official party. Still, it is not a problem to join up with another person and complete a quest without registering as a party. Through registering as a party, it is easy for gaining guild's favor and also easy to appeal the accomplishment of the works of party. A party with you and Kirono-san. We still haven't thought of any name for the party, but if you enter, we will have to. So how about it? Fiona wavered for a second and, "I refuse." She refused without any hesitation. "Is it all right for me to hear the reason?" Lily doesn't show any signs of being mad at the answer, but rather she boldly smiles and questions. It was an evil grin that she cannot show to Kirono. "I'm not good for this job. There is no party which has kept me after 3 days from forming the party. There is also the possibility of being kicked out during a quest." Though Fiona is expressionless, that experience must have been a trauma for her. Lily sensed the slight waver in her stable heart. But even after knowing it, Lily has not in the least of intention to comfort her. It is important to get Fiona into Lily's pace, and Fiona's feeling don't matter at all. They can get a decent party, which is impossible normally, just due to the addition of a very powerful witch named Fiona. "I know you're unbelievably clumsy at control magic, still I'm asking for you to join." "Why do you know that?" Fiona inquires, without showing a sign of being surprised. "I've never seen anyone using a mere Ignis shield in a flashy manner as you did." "I see, the fairy tribe are knowledgeable in magic." Fiona is still not surprised. It was as if she had been told same thing before too. "I am a special one, don't confuse me with those lousy flies." At the very least, within the QR village only Lily has the most knowledge and analyzing power for magic. She has never learned about it. It is nothing more than something present in her from the time she was born. "Let's put your feelings aside right now, but I want you to understand the concerns on my side." Fiona unhesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" at Lily's words. "I don't want to let a dangerous witch be free, who can burn 100 villages in all directions, while Kirono is fighting Crusaders for the refugees to safely escape." Looks like I said it the wrong way. I'm the only one who values highly about your power. I definitely want that offensive power near me. Lily speaks compliments with a lovely smile on her face. "Thank you very much. You're the second person to ever compliment me about my magic." Lily understood that the words spoken by Fiona are not sarcasm, but from the bottom of her heart. "Yufufu, looks like there are only idiots in Arc Continent. And I'm not only taking you as a powerful adventurer, but also as a higher position called comrade. In this case, I will also offer you a place where you can use your uncontrollable magic power without any restrictions. Well, it is not me but Kirono who will think about this though. Fiona looks down while pondering. Lily thinks that seems like one last push is needed. If you're a good adventurer who wants to save the pitiful villagers, then I really want you to come with us. If you want to return to Spada alone for self-protection, I won't stop you, and if you want to go back to being a crusader, I will kill you right here. I have no intention of going back to being a crusader, and am thinking of helping with the emergency quest as an adventurer of Pandora Continent. Fiona replies immediately. Lily smiles as if the reply she gave was obvious. You're honest. I can understand you have no lingering feelings with the Crusaders and you don't like the massacre. And I think you have no reason to reject my offer. Fiona still ponders, but this time she swings her head vertically. That is right, if you're willing to take me in, I don't have a reason to reject. I see, thank you. Lily welcomes Fiona with a big smile, who agreed for the entering their party. It is about time. For what? There is no more time for me to retain my adult consciousness, so listen carefully. Fiona already knows about Lily having two consciousnesses, so she, without asking any questions, agrees. The leader of party is Kirono. He will be coming here soon. Properly do the introductions and then listen to his orders. Understood. Fiona nods obediently. And for you to not get pulled to another party, let me telling you our best points. Though Lily is in small form, she sends a perfect wink to Fiona. What is it? Kirono comes from a really, really far-away country, so he makes many unfamiliar dishes. For the time you are with us, you will get to eat various unfamiliar tasty foods. You fufu don't think that popsicles are the only sweet thing we have. Those words got attention of Fiona more than anything. It wasn't required to even read her mind for that, as she bends and approaches towards Lily. Is that really true? A pudding, for example. What is that? Pudding food that seems really sweet with just its name. Fiona recalls every sweet taste she has tasted, but her expectations rise enormously due to a never-heard food name. Find that out by yourself. I will confirm it immediately. Fiona replies with a voice of empty stomach. Let me tell you one last rule to you. What would it might be? Lily replied with a lovely smile mixed with a little bit of bloodlust mixed. Having romantic relationships is forbidden within our party, don't forget this ever. After saying that, she falls down on the bed. Soon after that, a cute sleeping breath reaches the ears of Fiona. Chapter 78, Formation 2. It really was nerve-wracking. While sighing, I head towards the guest room where Lily is waiting. But still, how could I say I am the leader? Anybody who has a problem with that, step forward. I'm so embarrassed. Well, after demonstrating the power, an imposing attitude is needed after all. Though I still have a great doubt whether how I acted was the right thing to do. Anyway, rank 4 really are dangerous. During the Battle of Vulcan, it might have looked like my one-sided victory. In truth, I didn't feel that much difference between our powers. I was able to win just because I had good compatibility against him. Vulcan is an power fighter just as he looks. He attacked with the intention of stopping my attacks directly. Any ordinary magician wouldn't be able to stop his charge and would be knocked out. After all, he withstood my 10 magic bullets at point-blank range while suffering no damage at all. Not only the toughness of his body, but also his power, speed, reaction speed, and physical capacity were some levels above my enhanced body. I doubt if we once again fight, it would go this easy. For now, let's pray for that situation to never come. According to Lily, after becoming a leader, never show your weak side or else you'll be underestimated. So I can't show my uneasiness to Vulcan or others. Well, it might be fine for me to maintain my normal expression on face to naturally speak something like, "Hey, don't you dare slack off." While thinking that, I reach the guest room and knock at door. "Lily, I'm back." "Kirono-san, come in." This voice, is it Fiona-san? The door opened, and there stood Fiona-san. Upon entering the room, I find Lily lying down on bed. She must have gone to sleep due to tiredness. I heard Lily had some business with Fiona-san. Is it over? I casually ask. Yes, I was told you have a sweet thing called pudding. She replied with a tilted head. Pudding? You don't have pudding. Fiona-san stares at me with golden eyes filled with extreme expectations. No, I don't have it. I didn't go away to cook, you know. Even if you looks at me with those eyes, I can't help with things I don't have. Fiona-san shows a depressed expression. What is this feeling like I'm the bad guy here? If you want to eat it, I will make it later. Is it true? She suddenly got better. Somehow this reaction reminds me of the time I gave her popsicle. I will make it later. Right now it is impossible. I am busy with the emergency quest. I don't have the ingredients and don't expect that it will be very good or not. It will be fine. Let's work hard to safely complete the evacuation. Thank you for brave words. I will find a kitchen when we reach Spada for sure. Then let us think about the name for our party at once. Looks like Fiona-san and I are not even on the same page. What the hell was this talk about? Party? Is it the party for celebrating after the evacuation is completed? I'm a member of Kurono-san's party, aren't I? Is that so? Am I wrong? Hell with this conversation, always ending with a question mark. Calm down, don't lose myself. I have to somehow find the hidden meaning behind Fiona-san's completely unrelated words. Talk with Lily, pudding, party member. Was your talk with Lily regarding your addition to our party? Yes. Bingo. I'm completely right. I now understand, completely understand. I'm grateful that you have agreed to it. Okay, now we're getting on the same page. I will ask this just for being convinced, but are you really all right with entering our party? Yes, according to Lily-san, I'm a wild witch who can burn 100 villages in all directions but still, take care of me from now on. What is with that ultra-suspicious self-introduction? I never heard Lily giving that dangerous evaluation to Fiona-san. Is it all right for me to understand it as that you excel at using magic? Yes, I have confidence in the firepower of my magic. I can turn enemy and ally both to ash without any concerns. Not putting in a Tsukomi here, I calm down myself and ask, can't you just burn only the enemy to cinders? I'm a little clumsy at controlling my magical power. Still, I was passionately invited, so I decided to join the party. Fiona-san snorts and puffs out her chest full of confidence. I see. Well, Lily is fine with it, so there is no problem. Well then, best regards from me too. You're welcome to our party. I have no choice but to accept her in, though her self-introduction was completely suspicious. Even I trust Fiona-san's magical firepower. After all, she saved me from the rain of arrows with a wall of flame. And she is also the savior of my life. I have no more reason to refuse. Yes, thank you very much. We both shake hands and here the agreement is completed. Kurono-san. Fiona-san shows a painful expression. I wonder now, what is she going to confess? This is something Lily-san knows. I want to tell you too. What is it? I wait for her next words, being somewhat nervous. I'm a person from Arc Continent. What the hell? Do you detest me? I reflexively start accumulating magical power for firing of the magic bullets. Though she may have not known about that, she must have already read through me due to the bloodlust I am oozing unconsciously. Sorry, just wait a bit. She came from Arc Continent. That would mean that she has the same position as that of the Crusaders. Is she the same as those insane Crusaders who brought destruction to Ers Village? Is she the same kind and race as them? I cannot let her live. Shouldn't I kill her right now? I am glad I didn't have the hatchet. If I had, I would have been devoured by those emotions. Calm down. Right now it is important to hear the story of Fiona-san. First of all, she saved me and Lily also has accepted her. That would mean she is not a bad person. I'm fine, tell me your story. Yes, but from where should I start telling? It is the manner of adventurers to not pry into someone's past, so it's better to leave it. Right now, I don't want to hear about your life story, or whether you were a crusader, or have you killed people on Pandora continent. Just tell me what you can tell. Understood, but I don't have any past that I must hide. I went to the magic school in Elysian. After graduating, I didn't have any new aims, so I participated in the expedition as a mercenary. But the food was not good, and the place was very uncomfortable, so I left. You really betrayed them for such a reason, I ask unconsciously to her. This is not impossible if it is Fiona-san, but if told right to my face, it is hard to believe. I'm not a believer of cross-religion, and without taking any money, I went through all the formalities for resigning, so I doubt that I betrayed them. But will you be fine, fighting the people from your home country with us? On that question, Fiona-san replied with sleepy face saying not like I care, so I'm fine. Country, religion, human or demon, I don't care about any of that. Kurono-san, you can think of me like yourself, a traveler who came here just on whim for a faraway place. Did you hear that from Lily? I only heard you're an inhabitant of a really far country. That's why, think of my place of origin as meaningless, and I also don't have any lingering affection towards it. I don't know what place Arc Continent is exactly like, but I can somewhat understand what Fiona-san is trying to say. In short, she has nothing she wants to protect. I don't care if it's a good thing or a bad thing, anyways the person known as Fiona-san is not affiliated to anywhere. I got it, I will trust you and you're already a member of our party. Is that really all right? I did participate in the previous invasion and have killed many people. Are you willing to forgive that too? It's all right, that was your work as a mercenary. It's just that now that has changed to some other work. I am already a murderer myself, so I have no right to tell her that she has done wrong. I'm really grateful. In fact, I am really grateful that Fiona-san is an inhabitant of Arc Continent. Now that I think about it, I know every adventurer and villager present here doesn't know a single thing about Crusaders. It is the situation where we have to fight an unknown enemy. I also roamed around the village a bit, but there wasn't any person who knows about the Crusaders or the Republic. That's right, even I have only heard that the name of the country is Republic. Information is the important factor at every time, and even more important when there is a fight with lives at stake. There are many words claiming the importance of information like, know your enemy, know thyself, and you shall not fear 100 battles. Most probably, these are also told in this world. I was granted with great luck that I have met a person who know about Crusaders in an unexpected place, furthermore is my comrade. I have a lot of things to ask, like the number of enemies, the equipment they use, morale, skill strength, their commander, and what are they thinking and trying to do. I'm really grateful that Fiona-san is our comrade. I'll take your help from now on, take care of me then. Yes, thank you for accepting me. Fiona-san's face is as usual unchanging, but for some reason, it had an expression of being relieved. I have a lot to ask you, but let's think about the party name for now. It will be problematic when naming ourselves without it. You're right, let's think a really good name together. I did gain the position of being the leader of adventurers due to the duel, but the one to lead them is not only me, but the party I am in. Now there are 3 people, and there is also the need to introduce ourselves to adventurers. Won't it be difficult to name ourselves without a party name? Aw man, I have never even once thought about the party name. It would be a lie to say I never thought about it. During my high school days, I had to think about the names for organizations, agencies, and squads in the light novels I used to write. This and that are different. I don't want the name of my party with extravagant names with words like God or destruction. A party name should indicate about myself, should the name be indicating about my tall height. How do adventurers normally think about a party name? Basically, everyone just thinks of what they like. Let's see. There are more cases of party names to be the exact names of the party leader. I see, Vulcan's party name was also something like Vulcan-powered. But that is only because he has more power than any other member in his party. If we take the name of the strongest person in our party, we will turn into Magical Lily. There are also the cases of using the names of your birthplace, or class of members, characteristics, or even the name of legendary treasures. We are all from different places. Furthermore, my country can't be found anywhere in this world. So we can't even name ourselves like Ers Bladers, where all members were from the same place. And I don't know about the legends of this world, as it is only a little over 1 year since I have come here. In addition to that, I'm not even searching for some legendary treasure. If I have to say, then I am searching for the summoning magic through which I can return to my own world, but right now I have no intention of searching it. Our common feature is, we all can use magic, right? This really is an unreliable party, without any vanguard. As a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. I make a wry smile and reply to her. I have only taken rank 1 quests, so it was good that I have not given more time to fighting in close combats. But if I use my magic, I'm sure the vanguard will get engulfed inside it. Rather, I think this is much better. Just how much does this girl doesn't believe in controlling her power? No, I won't return a Tsukomi to this, as it is something I was also worried about. Now that I think about it, Fiona-san is good at fire magic, right? You used the Ignis Rampart to save me too. Ah, that was just an Ignis shield. What is that answer? You trying to appeal as the best or something? That was a genuine Ignis shield. When I use any lower grade magic, it changes to that size. Upon my question, what will happen when you fire offensive magic? She replied calmly. In the case of Ignis Sagitta, the range remains the same, but its destructive power changes to that of Ignis Fortis Sagitta. I see this definitely explains the enemy and ally will get burned to cinders. I wonder what will happen if this is shot in cave or dungeon. If she doesn't use it very carefully, it will turn into a big disaster. But now I completely understand why Lily went through the trouble of letting her in our party. The old Lily does think greatly. We can't leave a bomb roaming here and there. There might be big explosions in unexpected situations. I excel at using fire magic and can use every other magic till intermediate level except the light and dark magic. She speaks in a boastful manner. I think that her fighting capabilities are great. Using 2 magic is not rare, but it's my first time seeing someone who can use every magic. I can only use 1 damn black magic. Well, complaining about myself is hurting me more, so I won't do it anymore. If you add my dark and Lily's white magic, we have all the types of magic. My black magic is completely different from model magic, but it doesn't change the fact that I can manifest the dark magic with this too. Bullet arts are only the materialization of objects, but dimensional space is also a skill of dark magic. There are not many parties with every magic attributes. If a single person acquires it alone, he can be called as the legendary Element Master. Element Master, this is good and cool. If one uses all the attributes, then it is easy to know the weakness in the magicians and monsters with other attributes, and can also intercept the enemy's attack with the attribute with high resistance, though it is magic-centered, but aren't we pretty strong party? Is controlling every attribute called as Elemental Master? That's what they are called. All the Elemental Masters can use all the higher-grade color magic, and make many exploits due to which their names are recorded in history. They are one of the ideals every magician has. Ooh, isn't it great title, which suggests we can use every magic. Well then, let's call us that from now on. I feel it is good. Lily-san will also agree to it. And thus the party name was decided. Okay, from now on we are Element Masters. Chapter 79, Scorched Earth Tactics. I'm the leader of Element Master, Kirono. I introduced myself as the leader to the 50 adventurers in the lobby, along with my newly created party name. It was not something like a powerful speech made by the American president in a Hollywood movie. All we did was confirm the details of the quest, introducing the members who will have the central role, etc. Though everyone was obediently listening to me for the time being. But all I have shown, till now, is only my power I used while beating Vulcan. It will still take some time before they trust me as a proper leader as well. For a rank 1 adventurer with almost no experience like me, I had no other choice but to show clear achievements from here onwards. As I resolved this, it was now the next day, 21st of the month of Shinyu. But, to not even able ride a horse properly, are you even an adventurer? Shut up, Vulcan, I'm concentrating right now, don't disturb me. As we departed towards Ers Village early morning, I had already started to make others doubt my abilities as a leader. The one I'm currently straddled to is probably the high-class giant horse that was used by the commander of the force that attacked the Ers Village. This horse that had long, sleek black hair like a girl was captured while repulsing the Crusaders. At first it was going to be taken by someone else, but since I became the leader, I also ended up getting it as well. It seems the leader is supposed to ride the best horse at the front of the force always. Well, that's not all. It also seems to be a reward for me since I killed a lot Crusaders in Ers Village. I got a great horse, but I was just a high school student in a literature club, half year as an experimental body, and only 3 months as an adventurer. Just when the hell would I have had the time to learn something like horse riding? No, well, I knew that horses were the best vehicle substitute in this world. Even I wished to ride them one day, but if you suddenly give me a horse and say, ride this and lead the adventurers in battle, isn't it impossible? Ah, by the way, Fiona-san splendidly climbed her horse and was smoothly running along the highway right now. It seems she is a bit superior as an adventurer. Ganunu. Gehaha, try not to fall down hard, Mr. Newbie Leader-san. Shit, damned Vulcan, should I use full burst on you one more time? Riding a bicorn proportionate to his own giant size, Vulcan laughed loudly as he passed by. By the way, a bicorn is a subspecies of the famous unicorn. As the name suggests, it has two brilliant horns and looked more like a goat rather than a horse, but was in fact big enough to let even the 2M tall Vulcan ride on it easily. I would have practiced this earlier if I knew this would happen. Kirono, work hard. Thanks, Lily. What would I do without you, seriously? Lily sat in front of me. It looked like she was sitting there to not fall off suddenly, but it was actually the reverse. Thanks to Lily being here, I am able to show some speed even on my first try riding a horse and am not falling suddenly. Fairies really have a fantasy-like power that allows them to connect with animals by just touching. Thanks to that brilliant ability, Lily is working hard to prevent me from falling off from the horse. I really am useless. I end up depending on Lily for everything. Crap, I feel like crying now. Are you crying? I'm not. Dirt entered my eyes a little. Ah, don't release your hands. Oh crap. Please reach the destination quickly. As I prayed, I enjoyed my first time riding a horse. Our destination currently is not Sparta, but the deserted Ers Village. As the representative of the 12 adventurers that came here, Vulcan came to ask me. We are too many for scouting, but too few for making a defensive line. What's the purpose behind us coming here? Sorry for not explaining in advance since I was in a hurry. Well, I wanted to explain en route, but you saw my sorry state. Really sorry. The adventurers laughed a bit, but I ignored it and continued explaining. We came here to burn each and every storehouse and warehouses here in Ers Village. What? Maybe because my answer was unexpected or imprudent, everyone looked at me with cold gazes. You bastard, do you even realize what you're saying? Isn't this your village as well? How can you say something like that so easily? I understand you will oppose this, but this is a plan to stop and slow down the enemy, so I want you to understand. As I expected, the adventurers are well versed in killing monsters and survival skills, but they are not knowledgeable about proper military tactics and strategies. Even a person from peaceful Japan has knowledge about strategies. Well, that might be over-exaggerating, but I still learnt a lot through various mediums like novels, documentaries, and fiction. This is called Scorched Earth Tactics. Scorched Earth Tactics. So they really haven't even heard of it. They look at me with wondering gazes. Simply speaking, it's a strategy to destroy any facility or food products that might be used and taken by the enemy before running away. It seems this Vulcan can't even use his head as expected. Other adventurers seem to understand a bit from my short explanation. If the enemy finds large amounts of food stocked here, that means they'll be able to eat well. That in turn means that they'll be able to fight sooner. Understand? Since we are trying to hold them off, it'll be troublesome for us if they can fight quickly. Ooh, basically, we have no reason to gift the enemy with meals, right? That's right. If the enemy is unable to procure food locally, they'll have to bring it from other places. That will further make their advance slower than normal. What's important for us is to buy enough time to run away to Sparta. This'll help in achieving it without fighting them directly. I understand the logic more or less. Vulcan made a face like he understood only half of it but continued. But is that fine? Will the villagers accept burning away all their food they had stocked till now? Vulcan, you actually were thinking about the villagers. You are a good guy, unlike what your face suggests. Shut up. So what is it? I don't know whether he's embarrassed or actually angry, but he approached me with a threatening look. Everyone won't agree with it. They'll definitely go against it. That's why I came back now, when the evacuation of Ers Village is finished. You're gonna deceive them. I'll take the help of village head, Nahad, to somehow persuade the villagers later. Right now, it's more important to hold the Crusaders back as much as possible. After the evacuation to Sparta is complete, I don't mind no matter how much they blame or condemn me. But till that time, I'll do whatever it takes to use the best plans and policies available. That's why I became the leader. That's why, please, trust me during just this quest at least. If they don't accept me here, then I would have really failed. I didn't show it on my face, but I was anxious whether they would accept me with just these few words. But near my legs, Lily smiled and said, "It's all right. Whatever. We decided that you're the leader. No one's gonna complain now. But if you fuck up even once, I'll change with you as the leader. Don't forget that. Vulcan really is a good guy even with that face. I could only hear that as, I'll change with you even if you mess up, so don't worry. Thanks. I'll give out simple instructions, so hear me. Just like how I came here on a horse, everyone else also came here while riding on something. Just like how I didn't have a horse, not everyone had ways to travel fast. In this different world that could be compared to the Middle Ages on Earth, the cost of horses wasn't very high, but it was still not something anyone could easily get. To have a personal horse was natural for only rank 3 and above adventurers. And the number of adventurers that came with me right now were 12 excluding me, Lily, and Fiona-san. Most had horses, but there were some that used monsters as mounts like the bicorn used by Vulcan or the giant ghoul used by the skeleton race magician, etc. By the way, a ghoul wasn't a zombie, but was a hyena-like monster of the undead race. Think of the mount used by this skeleton-san as a giant zombie dog. There are times where a party uses a carriage to travel, but this time only the members of Vulcan powered were using it. Vulcan had a giant body, so he chose to ride on his favorite bicorn instead. The reason I chose a horse rather than going by foot was, as I explained earlier, because we didn't have much time. Since it's an army of only humans, so one could calculate and estimate the time required to come here, but in the end it was just an estimate. Raising the speed through magic or transferring a unit itself could also be possible. As long as the opponent's tricks and hands were still unknown, it's better for us to be as fast as possible. And thus, we needed to burn all the food here in Ers Village before the Crusaders come here. If possible, I want to destroy the village head's house, the guild building, and other big buildings as well. Their troops had been deployed with the guild as a center, so it's confirmed that they were using it as the command center. Destroying useful buildings and burning food and grains was what scorched earth tactics is meant to be. Did Kurono-san go to a night school or something? No, I only went to a normal school. I didn't learn this properly. I'm just trying to make use of what an amateur like me knows about tactics. I'm actually doubtful of how much effect will it have. As I gave an explanation, I continued to prepare burning the grains, etc. The only one who asked was Fiona-san, but it seems the rest were hearing as well. Also, this isn't a perfect scorched earth tactic either this time. It might have no effect at all as well. Is that so? Not having food is fatal in my opinion. I wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Well, it might be true for Fiona-san, who quit her work because the food was bad. Normally, it would be perfect to burn away the fields, houses, and even the nearby forests as well. Also, this tactic is the most effective in snowy, cold areas. If they lose food along with fuel to light fire, it could kill them there and then. I see. I did hear things even in the Republic about abandoning invasion due to hard winters. Well, it's common even in my world. We are low on time as well as manpower, so we can only pray that an incomplete one will also have some effect. As my final parting gift, I poured the final oil can on the grain storehouse. With this, the preparations are complete. All that's left is to put some fire on it and the whole warehouse will go up in flames. When I was about to do that, Lily pulled my robe. What happened, Lily? I thought she might want to say something against me burning the hard work of villagers as well. But I saw unrest in those eyes of hers that had become serious. Oi Kirono, the enemy is coming here. The one who shouted that was an elf girl with a bow who was a member of the 3 hunting princesses that had been keeping watch of the surroundings. She looked like a young girl, but she was a rank 3 veteran adventurer. The girl stopped her horse in front of me and quickly explained the situation. Susan discovered 7 cavalry warriors coming here from the highway. Susan was a solo rank 4 thief. She looked like a human but was actually of the slime race. I had asked her, who was quick-witted to keep watch, and it seems she has already discovered enemies. Only 7. Not more than that. They are the only ones running on the highway. It must be scouting unit. They must have come to check this place since their squad got repelled here. The enemy is an army of humans. They won't go through the trouble of making a large number of troops to avoid the highway and go through the forest to launch a surprise attack. They have the superiority of numbers, so I doubt they'll decide not to launch a frontal attack. What shall we do? I didn't even need to think before answering. Attack them, don't let even a single one get away alive. Roger, that's how we like it. The elf girl showed a determined smile and left to tell others to get ready for battle. Chapter 80 Scout Troop. About 2 km away from Ers Village, the scout troop dispatched by Norse's main troop was stationed. How is it? It doesn't look like there are people in the village. The members of the scout troop stopped their magic hawk. I meant to look at distant things. I see, it seems all the villagers have run away. Should we chase? If they were still in sight, then we could have. But they must have evacuated to the nearby village called Qr. We won't make it in time now. The soldier agreed with the commanding officer's words. The two weren't surprised since they were already expecting it to be like this. All right, let's search if there's someone still in the village, just in case. It'll be dark soon. We'll scout Qr tomorrow, so let's make a camp in Ers tonight. All the soldiers agreed. They seem to have run away in a hurry, so we might some silver coins as well, but don't stay up all night just to look for treasure. That sounds like a difficult order. Ha ha ha, the two of them laughed lightly. They weren't soldiers who received high wages, so they could only gather bonuses like this on site locally. It's too bad we have no women even if we have money. Don't worry, a brothel will be set up sooner or later. Detilus already has one with local women. Seriously, those merchants are damn quick. Though that's good for us, he gave a twisted smile as he thought so. I don't want demons as partners, though. I won't mind if it's just elf women, at least. The commander looked behind him with a fed-up face. Oi Tsumaki-chan, where did you go? A single woman was shouting while moving between the soldiers. They'll be better than stupid adventurers like that. What's up with that woman? The soldier asked with a bored face. Like I know. That Sylvia Nichan authorized her accompanying us, so we can't complain either. While choosing the members for scouting, this adventurer girl was added suddenly, as if on a whim. It was suspicious, no matter how you think about it, but they couldn't do anything since it was an official order. In the first place, isn't it weird to hire them, even though we have enough numbers? It wasn't rare to hire mercenaries inside the Syncria Republic for campaigns. But that was only in cases where they lacked men to deploy. The force deployed by Cardinal Mercedes under Norse had no problem regarding the number of soldiers. But still, to have hired such mercenaries, even then, was unnatural no matter how you looked at it. Even their equipment was different from the United Crusader equipment, which made them stand out even more. Though their existence wasn't something that required being hidden. But still, the objective behind hiring them was still unclear. I don't know what the top brass is thinking, but they didn't ask us to treat them specially either, so it's best to leave them alone. He wondered whether the adventurers hired had been given a special secret mission, or not. The ones with him looked all commonplace, especially that girl who kept shouting, Tsumaki, didn't feel like an adventurer at all. Well, as long as they don't interfere with the mission, I don't really care. Praying to God that the girl who was just a baggage for them doesn't cause any problems. The commanding officer continued the mission. The mysterious adventurer girl walked through the main street of Ers Village alongside the commanding officer in the front. The Crusaders could only think of her as a clumsy, dunce, newbie adventurer. She was the lowest level among the adventurers, but it seems that she still had the ability to at least ride a horse properly, though. Aju-chan, is that the Tsumaki you were talking about? In front of them was a small cat with black fur. The silver collar around its neck showed that it was not a stray but a pet. Yes, cute, right? With a somewhat proud smile, she lifted Tsumaki with the nape of its neck and brought it in front of the commander. As its golden eyes met with the commander's, it gave a small Naya cry. Also, my name is AI, remember it. It's such a common name. Don't say that. AI puffed her cheeks in protest, but it was the truth. It really was a common name in the Republic. Rather than that, don't let that cat run away next time. Ahaha, I'll make sure. The commander's sigh was drowned by the girl's laughter. Isn't she really just a normal brat? He looked at the girl with bored eyes. She had a cute face with blue eyes and long golden hair tied up in a Twintails hairstyle. Although, it really failed in practicality as an adventurer. A magician would have been fine with long hair since she had the excuse of possessing magic, but she was an archer no matter how you looked at it. Her main weapon was a long bow mage out of worn-out wood. The only type of protective armor she had was the leather breastplate, gloves, and boots. Her upper body just had a thin shirt, and her lower body had a miniskirt for some reason. The silver bracelet on her right hand was the only thing that looked useful. But even that was a silver accessory of the lowest quality that was giving off a weak light, representing some kind of enhancement. Rather an adventurer, she looked more like some town girl who decided to dress up as an adventurer. If she didn't have her slender and small yet well-toned body, she really would not have looked like an adventurer at all. What were the upper guys thinking letting her participate in the campaign? As if to ridicule the commander who was thinking, the cat cried Naya Naya towards him. Why the hell is it a cat? Isn't the partner of a hunter with a bow supposed to be a dog? But cats are cuter. This girl is nuts. She brought an animal to keep as a pet. As he had said, a dog would have been much more useful. A cat which didn't listen to the orders of its master was useless. In fact, it was worse if it went missing in between. If we end up in a fight, look carefully after it. Leave it to me, old man. I'm not an old man yet. That instant, the commander's head burst open. Why? AI stared at the figure of the commander falling down from his horse with a hole in his head. Enemy attack. Be careful, it's an ambush. The soldier behind AI shouted in a loud voice. At the same time, demons wielding weapons appeared from the shadows and rushed in towards the main street. Beastmen, demi-humans and humans swung their swords and attacked the soldiers. They instantly understood that the enemy were demons, that two skilled adventurers. Wah wah, a lot of them came. In panic, AI ended up stretching the reins of the horse, and she fell down as the horse struggled. Yugia. It hurts, I hit my head. In front of the tearful AI, a battle filled with blood sprays had started already. Shit, there are too many. Don't get divided, maintain formation. AI saw as the soldier who had taken command had his head blow off. Oh my, this looks dangerous. Should we run away while showing our backs, Tsumiki? Wait, Tsumiki. Don't run away alone without your master. Wait, while shouting, AI slipped through the soldiers in battle while chasing the black cat. Chapter 80, One Adventurers vs Scout Troop 1. Lying face down on the roof of the guild, we waited for the enemy to enter the village. They are 7, and we have more adventurers, and all are above rank 3 as well. Our forces include my party element master, that includes a black magician, fairy, and a witch, all 3 magicians. Vulcan-powered, having 3 warriors led by Vulcan, 1 archer, and 1 magician. All belong to Beastmen race, and it is a rank 4 party. 3 hunting princesses having 3 elf girls, all archers, and they were sisters on top of that. Rank 3. Other than them, there were 2 solo orc warriors, 1 skeleton magician, and 1 slime. Total 15 people. The specific details about the enemy's abilities was unknown, but if it's a normal scouting troop, at most they will be as strong as a rank 3 party. If we deal the surprise attack well, we should be able to annihilate them all without any victims on our side. We are only cooperating temporarily, so it would be difficult to show any proper teamwork, but if we have numbers, ability, as well as the preemptive strike like this time, there's a low chance for us to lose. All the adventurers are already in position and are waiting for the enemy to come. I hope everything goes well. Everyone's working hard, it'll be all right. This time I am acting as the rear guard. After all, there are lots of warriors to fight as the vanguard, so I'll stick to the normal theory and provide covering fire from behind as a proper magician should. Well, in truth, I feel more like a sniper rather than a rear guard. And Lily beside me is my observation supporter. In Hollywood movies, snipers seem to work well alone, but normally, a sniper always works with a supporter as a combo. Yeah, we should also work hard and make the plan a success. I focused myself. If we can easily finish off the scout troop here, then the trust in me will also increase. In the first place, the term sniper doesn't exist in this world. They would only think of a hunter waiting to ambush a monster, even if I tried explaining them. So when I took a position far away from the actual battlefield, they started giving me weird, suspicious looks. But rather than explaining with words, it'll be faster to explain the usefulness of a sniper with actions here. I could see that these Crusaders were of a lower class, that is, they don't have any means to deflect sniper attacks. So basically, I could start with shooting the most influential person first. And with the accuracy of my magic bullet arts, I could snipe with the same efficiency as that of an actual sniper rifle even in this world. Probably. Well, it's my first time doing this, so I can't say for sure. And Lily also has convenient support extra magic that I could use. One of them is the glass-like transparent light ball that is floating in front of me. Through it, I can see faraway things magnified. It's basically like a scope. Even if my eyesight is over 2.0 through the modifications, that still doesn't mean that I don't need a scope for help. For me, who has not learned the magic hawk eye to enhance eyesight, such a support is really helpful. Also, the rest of the duties of a supporter, like keeping a watch over the surroundings and even eliminating enemies that have come very close. I have left it all to Lily. Other than this scope, we can also talk through telepathy, and with its further application, I can also see things that Lily sees in real time. In the worst case, even if the enemy approaches from behind, Lily can eliminate him by firing her lasers like a submachine gun. Maybe I should have sent Lily to the front. No use thinking that now, though. I changed my thoughts and focused towards the approaching enemy troop. They're here. As expected, the enemy scout troop is approaching directly from the Northwest Highway and enters the village from the destroyed gate. As reported by Susan, their number is 7. They were clearly Crusaders identifiable with their white surcoats, but only 6 of them were wearing those clothes. There's one that looks different. It was girl with blonde twintles. I could only think of her as a normal girl. She does have a breastplate and a bow, so she should be a mercenary hired by the Crusaders. She was walking alongside the person who looked like the commander of the troops, so she shouldn't be a prisoner from Detilus. I'm a bit curious, but I can't change the plans now, nor do I feel the need to. As planned, I'll have them all die here. Operation Start. Point of view change to third person. Kirono fired the magic bullet made for long range, sniping towards the head of the leading commander. He had heard from Fiona that the commander must be skilled in both magic and martial arts, even if he was a low-class soldier. But he had no way to defend against Kirono's unforeseen snipe attack. The black bullet, having strength equal to that of an actual sniper rifle bullet, clearly shot through the head of the commander. That became the signal to other adventurers to start the operation. Let's do this, you guys. Don't let even a single one get out of here alive. Vulcan shouted as he cut through the vanguard with his long sword. Enemy attack, be careful, it's an ambush. They lost their commander, but they were all experienced soldiers. They had been surprised by the ambush, but soon they got down from their horses and took battle positions. They could have stayed and the horses and broken through if their opponent were humans or thieves who used brute force, but death wall defense. The front of the street was sealed by the skeleton magician and Terra shield. The rear was blocked by Fiona. Having been sealed from both sides, the soldiers had no choice but to fight here. Neither the intermediate dark-type magic death wall defense that Kirono saw for the first time, nor the giant Terra shield that had been enhanced one level by Fiona's magic could be broken through easily. The soldiers decided that it would be difficult to destroy either of these walls and resolved to face the ambushers here instead. These bastards, they are much more trained than those cowards that first attacked Ers. Vulcan secretly admired these soldiers in his heart that had quickly taken fighting stances without getting too surprised by the ambush. He felt that they wouldn't go down easily, but that still didn't change their fate of being annihilated here. But what the hell is that brat? In his view was a girl who had neither taken up her weapon nor had come down from her horse. Wah, a lot of them came. In panic, she ended up stretching the reins of the horse too much, and she fell down as the horse struggled. Yugia, it hurts I hit my head. Not even a rank 1 adventurer would show such a pathetic sight. For the time being, let's take that brat as a prisoner. Vulcan thought, and all others had the same opinion as well. Kirono had said to kill them all, but that didn't mean to kill them all in battle. They could kill them after getting info as well. These adventurers who lived on the battlefield understood Kirono's words instantly, but from a normal point of view, Kirono, who had shown the intent to kill even prisoners, could not be said to be a normal high schooler anymore. Whether he himself had realized that or not, Kirono was currently taking the next move as an adventurer. He aimed his magic bullet towards the next enemy. You bastard, you look the strongest, become my opponent. Shit, don't underestimate me, you inferior demon. Vulcan found the strongest soldier among the remaining 5, excluding the girl and the fallen commander, and attacked him savagely. Vulcan swung his giant sword, and the soldier used force boost to face this big-framed beast. Slash! The werewolf adventurer and the human soldier. The martial art skill released by both of them was the same. But just as there is difference in power of magic depending on the caster, there is also a difference in martial art depending on the user. Haha, you did well in enduring at least one move, not bad. The result was Vulcan's absolute victory. Unable to hold against him for even 1 second, the soldier was blown away a few meters and fell down on the ground. Even with the force boost, a human could not match with a werewolf in power, that too Vulcan who was exceptionally strong. The difference in power could not be diminished at all. The favorite long sword of the rank 4 Vulcan, that had costed him the most money and labor, was also in a different league as a weapon. The soldier truly did deserve the praise to have endured even a single attack. You damned monster. Stand up already, you aren't gonna give up now, right? Shouldering his giant sword, Vulcan calmly walked towards the soldier. Even in this situation where killing the opponent quickly was the goal, he prioritized crossing swords with a strong guy for a little while longer. He had a bad habit of ignoring his objective, but his party knew that and properly supported accordingly. That is why he was able to enjoy fights. That calmness will be your end. Lightning arrow, rain Sajida. Oh. The soldier quickly ended his chant and fired attack magic towards Vulcan. But even if the chanting was short, it still took more than a second. And that time was enough for a rank 4 adventurer to deflect a lower level magic. What? So you could use magic too. Hee, a jack of all trades, eh? Vulcan defended against the lightning by using his giant sword as a shield. I told you that your calmness will bring your end. The soldier, who had already stood up, threw the item in his hand. Vulcan quickly realized what that red stone flying towards him was. Ignis Overblast. The moment the soldier shouted, flames exploded. The flames spread out and enveloped Vulcan's body, and a shock wave and smoke spread all over. Intermediate-level ranged magic Ignis Overblast was not a magic a member of the scout troop would have learnt, no matter how trained they are. Because if he actually did, then he'll be a magician and not a soldier. What he threw was neither a stone nor a grenade. It was a magic item that could release Ignis Overblast once. Such single-use items were not rare, but they were not cheap enough to be collected easily either. Using them also required some skill and a bit of magical energy. This magic item was kept by the soldier as a personal protective charm and was not something provided to the soldiers. Anyway, Vulcan had quickly realized that the magic item was an attack magic-based item. But knowing it and defending against it are two different things. The soldier was aware of his inferiority in physical strength, but was also aware that he could defeat him with his trump card magic item. Fortunately for him, Vulcan was not wearing any heavy armor either. If Vulcan had been covered in steel, it would have become difficult to deal a fatal blow. And if he had a defensive magic, then the chances would be even lower. But Vulcan, who was wearing only clothes and a chest plate, it would be impossible for him to stop the flames and heat. With this, it's over, damned monster. The soldier took a step with his sword that had cracked from the previous blow. He didn't think that the magic was enough to kill a demon that had high vitality, but it would be enough to take away his ability to fight back at least. But unfortunately, he didn't know how Vulcan had made as far as becoming a rank 4 adventurer. You have some pretty cool things, but is that it? From within the flames, Vulcan walked out while shouldering his giant sword as usual. His clothes and armor had some soot, but his body was completely unhurt. No way healing magic. Half correct, but that's not the only secret. The extra magic possessed by Vulcan Autoheal had attained him the title of immortal. But right now, the flames and heat were not stopped by his regenerating power. Cool. It was the giant sword that ate magical energy with an ominous cry. Although he called it a secret, but any adventurer with some experience would know what it was. At least, if they knew that this white board-like giant sword was not made of metal, but was actually the fang of a monster. They would understand that it was the ability of the monster that dwelt in the weapon. The inscription on the sword was Fang Sword Evil Eater Gluttony. The raw material used was from the monster called Gluttony Magic Beast Chaos Eater. A young one would be rank 4, and a fully grown one would be a rank 5 monster. It was Magic Beast that could match a dragon. Chaos Eater was, as its name suggested, a glutton. Its extra magic allowed it to eat magical energy of any form and absorb it. Basically, it was impossible to defeat it with attack magic and could not be blocked by defensive magic. If one was careless, it would even devour healing magic as well. To kill it, one needed to use only magics to boost and enhance their own abilities and attack directly with physical force. The ways to attack were limited to only pure physical strength. That's why it was classified as a rank 5. Vulcan's giant sword was a magic weapon made out of the fang of this monster, and it could almost negate the effect of even intermediate magic with a single swing. Having such a powerful weapon, along with his own physical strength, was what allowed him to become a rank 4 adventurer. It's troublesome, so I'm not gonna explain it, so think about it carefully in the other world. And thus, with the agility of a werewolf, he rushed in and split the soldier in two with a single slash. Chapter 82, Adventurer vs. Scout Troop 2. The Scout Troop fought well against adventurers of rank 3 and more. Damn, don't get separated, stay close. The heads of the commander and the commanding soldier were blasted into bits with Kurono's sniping, but the soldiers still made frantic efforts to fight. This won't last more than 3 mins. Adventurer AI catches a glimpse of such soldiers running. AI runs after her pet cat that had run away. Goa. Tuo. A orc attacks AI, but she evades it at hair's breadth. Vaya. Slow. This time, another orc attacks with a battle axe, but she evades by sliding beneath it. The two orc didn't chase after the running away AI and changed their targets to soldiers fighting near them. It was dangerous, wasn't it? All my hair ends got cut. The bloody feud unfolds at the main street. AI somehow or another with good luck dodges all the offensive magics and stray arrows while steadily moving forward. All right, just a little more. Some dozen of meters away is the solid wall made by Fiona using Terra Shield. The wall made by the natural airhead seemed like a stone wall, but it is impossible to jump over it. Furthermore, the horses can't jump that high. Even if it's AI who makes mistakes in missions and always falls from, but as long as she is an adventurer, rock climbing is not a big deal for her. AI in front of the 2-storied big wall challenges it with enthusiasm, as if saying, I will climb if there is a wall here. Hey you, why are you trying to run? But immediately after, from her back comes a voice with bloodlust. Oh shit. AI timidly turns back to look. There were 3 elves standing. There were elf girls standing there, with blonde hair, blue eyes, narrow and long ears, and also toned, slender body. AI witnesses one of the girls shooting arrow in the heads of soldier and killing them. Their outwards appearance are completely different from inner contents. Awa, that soldier didn't even last 1 minute. Upon those words, AI recalls the figure of the soldier, desperately defending himself, using magic from the trio's attack some seconds ago. Isn't it bad? Just get caught without resistance. We don't want to do tiresome work. The 2 not killing the soldiers, fix an arrow made of lighting on the bowstring, and ask for AI to surrender. If I get caught without resistance, will you guarantee my safety? If you're also an adventurer, you must know what happens to the monsters captured alive, don't you? Just like I thought. AI made a wry smile, while cold sweat pours from her forehead. Well, we can't leave Tsukumi-chan here, so I won't give up and run away from here. The 2 elves shoot the lightning arrows, seeing AI move. The same time the arrows are fired, a round ball-like object fires from the hands of AI. Along with the balls flying away, AI bends down in a groveling position, and the arrows go past above her head, burning the ends of her twin tails. The 2 elves run away from their places, while being vigilant towards the mysterious ball flying in the sky, making a parabola. In an instant, the ball emits dazzling light and bursts. Flash, though the elves see through the true form of the ball, but they couldn't do anything other than closing their eyes and protect with their hands in that much time. The dazzling light can even be felt even behind the closed eyelids. If one were to look at it with open eyes, they would go blind without a doubt. Thanks to closing the eyes, they didn't suffer any damage, but it still will take some time for their eyes to recover. Tusk, now I don't care even if she dies. Air blast. The 2 elves, having lost eyesight for the time being, stay vigilant for sudden attacks, and now they attack instead of taking AI as a prisoner. The primary magic they excel at involves both wind and lighting. If it is concentrated on their bow, sylph light, and fired, it becomes a low-grade offensive magic. It can be used as an arrow, but to be precise, it is a cane in the form of arrow. The air blast, shot by the two, advances forward, covering a wide range with wind blades surrounding. The invisible blades, with great cutting sharpness, leave countless cuts on the stone wall on the ground. Lesser heal. Just as the wind blades advance forward, the third elf who was beating the soldiers starts a healing magic, and the eyesight of the two returns. You really saved me there, Nisan. Thank you. After giving their gratitudes, they once again see their prey, AI. No way, healing is too fast. AI somehow dodges the range of the air blast by climbing on the wall, but the point she is clinging like a frog is in the middle of the wall. From this position, she can neither defend or attack. Of course, she can't even climb the wall before the second wave of attacks come. As AI looks back, she sees the figure of 3 elves with arrows knocked and are going to shoot. If one person was hitting, she might have been able to evade, but with 3 shooting at the same time, she will definitely get hit by at least 1 arrow no matter what she tries. Furthermore, the 3 are rank 3 adventurers. They can't miss their target at this range. It's not time to be stingy about using items. Take this. Along with a scream, AI once again releases something. Before she is hit and her fate is fixed, the effect of item activates. Along with a plop sound, the item bursts and a dark green smoke spreads out. So it's poison this time. Wouldn't I be also engulfed in an idiot? This is just a smokescreen. The dark and dense green smoke spreads and hides AI inside it. There's no other choice but to scatter this. Once again, the 3 knock bows and pull string to their extent. Air blast. 2 use the same magic as before, but this time to scatter away the smokescreen. With a sudden gust of wind and ale, blast the smokescreen disappears. Lightning arrow line Sajida. And the other one fires a lightning arrow filled with bloodlust. The line Sajida flies through while leaving a trail of blue color just like the laser beam. But, whoa, close call. Again, AI dodges at hair's breadth by climbing to the top of the wall and jumping down quickly from it. Just how much good is she at escaping? One elf says as such, though it was dangerous, but she escaped without even a single injury. Well, there is still one more person outside. Was it Fiona? If I remember correctly, she is rank 1 adventurer, but she could use this great defense magic. Wouldn't she be fine? The 3 decide not to go to other side of wall to attack and decide to take on soldiers as their prey has run away. But just as they look behind, please wait, save em. The last soldier was cut in 2 halves by a beast man, and the battle was over. Over already. Section, if you move 100 meters from the gate, I'll shoot. While mumbling that, Fiona, in complete black witch clothes, moves towards the shadow that fell down in front of the main gate. Just some seconds, a girl carrying a cat came rushing through the gate shouting. Finally, the escape quest completed. Fiona saw a glimpse of her climbing the stairs while waving her twin tails like a tail of horse. Well then, Kirono-san, now that I have an opportunity, I will show you my attack magic. This line was definitely not heard by Kirono, who was standing on the rooftop of the guild. But he will be able to see her intermediate level-like attack magic for sure. Thulatha nar muticadet Isa alshulet, esbiras burs. From her small mouth came the chant of a normal model magic, with no change whatsoever, just as it is written in the school magic books. Her magic power concentrates in her staff, Ain't's broom, and it amplifies the firepower of the magic being used. Without stopping from speaking the chant, she completes her chant in 15 seconds. The magic she was about to release is the intermediate level attack magic of fire attribute, Ignis Kris Sajida. It is written in characters of spears and people in line. If many magicians release it, it will create the same scene, as its name suggests, a line full of spears. And if activated from the ground, it will create a bristling hot pillar of fire. If a magician hears Fiona's chant, she will conclude it is a magic that will blow away the target. But the one who sees her magic for first time will have their conclusion betrayed. Ignis Kris Sajida. Because the thing Fiona made is not pillar, but a giant tower of fire with scorching heat. Go. Whoa. What is it? Kirono and Lily on the rooftop. What is it? What the hell is that? What the friggin' hell is that? What the fucking friggin' hell is that? The adventurers on the main street. How is it, Kirono-san, my magic? Did you like it? Along with the explosion sounds, appeared a flame tower with scorching heat. The people saw it and were astonished. Just after some seconds, the Ignis Kris Sajida loses its magical power and disappears. After the tower disappeared, only the black ground was there. No one could say that something else was present at that place some time before. Chapter 83, Safe Return. And so, only you came back escaping from them. One person and one animal. AI was standing in front of Commander Nors and his aide Sylvia in a room within the headquarters. You fool. It doesn't change anything. Nors became enraged at her coming back with her cat only alive and not showing even a bit of timidness in her replies. Please calm down. Just before 5 seconds Nors would have hit her, Sylvia whispered in her ears in a cold voice. She is most probably one that Cardinal likes. If you raise hand on her, do you think you'll be forgiven? Goo, but still this. We don't have any time to deal with her. Shouldn't we make plans for interception? Tusk got no choice. Nors somehow calms down his rage and closes his eyes while folding his arms, as if he doesn't care whatever the adventurer says now. Adventurer AI, thank you for your hard work, you can go now. Yes. After giving an idiotic reply, AI along with Tsumiki left the room. However, finally we can fight a battle which doesn't feel like massacre. Inside Nors' words, there were some hidden expectations. He wasn't as good as Kievan, but he was also a genuine believer of Cross, and hated the demons from the very bottom of his heart. In spite of that, the reason he went to occupy villages without more soldier was because his aide, Sylvia, was holding his reins, due to which he couldn't go on a rampage, and Sylvia also negotiated like an expert with the villages to surrender. Though the ability of Sylvia capturing villages without any resistance is something of very much value, but to Nors, who was enthusiastic, I will kill all the demons. It will be a bloodbath. The peaceful actions were somewhat unsatisfying for him. The overdoing of Priest Kievan must have put in the seeds of rebellion in the demons. They have already heard from the soldiers that escaped about the crucifixion as an example of the cross. If they had easily occupied Ers Village like that, it might have served as a purpose for fear. But his actions in turn aroused the hate and seeds of rebellion in the other villages. Fun, the enemies are just some lousy adventurers. Whether they are demons or something else, we can send out 100,000 soldiers if we want. But naturally, it won't be needed as our squad already has a lot of soldiers to complete this job. Judging from the scale of village, even if all the villagers were to arm up and come at them, they won't be a match for Nors' squad. Naturally, it is not like even women and children would come and fight. If they join hands with those who can properly file like Vigilante Corps or adventurers, they still won't make more than 300. Unless a dragon or something appears, Nors' squad will not be defeated. Therefore, Sylvia was also not worried about this, but rather she was worried about the other matter. There is nowhere they can now run to inside Detilus territory. I will slowly drive them in corner, while they feel regret along with the demons who oppose the god. No, there is a place to escape. What did you say? Sylvia's long and slender finger runs over the western part of Detilus's map that was spread on the table. There is no problem for us if they move along the southwest highway using from QR Village. But if they ran towards the west using the northwest, then they would. Beyond the line named as Galahad Mountain Range, there was a country name, Spada Rit. Impossible, I have heard that they are an enemy nation. If they had somehow known that Detilus has been defeated, the villagers will perceive the end of their country. I think it would be the most logical answer that they would run to Spada as refugees. Fumu, there is a possibility of this information somehow being leaked. Nors frowned his eyebrows and groaned. When we conquer the village, they will just become newcomer of the new village. There will be no problem in leaving some combatants demons on their own. Even if it will be a little, if demons will start a rebellion, Crusaders' side will have to suffer some casualties. Judging from the whole war potential of Crusaders, those casualties might not be much, but there is no harm in avoiding it. No, it is not good. But Nors rejects Sylvia's suggestion of no fighting. I cannot accept this, even if this is your proposal, Sister Sylvia. I see. Well, the commander, are you do as you like? I don't want to meddle with you. Sylvia refrained herself from speaking any more useless talk to Nors, who seemed to be determined. I'm really happy that you understand, Sister Sylvia. Now let me give out my orders. Don't let a single running demon live. Just massacre them all, you got it. Nors' eyes while speaking that were the same as the Kievan, who was also a religious fanatic. Section. After completing her reporting job, AI returned to the campsite where her party, no mercenary group friends were sleeping. The occupation forces take the tallest buildings like that of head of village or adventurer guild and turn them into headquarters, and confiscated all the buildings in its surroundings. However, the adventurers and mercenaries, who were not a part of army, have been given the permission to reside anywhere which won't become a hindrance to the forces. It is normal for adventurers who were temporarily hired and soldiers to be on bad terms with each other. If things went down wrong, it will make troubles such as battles, and so it was not unusual for them both to camp at different places. The group AI belonged to is Cyprus Mercenary Group, the prime example of those aforementioned circumstances. Their campsite was a little away from the village, with a building of a farmer as their center. AI heads towards her tent while giving greetings to fellow mercenaries, just when she put down Sumiki and was about to enter to sleep. You, if you have returned, come to my place at least once. Upon the voice of a man from behind, AI turned backwards with a frankly irritated expression on her face. His age is somewhat older than AI, and is a good-looking man with a good body stature. But his indecent grin and the clothes worn by him in a shabby manner could be said as the figure of a nasty brat who got a growth spurt. Can you not talk to me, and don't you dare come any more close than that? Without caring about Ai's cold reply, he closes his distance more while fluttering his long hair. Oi oi, I doubt that is a way to talk to a captain, isn't it? Aren't we buddies? We should be more happy with being with each other. Just like the man said, he is the leader of the 87 mercenaries present here. His name is Cyprus. The mercenary name was after all set after his name. Don't speak disgusting things, and if you move just one more step, the name will change from Cyprus Mercenary Group to AI Mercenary Group. AI took out knife before anyone knew, and thrust the blunt side in Cyprus's stomach. I am really tired today, after all I escaped by barely saving my life today. If it wasn't for the me being of great class, I would have died, you know. More than halfway may sound like joke, but Ai's eyes were serious when saying that. Oh ho, you saying the truth. He replies a joke with a joke. But AI inferred it through his atmosphere that he was more interested in knowing if there really was a battle or not. And from now on it will get busy, so get ready fast for departure too. Saying that, AI put knife back and entered her tent. Cyprus stood there and did not chase after AI as if he didn't care about her for the time being, and suddenly he laughed. I will be finally able to do some decent job. I have already got bored of playing with the demon sluts. This is a good timing. No, if said in his words, this might be the so-called fate, PFFT, I really am loved by God. Chapter 84 Amity. The destruction of the valuable facilities of Ers went better than I expected. I thought I could only burn the drain storehouses at most, but with the help of Fiona's terrific magic, we were able to destroy the sturdy guild completely and even turned the whole central area of the village into bare land. And currently, the adventurers on standby had gathered together under the pretense of reporting the fruits of battle and were currently drinking sake together. Is this fine during such an emergency? Is what everyone might think, but we will be the last to leave the village as the rear guard, and there were things remaining after the evacuation. So we decided to drink and eat as much as we please. It could be that this would be our last supper. Every adventurer here thought that, but nobody said that out loud. Well, weren't you fine? When you said that you will be going to the guild rooftop, I thought you wussed out at the last second, zehahaha. Vulcan's giant palm normally hurt as he patted my back, but since he had the pop-ads unique to the beastmen, the effect was much reduced. Didn't I explain it properly? I fulfilled my role as was required. I clearly saw Boss blowing up the enemies' heads with a single shot as well. The one who spoke in this fake Kansai dialect was the skeleton magician Mazran, Aka Mawson. He is the one that used death wall defense to block off the enemies today. With his Shinigami-like looks and the straight dark wizard class on his guild card, gave me an impression of being an avatar of evil, but nah, to have such control over black magic at such a young age, you're a damn genius. It'll be child's play to repel that whatever army. Gehahaha. Inside, he was just like an old man from Osaka. When I tried talking, he turned out to be an energetic good guy. Like this. Child's play would be over-exaggerating, but Kirono-san is dependable as a leader, and he also possesses a strong original magic as well. The one who calmly said that was the slime, Susan. No matter how I look at her, isn't she a human? She looked like a normal woman with a medium build after all. In RPG, slime are jelly-like creatures, but they can apparently sometimes change the shape of their bodies when they get stronger. By the way, to change into a handsome man, beautiful woman requires the appropriate technique as well as more magical energy, it seems. Beautiful things possess the charm attribute in this world, so being beautiful also possessed a different meaning in terms of magic as well. Also, I just learnt this now, but her name was Susu, thus she was called as Susan. It was not Susan from Slime Surimu in Jap, definitely not. But the most surprising was definitely Fiona-san's magic, right? Really? Really? The one talking to the Fiona, who had her usual sleepy eyes, was an elf woman with a gentle smile. She was the leader of 3 hunting princesses and the eldest of the 3 sisters, Irina-san. All 3 of them had blonde hair, blue eyes, slender physique, as well as their weapons were the same, but all 3 had different hairstyle, so they could be easily differentiated. Irina-san has a hairstyle in which she has a long braid behind her neck. That extreme magic, if we were closer, it would have been really bad. Her positioning was really correct. As I heard Mawson and Susan, I once again felt glad that I heard about her magic beforehand. As expected, if a magic like that was fired inside a dungeon, it won't end as just a joke. Am I being complimented? Yeah, Fiona-san's magic has amazing power. Thank God you're in my party. I see. As she said that, her cheek seemed a bit red. Guess she's getting drunk as well. Oh right, Fiona-san. Yes. Before she gets dead drunk, I had something important to say to her. Come to my room later, all right. Perrin, the sound of a glass falling and shattering came. What happened, Lily? Are you all right? Sorry. Lily was sitting on my lap, but it seems she dropped her glass by accident. What? Did the little fairy also get drunk? No, I'm not letting her drink sake. She isn't drunk, but she must be tired. Lily could only turn in her normal form during full moon nights, but she turned back just her consciousness at Village Head's home. As well as when she asked me to become the leader through the item she brought from the Fountain of Light. According to Lily, by using the Queen Barrel, she could turn to her normal form, but only for 30 mins in one day since the burden is high. She could turn to her normal state by using the divine protection of the Fairy Queen. But even if it was a key item, its effect was still an enormous magical energy boost only. Of course, 30 mins was the limit to use her full-grown body for battle. If it was just her consciousness, she could keep it longer. But still, the burden on her is not 0. It must have accumulated as fatigue in her small body. For the time being, I should carry her back to the room. Lily seems to be tired, so we'll leave first. Tomorrow's schedule is what I had explained earlier. Once again, look forward to working with you guys. After getting their agreement, I carry Lily in my arms. Kirono-san. And I'll come as well. Fiona-san's face was even redder than before for some reason. On top of the bed of the guest room, Kirono, Lily, and Fiona were sitting. Kirono with a serious expression, Fiona with her usual cool expression, and Lily, between them, with a somewhat displeased expression. Could Kirono-san want me to? Just a while back, the erotic situation that every adventurer there was imagining except Kirono was also being imagined by Fiona as well. Certainly Kirono-san gave me ice candy, wasn't drawn away by my attack magic. He really is a good guy, but it really is too early for such a relationship. Fiona, who was asked to come to my room for the first time at night, was somewhat in chaos right now. Fiona, you haven't forgotten the rule in our party, right? The moment Lily, who was lying on the bed, said that, she realized that the chance of her losing her chastity tonight, no matter how passionately Kirono approached, was absolutely 0. And thus, it became a situation where all 3 were quietly sitting. Lily was lying down, though, on the bed. Lily, is it fine to turn back your consciousness? Aren't you tired? It's fine, don't worry. After all, you're going to have some important talk now, right? I need to listen properly as well. Lily answered with a smile, and Kirono gave a somewhat understanding expression. And without minding Lily anymore, he spoke towards Fiona. The reason I called Fiona-san to my room was because I need to talk about something extremely important with you. Since you already told me about being from Arc Continent, I decided to also tell about my own identity. Fiona understood why she was called with her usual sleepy face. And you also want to hear about the Ark Continent, Syncrea Republic, and the Cross Religion, right? Although she still didn't know what Kirono wanted to tell, she did know what he wanted to hear from her. And she also realized that he called her to his room to avoid letting the others know that she was with the Crusaders before. That's right. But what I want to know the most is... But even Fiona didn't expect Kirono to say what he was about to speak next. Just what the hell are the Apostles? Chapter 85, The Black Gods and the White God. Does God exist? Does he exist in the heart of the believers? No, does he exist no matter what? There have been various theories regarding God, but in the 17 years I lived in modern Japan, God was nothing but an illusion to me. At least, I didn't believe that an existence called God that looked like a human watched over the whole world from the heavens above. I am not against religion or anything, but it was a fact that no one on earth had seen a being that could cause miracles with just looking or touching. But this different world was a true fantasy world that had its own rules and principles. Yes, in this world God exists. One of its proofs was the existence of divine protection. Simply speaking, God gave power to a man, and the abilities gained by that man was called the divine protection. For example, having immense physical strength without using enhancement magic, or being able to use magic that you have never learnt or practiced, etc. I didn't actually feel it, but apparently my black magic is a type of divine protection. Black magical energy was completely different from the primary magical energy that normally exists in this world, and is a type of special energy that is brought about by God. In Kirono's case, I think there is a gate in your soul that is connected to the black gods from where you pull the black magical energy. Lily, this is the first I'm hearing of this. Well, I thought you already knew. Or rather, isn't the source of your own magical energy something you'll know somehow automatically? I don't know. What the hell are the black gods anyway? When did I get connected to such a suspicious group of guys? No, it must have been when I underwent the first experiment that helped me obtain magical energy. That really did hurt like hell. I can understand if someone says my soul was involved in it. I didn't think Kirono didn't even know about gods. But since you can use magic properly, does all these things about your magical energy even matter? Well, I guess, but black gods is it? That's the generic term for all the gods that are spoken of in the whole Pandora continent. Even Ers Village had a shrine dedicated towards a harvest god, right? All such gods together are known as the black gods. By the way, our fairy queen is also one of them. I see, so it's like the Yaoyorozu no Kamigami. The gods are spread all over the continent and provide their divine protection to that area and are worshipped there. It's the same if the gods back in my world also gave such divine protection wherever they were enshrined. Well, this must be also a type of magic, I guess. But in my case, it is only to the extent of providing magical energy, and I am not directly connected to a god. It's conveniently called the divine protection of the black gods. Then, if I also start worshipping a specific god, will I also gain some kind of superpowers? Divine protection isn't something you could get easily just by praying apparently. Looks like the gods are also calculative, or should I say realistic-minded. Now that Kirono-san has understood what gods are, I'll talk about the Apostles. Yes. Right, I wanted to hear about the Apostles in the first place. It seems I only vaguely understood the concept of gods in this different world, so I was first told that. Apostles are beings that have transcended humans after specially receiving the divine protection of the white god. According to the cross religion, the white god is the creator of all existence, and the humans were created the last for the purpose of ruling over this world, or so they preach. It seems in the Ark continent a god, similar to the god in Bible that created the god in 1 week exists. Damn, this really is completely suspicious all over. I don't know whether he actually created the world or not, but in the Ark continent, he is the oldest and the most influential god. And then, the greedy white god wanted to increase his territory, so he sent those damned humans to the Pandora continent, controlled by the black gods. It's as you say, Lily-san. The campaign towards the Pandora continent was started due to an oracle sent by the white god. The Crusaders in my original world were ones that took military action in the name of reclaiming their holy grounds and whatnot. But to think that here, God actually clearly gave the order himself. The white god desired this land, thus we, the Crusaders, have come to this land to offer it to him. That was what Sariel had said to me at Detilus, but it turned to be literally true. Expanding the land under control, what exactly are they going to do? The cross religion will build up churches that only worship the white god and will exterminate all other religions and its worshippers. As a result, all types of culture and religion that already existed here would be destroyed and disappear probably. Basically, same as what happened in my world. Sariel did say convert, but the image I had in my mind back then was actually correct. It would have been fine if it ended with just converting, but considering what happened at Ers, those bastards are truly bent on completely exterminating any race other than the humans. They won't even accept surrender. These guys really are demons. I'll come back to the topic, how many apostles are there? There will always be 12 total. The number is always fixed. Yes, though it might take some time, till a new one is found in case the number falls. As expected, the favorites of God aren't 100 or 1,000 people. At least they won't send an army full of apostles, so that's a relief. If you end up facing them, it'll only be one at a time. Probably, the highest chance would be the Supreme Commander 7th Apostle Sariel, I think. We already fought. Yeah, that's not something you can forget. Oh my, how did that happen? Looks like even Fiona-san is surprised, as she looks at me with a clearly surprised expression. When we went to scout Detilus, I happened to meet her on the castle walls. Since she called herself the Supreme Commander, I tried to assassinate her there and then, but instead got beaten myself. You did well even surviving that. Are those eyes looking at me with pity for doing a stupid thing, Fiona-san? Yeah, if Lily didn't help, I would have definitely died there. No such thing, that woman let us go intentionally. I was unconscious till I woke up at Real Pass, so I don't know how exactly Lily saved me from Sariel. Although she did say that it was okay to run away, but to have let us go even after I tried to kill her, just what the hell is that Sariel thinking? Did she think of me as trash that was not even worth killing? The apostles are the strongest existence in the church. There is no one, at least in the Ark continent, that could face them one-on-one. You were lucky to have gotten away. She must have let me go on a whim, but all right, I'll make her regret that decision. You said one-on-one, but what about against large number of people? Do they have any weaknesses? Can they even be killed? That would be the main problem. If they turn out to be immortal due to the power of God, then it would be all useless. I did injure her right arm with the bone needle of Basilisk, so I think that's not the case, but still. Could it be they would revive even after killed through a miracle of God? They can be killed. No matter how strong the divine protection they have, the body is still human. If you cut off their heads, pierce their heart, or cause them to bleed too much, if you can deal such a fatal blow, they will definitely die. I guess a perfect immortal body is impossible, even in a world of magic. They won't revive either, so that's a relief. Just how Kirono-san draws out black magical energy from the gods, the apostles use white magic drawn out from the gate in their souls that is connected to the white god. Just the amount they can use is enormous. If you ask how much then, let's see, can Kirono-san use black magic infinitely? No way, even I have a limit. I ran out of magical energy, a lot of times during those experiments after all. Recently, I even fell unconscious during the evolution of the cursed hatchet against that priest. Apostle can never experience the phenomenon known amongst magicians as running out of magic. No matter how many magics they use, their energy is instantly replenished. Of course, the amount provided by the white god is infinite. They will never run out of magical energy. But that infinite magical energy was still just one part of their divine protection. I was told this terrifying truth. Then how do you kill them? There is no other way but to prepare a magic that can kill them in a single blow. I doubt something that convenient exists. The most reliable way to kill an apostle is to keep on attacking an apostle with the full intent to die along with them. Even if they have infinite magical energy, the body that is human will not be able to bear the burden of infinitely using magic. But to exhaust the body of an apostle to such a level, at least 10,000 soldiers are required, or so I have heard. I don't know whether that number is correct or not, but if the apostle ran away in between, their body will regenerate and you'll be back to square one. There's a chance that 10,000 men would be uselessly sacrificed as well. A war of attrition is not impossible, but is unrealistic, is it? The apostles should be able to maintain their bodies at least. To fight till their body reach their limits. I see, to encircle one so that he doesn't run away, it really will require at least 10,000 men against just one. On the Ark continent, when against an apostle, they either try to run away or try to hold them back, but never even think of killing them, or so I'm told. Though there has been a case where the apostle was actually killed in action, but they had sacrificed a lot of men for that. And there are 12 of these guys. Basically, these guys alone are a full army. And adding the normal army soldiers to this, the Syncria Republic might actually possess a fighting force of 1 million. There's no way all 12 would come to Pandora continent, so be relieved. Except the 7th apostle, the rest won't leave Elysian undefended, and the others are also deployed towards the borders of the Republic to settle problems and maintain their hegemony. There are some apostles that are even missing. Missing? What do you mean? I've heard that one has mixed with the public and is secretly planning a world reform. One is secretly researching something. There are many other rumors as well, like that actually there are not even 12 apostles, etc. I don't know the truth though, they're only rumors after all. World reformation? Well, whatever. It seems fine to just leave them be as long as they remain in the territory of the Republic while punishing villains and nobles in the name of justice, while waving the flag their cross. This is actually favorable for us. Let Sariel be the only apostle here, please. One becomes an apostle not because of her faith, status, or strength of magic, but due to suddenly receiving the divine protection one day out of nowhere. Thus, if there are those that work passionately for the church, then there are also those who hide themselves and freely do whatever they want as well. Since they have the divine protection, they are in a religiously strong position and are also strong. There is no one who can comment or act against them, is it? The Pope is considered even among the apostles hierarchically, but as you would expect, he is not that strong. But the duty of the apostol, to eliminate the enemies of God, is common amongst all of them so they won't betray the church. Even in history, there has been no apostol that has betrayed the God. Although they are allowed to act independently and freely, as long as they are receiving strength from the white God, they'll still protect their place, it seems. Well, it's fine. If the apostles are that special, we won't be seeing them all the time. At least, they won't directly come to attack the refugees. The only apostle on Pandora is Sariel. Not to mention that she's also the supreme commander as well. I doubt she'll move around very freely. The territory of Detilus is huge. They won't focus on this far west rural area for no reason, I think. But even if Sariel doesn't come, the normal capturing unit of Crusaders will definitely come. The problem is how strong they are and what are their numbers. I might be an ex-merc, but even I am not aware of such fine details of the Crusaders. If there's something I can tell, then that would be only the basics about the knights and troops only. No, I don't know anything about them, so that's actually more than enough. I have more or less understood the purpose of the Crusaders. All that's left is the various reasons and interests of the various groups of humans. I have no need to know all that. All that I need to know is the specific military ability of the Crusaders. If possible, can I hear what Kurono-san had to say first? As I was wondering what should I ask first, such a demand came from Fiona-san. Ah, that's right, then I'll tell what I had to say first. Where should I start? I worried about the same things when I first told Lily about this. Well, let's start with the main core of the matter. Actually, I came here from a different world. End of Volume 2.